Americans say they plan to take a trip for Labor Day, capping the busiest summer travel season on record. The TSA has already screened more than 227 million passengers since Memorial Day and expect another 14 million by Tuesday.
Correspondent Chris Van Cleve in Chicago. Now, if you are driving,
before you get on the road to take your road trip, make sure that your car is in good shape. Batteries, tires, coolant. Just check your hoses and belts.
Sean Stewart with AAA in Kansas. Now to the Sunshine again state. About 2 days after a big part of it got clobbered by the strongest storm to hit that region in more than a century, CBS's Jason Allen.
The cleanup is underway on Florida's Gulf Coast after Idalia hit the state as a powerful Category 3 hurricane. Across the region, homes were ripped apart and debris scattered far and wide.
There's a lot of mess here, but in other places it looks like total devastation. I didn't think we were going to have anything to come home to.
Body cam video expected out today in the fatal police shooting of a pregnant black woman in suburban Columbus, Ohio. Her unborn daughter did not survive either. Ex-President Donald Trump enters a not guilty plea in the Atlanta election interference conspiracy case. He waives a right to do that in person. Correspondent Skylar Henry.
That means the current GOP frontrunner will not have to appear for the scheduled hearing next week. And it allows him to avoid the spectacle of entering a plea on camera, just days after the release of his booking photo.
U.S. health regulators now suggesting the federal government loosen restrictions on marijuana. Details from CBS's Christopher Cruz.
Right now, the federal government puts marijuana in the same class as heroin and LSD. But President Biden wants to change that. The DEA has the final say in the matter, but before it decides, the public will have a chance to weigh in.
It was howdy doody time in Norfolk, Nebraska when Lee Meyer hit town. No, not with the old TV puppet, but with a lot of bull in the passenger seat of his drastically modified car. Local police were not impressed.
Photos show the Watu seat named Howdy Doody hanging out the side window. Holding him in, a metal barred guardrail from a cattle enclosure with a sign below that read, Nebraska's Big Rodeo Parade, Best Car Entry. Police in Norfolk issued a warning and ordered Lee Meyer of Neely to drive himself and his bull back home.
Correspondent Deborah Rodriguez. 2 spin-offs of The Walking Dead and the next season of Interview with the Vampire will be resuming production. That despite the Hollywood strikes after reaching a deal with the actors union. Overseas markets higher. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: surveillance versus law enforcement. 2 concepts that clashed late Tuesday afternoon when the Camden County Commission offered up a debate about possibly banning license plate readers from being used within the county.
The idea that you're driving down the road and at any given time your license plate will be picked up, videotaped, and automatically matched against a database somewhere, it effectively means that you're always being surveilled.
2nd District Commissioner Don Williams with just one of several thoughts about the issue, which also drew comments from Jefferson City Police Chief Eric Wildy about the benefits of catching the bad guys with plate readers. A 20-year-old Sunrise Beach man is facing second-degree rape charges after an alleged incident that happened this past weekend at a local restaurant. According to court records, Ian Griffin sexually assaulted the unidentified woman behind the restaurant, despite reportedly being told by the victim that she was drunk and did not give him consent for sexual activity. Griffin was taken into custody and booked into the Camden County Jail before being released on a $15,000 bond. And a 66-year-old Warsaw man escaped serious injury when the vehicle he was driving on northbound 65 near the North Dam Access Road in Benton County ran off of a roadway and struck a MoDOT sign before crossing back off the opposite side of the road and then striking a tree. Despite only reported minor injuries, Larry Darnell was still flown to University Hospital in Columbia for treatment. Next news in 1 hour. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear throughout the early morning hours. Lows make it down into the middle 50s. Winds southeasterly 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, sunny. Highs warm into the lower 80s. Winds east around 5 miles per hour. And then Friday night, clear and lows drop to 58. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 83 degrees, and the temperature at the studios, right now it's 57.
Guys, stop putting your love life on hold. U.S. Pharmacy has some exciting news. If you've been wanting to try Viagra or Cialis, now is the perfect time. Call today and receive 50 little blue or yellow pills for only $120 with free shipping. Why order some low-dose sildenafil from one of those subscription services when we can give you what you want now? Call 1-800-990-6271 and we'll rush your order, discreetly packaged, to your door. Been thinking about trying Viagra or Cialis? Call U.S. Pharmacy at 1-800-990-6271 for as little as $120 for 50 pills. Need your package in a hurry? Call 1-800-990-6271 and ask about our express shipping option, and we will rush your order to you as soon as possible. Save money on the little blue or yellow pill you've been wanting to try. Again, 1-800-990-6271 now. That's 1-800-990-6271.
I'm the sun and the air. All the shyness that is criminally vulgar. I am sun and air of nothing in particular. You shut your mouth, how can you say I go about things the wrong way? I am human and I need to belong, just like everybody else does.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
In this hour, we'll take your questions, thoughts, comments with investigative reporter Cheryl Jones when we come right back on Coast to Coast AM.
David in Pennsylvania writes in to tell us about his experience with Relief Factor. I tried Relief Factor for hip pain and was surprised that it also helped relieve my shoulder and foot discomfort. After taking it for a month, I stopped. And sure enough, the pain returned. So I started taking Relief Factor again, and within a week, the pain was relieved. I'm now taking Relief Factor daily. Well, thank you, David. You know, I've heard your story before. People stopping and then starting again because it works. As you all know, I had trouble with aches and pains, and climbing steps was brutal. Your first step to living the life you love, free from aches and pains, could just be to order the 3-week Quick Start for the highly discounted price of $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Try it for yourself and see what all these people are talking about. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's 800-4RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor.
Your pet isn't just a pet. They're part of your family, and you want to give them the best. And you want to feed them the best food. 70% of your dog's immune system is based on their gut, which can impact their overall health. Nutritional deficiencies produce issues like itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. Dinovite has been shown to improve overall pup health. Take it from one of their customers.
I have 2 dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden retrievers. Poor Sam, he was a mess, always itching. His paws were soaking wet from constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just don't like putting shot steroids into my dog all the time. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dinovite, I started seeing great improvements. Today, 99% of his issues are non-existent.
Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. That's DINOVITE.com/radio.
happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dinovite.
I listen on my smart speaker.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat.
It's always on. I'm always connected.
At your service since 1951. We're News Talk KRMS.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, along with Cheryl Jones. We're taking calls with Cheryl this hour here on Coast to Coast. Cheryl, can you believe we're rolling into now September already? Jeez.
Oh, where does the time fly? Next week, Congress reconvenes, and that's when Congressman Bassett said that his letter that he had sent to the Inspector General of the Intelligence Community asking for names of the people that whistleblower David Grush had mentioned that he would have to reveal only in a secure environment. And so he, along with other members of Congress on the Oversight Committee, sent a letter to the Inspector General asking for those names. So I think this thing is going to continue whether we see it outside on the surface of an open public hearing or not, because the seeds have been planted, and I don't think that they're going to let up until we get more information and some more of these people, like we talked about, who have made history and are still around. There's Captain Salas, there's Steve Bassett, who has been a lifelong advocate, and he put together all those citizen hearings over the X conferences over the years, and then the citizen hearing, he produced that. And all of those conferences with MUFON and everyone involved in the field brought in all of these wonderful experts from all over the world. So, if we don't tap those resources, we're reinventing the wheel in so many cases. And that's what I get from a lot of people in the UFO community, that they're very frustrated from that point. But I was so glad that Representative Burchett was really on board with trying to pursue that avenue.
Yeah, me too. Did you still retain your meteorologist credentials?
Yes, I do. But I charge for my forecast. Do you need one?
No, I'm free.
Oh, okay. Yes, I do. I mean, I'm not actively doing it, but I do keep up my AMS and my NWA, the National Weather Association seal.
This is indeed the hurricane season right now, isn't it?
My goodness, yes, and with the hurricane coming up, with what it's done down in Florida and along the eastern seaboard, it's really, really pretty incredible. We have so much going on all around, and it's hard to. We need a flow chart for all the crises that are going on.
A lot of people think it's all global warming. I think it's cycles.
I do too, and I think that there may be some man-made, but I don't think it's the kind of man-made contribution that they're trying to blame it on, like all of us who are just trying to survive. I think they should perhaps look at what's being sprayed in the skies to see if there's anything coming out there that might be accelerating a fire situation. And also, the management of the forestry and cleaning up the things that need to be cleaned up as the years go by is also something to be considered. But there's so many things, and I'm certainly not an expert on that. But when you want to claim that like climate change is such a big threat and puts us all at risk under the Emergency Use Act and all of these mandates that could come as a result of that, and control, when it's a ghost in the dark, we don't see it. But I think one of the most interesting things I've seen on that is the original owner of the Weather Channel, founder, rather, and that was John Coleman, who gave a wonderful presentation on that, and he kind of put everything in its place.
I interviewed him years ago on Coast to Coast. Great guy.
He is, or was, yes. May he rest in peace.
Genius, too.
Mm-hmm. Very, very smart. I met him at a Weather Channel alumni get-together not too long ago, before he passed away, several years ago.
I mean, those were the pioneers. They saw the power of digital and streaming and television, and they magnified it. They knew how to use it.
Yes, and there was Ted Turner.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, who put the live newscast. And when I worked for CNN as a news anchor, it was when news was news, before everything became so opinionated. And then we had the live satellites all over the world and the Gulf War. And, amazing to be on the cutting edge of that when all of these things were developing. It makes you appreciate what you have and the advances that we've made. And, you just wish you could give everybody that kind of a look back into that with hands-on, like you and I lived through.
I think Ted Turner is a genius.
He really, really was, and it was just amazing to be there at that time.
Let's go to the calls as they line up for you. We'll start by going to Brian in Indiana. Welcome to the show, east of the Rockies. Hello, Brian.
Hey, George, good morning. How are you?
Great. I hear I'm going to see you in Columbus, Ohio.
Yes, sir. You sure enough are. I can't wait till we get there.
It's coming up.
Hey, you know it, man. Hopefully it'll sell out. It's going to be a good time, so everybody needs to get their tickets as soon as you can. Cheryl, how are you this evening?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. It's an honor to talk to you. Hey, listen, I have a story that involves you and George.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it happened. It's kind of funny. George, last time Nick Pope was on the air, I'd gotten up, in the afternoon, getting ready to go to work, and my wife was on the webpage, Chris, and she was like, hey, Nick's going to be on the show, blah, blah, blah. I said, yeah. She goes, well, who is this Cheryl Jones lady? I said, well, that's George's wife. And she's like, no way. She goes, I didn't know George was married. I'm like, yeah, she's an investigative reporter.
I didn't know I was either.
I didn't either.
And she goes, well, man, she is beautiful. I said, yeah, I know. She's a very beautiful lady. I said, but, and she goes, George is a lucky man. And I said, yeah, but not as lucky as me. So a couple of minutes later, I told her, I said, nah, George's not married. Him and Cheryl are just good friends, and she is an investigative reporter that comes on the show. That's pretty good. I've been waiting to tell you that. But hey, listen, real quick. You were talking about the government's wanting to take over or have total and intimate domain on anything that's found or that's already been found in this. So I got to thinking, I watched The Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. I don't know if you watched that at all or have been watching it. Over the years, they've made a lot of progress, and next season is going to be even better. But I was wondering about the Bigelow Aerospace or any kind of private entities like that are into this stuff. Have you heard of anything or off the record anything about they having anything that the government wants to get a hold of? Or I'm sure they're probably in cahoots with the government if they do have stuff. And
well, let me jump in for a little bit on that, Cheryl. We had Robert Bigelow on the program several months ago as he gave out awards to people for writing and research, but I don't think he has any information about UFOs or anything like that we don't already know about. He's interested in it. He's funded many cases and investigations. He's funded rocketry because he wants to build a space hotel, but he's not holding anything back from us.
And one thing that's in favor of that, too, is he's been very public about his involvement in his research. And I think what the representative was talking about, Congressman Burchett, was all of these private contracts that are no bid, that are secret, that are not made basically public. And since they're private contractors, you can't submit a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information Act, and that's how they get away with what's called a black budget, because it's basically unaccountable. But you're right, Robert Bigelow has been very public about it, and so that's a whole different ballgame.
Next up, Mike in Livermore, California is with us. Welcome to the program. Hey, Mike.
Hey, George. How you doing?
How you doing out that way? Haven't heard from you in a while.
Yeah, I know. Not since I was in the accident.
You okay now?
Physically, yeah. I'm still dealing with the loss of my buddy, Tuzak.
Yeah, that's not easy.
I'm used to losing dogs. They don't live as long as us, but when they go in that way, it's sudden and everything else, and it's just kind of hard to deal with.
Yeah,
I miss him. I constantly turn around and where is he? But hey, great guest tonight. a couple of things. The congressman you were talking to, boy, he is fantastic. Out of Tennessee, you say. Wonder how long has he been there, and how long will he last with that kind of attitude? But you had mentioned Matt Gaetz, which I'm kind of on the fence with him. I mean, he had some trouble a while back, but that could all have been manufactured. But the other one you mentioned was Leah. Is that the I'm going to guess an Eastern Bloc country or something? She has a heavy, thick accent, blonde woman.
Blonde. On this oversight committee, there's Jarrett Muskowicz, there's Anna Paulina Luna, Nancy Mace, Eric Burleson, and Andy Ogles. Neither of those are blonde women. And then, of course, Tim Burchett. So I don't know really who you're referring to. I'm sorry about that.
Any idea how long Tim has been in office?
Oh, 5 years in Congress. 5 years in Congress, but he was mayor of Knoxville for many years before that as well, so he's been around.
How cool is that? Yeah, 5 years in Congress, that's not long.
It's not that long, and so that's why he said on that one point when we were talking about the stimulus bill of 2020, where President Trump had signed that, and it went kind of under the radar. Nobody really realized it at that time until it came out later with the mandate of that report being submitted to Congress and going public 6 months later, which was June of 2021, which we had on the program with Don Schmidt and Gary Heseltine, a detective from the UK, and Don Schmidt, the Roswell investigator. So he wasn't really involved in this issue then, but he did say that he's really been interested in UFOs since he was a child. He's always been interested in Roswell and fascinated with the Goddard Space Center. So really it was kind of a natural for him to eventually evolve into a situation where he really felt like he had a driving passion to do something.
Let's go to one of your champions, Thomas, in La Jolla, California. Hey, Tom, go ahead.
Hi, George. When Brian called in and said you were married to Cheryl Jones, I was thinking about Ted Turner and Jane Fonda. That would be one of the marital unions that would be history. But Cheryl, I thank you for your research and just a great interview with the legislator tonight. I have a comment and then a question. Recently, I picked up Coast to Coast guest David Wilcox, wrote a book called Ascension Mysteries.
Yes.
And it's basically about disclosure, and he interviews quite a few whistleblowers on the whole UFO topic, that type of thing. And he presents a very different picture. I don't know if it's true or not, but it may not be true, but it just may be the way things are. But he claims he interviews people like Corey Goode or Pete Peterson, Bill Ryan, Kerry Cassidy, and on and on. And he heavily footnotes his book. And basically what David Wilcox is contending is that we are already in contact. There are elements on planet Earth, governments, and basically transnational corporations that are in direct contact with interstellar communities. And I mean, one whistleblower said to David Wilcox, there are 67 extraterrestrial races that are in contact with planet Earth. And we've been given anti-gravity technology, biomedical technology, portal technology. He describes in detail the portals at Pine Gap, S4 in Nevada, which would be Area 51, Long Island, that type of thing, where you transport directly through portals. And when I finished the book, Cheryl, I said, what is one to make of this? What is one to make of this? Or is this the real secret that there is interstellar communication? And particular interstellar trade going on between certain elements on planet Earth and the extraterrestrials. And he also talks about humans are already traveling to extraterrestrial bases on the moon and on Mars. So I'm going to ask you, maybe you know something that I don't know or the audience doesn't know, but maybe it's more serious than we think that we're already in contact.
Cheryl, we may be in contact, but I don't think we're willfully trading with them or anything like that. Do you?
Well, anything any of us would think or would believe would really just be a guess, because we have no actual way of proving it. But I've heard Corey Good and David Wilcox and their stories, and Terry Cassidy, and they do make compelling points. And so it does leave you to say, what do we make of it? It's just something that I guess we just have to wait and see, because we can say what we think post disclosure, what knowing the truth behind all of these really is, and who's telling the truth and who isn't, and is this the next step that you were referring to, or isn't it? It's really amazing. We live in amazing times. Who knows how much more real disclosure is going to be taking place, but one thing's for sure, we're sure getting a fast lesson on conditioning.
And who knows just how involved we are with them, Cheryl.
Exactly. And the secret, I think it all goes back to, regardless of how wonderful the technology, the reverse engineering, whatever there may be, free energy, peace on Earth, whatever, that may be available. But if it's controlled by entities that are not are more on the evil side as far as rather than the good side, we'll never see the benefit of it. And I think there's so many power struggles going on with good versus evil, and it's all for control. I think that's what it appears to me. And who am I? I'm just a termite on a tree. But in my conversation with Representative Burchett, I asked about the good and evil. We didn't have a lot of time to go into it, but definitely, if I interview him again, I want to dig down on that a little bit more when we have another session. But there is something to it, and he's open to talking about all of that stuff.
Cheryl Jones is with us. Her website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com, and she spells her name with 2 L's. Never got to the bottom of that story, Cheryl.
It's very deep. You just add another L, and it's that simple. Actually, on my original birth certificate, I think I was only born once, but it is spelled with 2 L's. And when I was just a youngster in elementary school, and all of my friends had really simple names like Ann and Betty and Lois, I just thought, I am really working too hard. I have to write out this whole big, long name. It was Sherrill. And I just thought, how much time could I save if I could shorten a few letters, as many times as I write my name? Being the analyst that I was.
We're going to come back in a moment with Cheryl Jones and take final phone calls, so don't touch your dial right here on Coast to Coast AM.
To access the audio archives of Coast to Coast AM, log on to coasttocoastam.com.
We love it. It's number one. When I listen to you, life feels normal.
Listen live on our smartphone app, Alexa, Google Play, and KRMS Radio. KoastToCoastRadio.com.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have Navy cockpit videos, among other things, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no serious person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer, and today we're going to do a tip on cluster tomatoes. Okay, backyard tomatoes are all about done, but cluster tomatoes are fantastic. Now, we've talked about these tomatoes before. These are the tomatoes that are attached to the stem. They're also called stem tomatoes. 4, 5, 6 tomatoes, all attached together. What makes these so great, besides growing in hot houses so they control the environment, they're still pulling nutrients from the stem. So the greener that stem is and the redder those tomatoes are, the better it's going to taste. Don't buy them green anyway, and don't buy them with the brown stem. Forget about it. Now what you want to do when you buy your tomatoes like that, one more thing, make sure they have that wonderful aroma. Simply bring them home and store them on the counter, and that's what you want to do. You do not want to store any tomatoes in the refrigerator at any time. Cluster tomatoes. If you want a great recipe of cluster tomato sauce, log on to TonyTantillo.com.
What blinding flash of brilliance is on Coast to Coast AM tonight?
Remember the incredible, iconic show Laugh-In? I'm George Norrie, and legendary producer and creator of the show, George Slatter, joins us, followed by those Friday night into Saturday morning open lines right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Coast to Coast AM, sunscreen not required. Get a new view of the world with Coast to Coast AM.
In terms of paranormal activity, do you think it's increasing?
Yes. More and more people are aware of it, so therefore they're even noticing it, because times are scary. But some people, they just want to know there's something out there other than what they see on their TV screen every day. So they're getting into the paranormal. They want to go on a ghost investigation. Let's look into Bigfoot, all the extraterrestrials, to know that there's something more.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. Listen on your way to work, and again on your way home. Or listen to one of over 1,000 archived shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Isn't it rich? Are we a pair? Me here at last on the ground, you in midair. Where are the clouds? Isn't it bliss? Don't you approve? One who keeps tearing around, one who can't move. Where are the clowns? There ought to be clowns just when I'd start opening doors, finally knowing the one that I wanted was yours, making my entrance again with my usual flair, sure of my lies, no one is there.
To talk to George Norrie, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the Gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
On our next Coast to Coast program, the founder and creator of Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In, George Slatter, the historical producer, joins us for a couple hours on Coast to Coast. He's 93 years old and still going strong. Looking forward to that. And then we'll have those Friday night into Saturday morning open lines. Beyond Belief, now that's our television program, and we invite you to go to the website beyondbelief.com to sign up.
We sure do. We've got some goodies up there for you. We've got 3 ad-free episodes you can check out. Then you can go down and take advantage of a 7-day free trial. That'll get you access to a ton more shows that we've done. So all you need to do is head over to beyondbelief.com.
Tom, how cool is it to talk to George Slatter tomorrow?
That's going to be a lot of fun. What a historic show. It's going to be very cool. 93
years old. He's going to be 94 in December. It's amazing.
What a run.
And then, of course, we have our free YouTube channel. Tell us about it, Tom.
YouTube is great. It's interviews of recent and past shows. Like you just said, it's all for free. You can just sit there and just listen forever and ever and ever. All you need to do is head up to coasttocoastam.com. Just go to the top. There's a YouTube icon. Click that, and you're in.
Back with Cheryl Jones on Final Calls on Coast to Coast AM, but first, here's this.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Real people, real stories.
I coughed, and I coughed until I choked 20 for hours a day. I couldn't even walk across my floor without literally coughing until I was gasped. So I saw 3 different pulmonologists, and they could do nothing. Someone had mentioned to me about a product that President Reagan had taken. I ordered it within 1 week. 1 week. My coughing had stopped since I've taken the Carnivora. Everyone that would come into our store would say, "What happened? Why are you not coughing?" I told them what I'm doing, and they said, "Well, what's it doing that it stopped that coughing?" I said, "I can't answer that. It just stopped it."
George here, and yet another happy ending from Carnivora. I've said it before, Carnivora has been now with us for just about 10 years, very successfully. Carnivora is 100% from nature and contains 17 naturally occurring compounds that are non-toxic to every normal cell in the body, act synergistically to heal, and will attack abnormal cells only. You've heard that right. Carnivora will attack abnormal cells only. Try it, and you'll see for yourself. Call 1-866-836-8735. That's 1-866-836-8735, or visit carnivora.com. carnivora.com. Fun and Adventure has returned comics and graphic novels from Marvelous Entertainment, based on the thrilling sci-fi masterpieces by Marvin Sunderland. Acclaimed comic creator Andy Fish and his team are bringing that sense of wonder and thrills in straight-out action adventures like those great old comic book stories you remember in their line of titles. I Waggit, Haunted Planet, Space Rangers, Codename Atom Bomb, Tales of Singularity, and the kid-oriented Waggit Jr. Join them at iwaggit.com. That's iwaggit.com.
Gets me through my workday.
I always have my radio on at work. Everyone's listening.
KRMS 1150, 97.5 and 103.3.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie back with Cheryl Jones. Cheryl will be back with us again the end of September, the last Thursday of October, and the last Thursday of November, and then in December as well. Hard to believe how fast this year's going by, Cheryl, huh?
Yes, I think somebody's speeding up time. I feel like a time traveler. It's going so fast.
Do you feel that, not that you're old by any means, but I mean, the older we get, time seems to go by quicker?
I think so, because it's all in perspective. Don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's all in perspective, and it goes by, and it's like I mentioned before, the citizen hearing, and I failed to say that, this is the 10th year anniversary. How appropriate to have this kind of a hearing 10 years later, with the citizen hearing. It was a mock congressional hearing with panelists. They were former congressional members.
That was a Stephen Greer project, wasn't it?
No, that was a Steve Bassett citizen hearing on disclosure. Stephen Greer was the Disclosure Project, and he had another big presentation just a few days before this latest hearing, where he did the same thing and brought in really, really, really great witnesses. But he did that also. His first one was back in 2001, where he did quite a gathering of key witnesses from around the world.
And I remember right before 9/11, he was together with Bassett. They were going to do something, and then 9/11 popped up.
Seems like in so many cases things have been planned that have been big, and something big happened. Well, we can't say that that hasn't happened to us in the recent years with COVID. Look how many things were drastically changed with all that. And there is talk and some reporting that these mandates are coming back mid-September. So there's supposed to be something that's going to implement that around that time. We'll see. I hope that doesn't happen.
Let's go to the phones. Bill in Los Angeles to get us started. Hey, Bill, go ahead.
How you doing, George?
Good.
Cheryl, I'm a former newspaper reporter, Columbia J School, 86, and I have to say I really enjoyed your interview with Congressman Burchett. When I first dialed it in, I thought I had the wrong channel because I rarely hear such a spirited interview and back and forth on Coast to Coast, so that was welcome. But I do want to play devil's advocate. As much as I appreciated the congressman's anti-government sentiment, and I agree with it about the wasted money and the control and the censorship, he said something that kind of got my interest, especially since you guys mentioned Robert Bigelow, whom I happened to talk to on George's show about a year and a half ago. And I asked Mr. Bigelow directly, when are we going to see direct evidence of crash retrieval information from either contractors or the government? And he was hedging his bets. And I've come to the conclusion since then that there's a good reason for that. And Congressman Burchett kind of tipped it off when he said that national security, in his opinion, was an excuse to keep people in the dark. But then he admitted simultaneously that anybody with this super amazing propulsion technology could conquer our civilization. Pardon?
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Oh, and what did you say in the last part of your comment there? You said that the national, you felt it might be an excuse to keep people in the dark. And what did you say after that?
But that anybody who has this propulsion system that is supposedly being hidden could conquer our civilization. And I think that's the point, that whether or not you agree with the Pentagon, all their motivations, they don't want this information to fall into the hands of our enemies. And there is a legitimate national security issue, somewhere in here. And Mr. Bigelow is a good example of somebody who doesn't want to cross that line. So I think there is something worth keeping, in the Pentagon's opinion, worth keeping a secret for national security.
Well, I think you've got a great point there, and thanks for that observation. Obviously, we have to be concerned about national security, but where is that? Where's the right point, the right wall in there between keeping something that needs to be kept for national security, for the safety of our nation, versus some private contractors being able to just, cost overrun and, get all kinds of millions and billions of dollars without any accountability. So I think it's a fine line, and who knows how that really could be, brought into a situation with accountability where it needs to be. And you'd have to have all of your defense and private contractors to be very trustworthy and honest people. And I guess that's the real issue. In one of my questions, I asked Congressman Burchett, who vets the vetters? And that's a really deep question, because we just take for granted that people are vetted, even for political positions. And, we don't know. We're not there. We're not in the middle of the room. We're not a fly on the wall. We just have to take what we have and try to figure out if we think it's true or not, and we could be wrong.
Let's go west of the Rockies. Richard's with us in the state of California. Richard, go ahead.
Hey, George, love your show.
Thank you, sir.
I got a question for Cheryl.
All right.
I got a question for your guest. It's about remote viewing.
Uh-huh.
I'm type of like an amateur, and I was wondering if I could remote view you right now.
Uh-oh. I don't know if you'd want to do that or not.
Hope you have your pajamas on, Cheryl. Jeez.
15 till 5 almost my time, or 10 till 5.
But remote viewing is a very powerful tool. We just had a guest on last night, Michelle Freed, talking about remote viewing. Mm-hmm. And she has interviewed most of the government former remote viewers. It's a powerful tool. Have you ever tried it, Cheryl?
No, I haven't, but I've been very interested in it, and I've attempted to go to some classes, and something has always come up. And by the way, I didn't mean to say that you couldn't remote. Sure, you can try, but I doubt that you could get through to my brain at this hour in the morning.
Are you wearing pink slippers?
No.
Well, that's a remote viewing that didn't work.
You failed. That's an F.
We're remote viewing the wrong people. Cornelius in Louisiana, welcome to the show. Hi, Cornelius.
I'm not going to touch that with a 10-foot pole there, George.
Or 11.
Or 11. There you go, George.
Look, Cheryl, they were confused with
go ahead, Cheryl.
Wouldn't it be Cornelius?
Yeah, Cheryl, I used to be a military police officer with the top secret clearance. He used to guard different people, places, and things. And through the MP community and the air police and the security police, shore patrol and all like that, I've heard different things, especially at these nuclear bases and tactical nuclear sites where these UFOs and stuff have come in from. But I did call Tim Burgett after the hearing and asked him to come on Coast to Coast with either George Norrie or George Knapp, and you got him. So I hope and pray, and he tried to call me back, but I missed him because my phone was on the charger. So I did get a call from his office and everything. And while y'all were on the show, I called his office in Knoxville, Maryville, and the national office. And I hope Coast to Coast listeners and callers will call his office too, other than email him or try to mail him, even though it's a Labor Day weekend. Because we need to get on top of this. Now, Cheryl, see, you were bringing out the good thing from the Bible, because I'm the God, guns, and gold man, the Bible, bullets, and beans man. I think that these are demons. So Satan has his ships and the Savior has his ships. And I think they be shooting them down and stuff, and that's how we get this crash retrieval and stuff, because we have nothing that can knock these things down. And I want to say to the bill, Communist China and Russia has encountered these things too at their nuclear bases and stuff. George Knapp brought that out in a skiff after the congressional hearing and stuff. And I hope you'll get David Grush on, either George Knapp, George Norrie, or you, Miss Cheryl, get David Grush, because they're trying to destroy him because he witnessed something during wartime, so he has PTSD. So we need to get him on Coast. But God bless you, George. God bless you, Cheryl. Have a happy and blessed Labor Day weekend.
You know, we're blessed, Cheryl, to have George Knapp with us as his investigative reporting. He is by far the best UFO investigator, I think, in the country.
Absolutely. I've always marveled at the fact that he has been with KLAS, the station in Vegas, for all of his broadcasting, or, I don't know if he worked for someone else prior to, but for such a long time, and that he was in a situation there where it was in the area of Area 51, so that's one good thing, and so obviously it would be a natural story, and that his management has allowed him all of these years to cover that story back when it was a taboo story. And
that's right.
Tinfoil hat, not like it is now. Because in other environments that I've worked in quite a few local stations around the country, I don't believe they would have allowed that.
He was at the congressional hearings. He was sitting right behind the whistleblowers.
I know, and this attorney was sitting behind David Grush, and that was it was like he was like a lamppost on the side of him.
Joe in Monterey, California is with us. Thanks for holding, Joe.
Thanks, George. To answer some of those questions that everybody has, they're not interested in trade. It's more like trafficking. Okay, that's number one. Number two, those remarkable healings that people get from ETs. Well, if you're going to sell a commodity, you might want to have a way of fixing your commodity, like a medical dictionary about how to heal or clean up and fix your commodity, your animals. We have them in veterinarians. They do the same thing. Okay, another thing, as far as being armed to the teeth with extraterrestrial technology, maybe we all are. Remember, George, they have the button on our technology. They could turn it on and turn it off. So they have everybody with a gun to each other's head, and they don't have to threaten us. All they have to do is say, well, we're going to let this person over here maybe use this weapon, because they could turn it on and turn it off.
Well, that's absolutely true. Cheryl, are you familiar with the work of Dr. David Jacobs?
Yes, somewhat. I haven't interviewed him yet, but I would love to.
He believes that the UFO presence is very nefarious, very evil. There's something wrong. What do you think of that?
Well, that's the whole battle there, and that's certainly a debate. And I had asked Congressman Burchett about the good versus evil, and even as Joseph referred to about the healings. Of course, again, limited time when you're doing these kinds of things. But all of this, good versus evil, the alien healing, that doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. It doesn't mean that there's not evil on the other side as well. Maybe it's just like, humans here on our planet. We have good people and we have very evil people. Maybe it's that.
Would you seriously go on a trip in a flying saucer if they came down and asked you to go with them?
It would depend on my mood swing at the moment. I might say, well, this is something I haven't done, and I'd like to try it and just see what's going on out there. I guess I would probably make the decision based on whether I felt that they were good or evil.
Or would they bring you back?
Well, that's the whole thing. I don't know if I'd have any negotiation power or any standing to negotiate. I don't know that they would actually give you a choice. They either want you or they don't. I might, but then again, I might not.
I'd go to Mars with them as long as I come back.
Well, how do you know? They get you there and they say...
You don't. It's like that Twilight Zone movie, To Serve Man.
Right. It's like you get there and you say, well, no, but you promised you'd take me back. Well,
it's a cookbook. Cheryl, we'll see you at the end of September. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Lonewood, Sean Ladasor, Stephanie Smith, Chris Boros, Tim Banal, George Knapp, and Ian Punnett, I'm George Norrie on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe, everyone.
The Home Service Club sponsors this paid advertisement. Attention homeowners. Broken AC, $4,600. Water heater, $1,500. Fridge on the fritz, $1,000. You need home warranty coverage from the Home Service Club. For around $1 a day, if any of your covered appliances and systems break down, HSC will either do the repair or replace them. HSC has over 15,000 pre-screened, highly rated technicians with the fastest response time in the industry. HSC provides coverage for up to 47 different appliances and systems in your home. Call for a free, no-obligation quote from a trusted HSC service specialist about a home warranty for your entire home, all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. 800-926-1595, plus $75 off your first year. 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595. That's 800-926-1595. 800-926-1595.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. 800-444-0152. At
Your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Heading out for the holiday weekend? 148 million of us are. That's more than half the country. Correspondent Chris Van Cleve reports.
Most Americans will be driving to their Labor Day destination.
We usually never travel on the holidays because of the crowd and the gas prices, but we have a friend and we just wanted to get out of the heat.
Gas prices are averaging nearly $3.83 a gallon.
No matter how expensive gas prices are, when people decide to go on vacation, they just budget in the price of gas. They're going to take that trip.
A search is underway for a convicted murderer who escaped from a prison outside Philadelphia yesterday. Danilo Cavalcante was sentenced to life in prison last week for stabbing his ex-girlfriend to death in front of her children. Acting Chester County Prison Warden Howard Holland.
He had prison-issued garb on, and then when he left the facility, it was a white T-shirt with green pants, and then we had confirmation that he may have changed into gray shorts.
Holland says Cavalcante was waiting to be transferred to a state prison when he escaped. The Columbus, Ohio Police Department will release body cam video today of an officer shooting and killing a pregnant black woman in a grocery store parking lot last week. Police say she was suspected of shoplifting and sped up her car toward the officer as he approached. The woman's unborn daughter died as well. The cleanup after this week's deadly weather in the southeast will be costly. CBS's Jared Hill from Morehead City, North Carolina.
The financial toll of Idalia's path of destruction is expected to be as high as $20 billion. During a visit to FEMA yesterday, President Biden said he'll travel to Florida on Saturday.
To the people of Florida and throughout the Southeast, I'm here to make clear that our nation has your back.
The mayor of Maui is defending his actions the day the wildfire killed at least 115 people. Richard Bisson's released a video detailing what he knew and when.
The severe gravity of the impact was not clear.
Technology expert.
The severe gravity of the impact was not clear in the initial hours as our firefighters and police on the ground placed all of their efforts and actions towards helping people in the areas.
Still tweeting on X, CBS's Tom Foti says the platform will be collecting your biometric and job history data soon.
Technology expert Ian Shore.
It is a little odd to see a social media company just change its terms of service to include this collection of information without giving a more public reason why.
Supposedly to make it easier to log in.
S&P futures up 8. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Late News Now.
I'm John Roger, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. Progress continues towards a much-needed housing development in the Lake area, and specifically in Camdenton. The $20 million development is expected to be put up in the area of Cedar Street.
We talked about it before, but looking at a developer, we're doing a partial tax abatement, short-term tax abatement, to try to get 138 apartments in the city, and I think that'll really boost not only our population, but it also is going to increase revenues.
Administrator Jeff Hooker also says there have been some concerns about offering tax abatements, but without the city collecting personal property tax, the financial maneuver becomes a useful alternative to attractive development. One person remains in custody without bond, and the search continues for others who are wanted in questioning after an assault early August in the Greenview area. Camden County Sergeant Scott Hines says the sequence of events apparently started with a confrontation at a Sunrise Beach restaurant. One suspect, 24-year-old Aaron Gonzalez of Lake Ozark, was arrested and remains in custody without bond, while 3 others are wanted for questioning. They are identified as 22-year-old John Brennan Richardson of Springfield and Jonathan Cosme Ortiz Gopar of Montreal, and an unknown male who may be known as Roberto. And a Stoutland man finds himself behind bars after being picked up by the Highway Patrol early Wednesday afternoon in Laclede County. The patrol indicates that 34-year-old Joshua Dulesky had been wanted on felony warrants for resisting arrest in Franklin County and a traffic violation. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
The news is a service of Jennings Insurance Group.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we provide a holistic approach to retirement. We'll guide you through the 5 risks to your retirement, including healthcare costs, inflation, market risk, and more. At Jennings, we contract with many companies, but we work for our clients. Consultations are always free. At Jennings, we use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of the people we serve. Whether you need to visit about your financial future or your healthcare costs, we can help. Check out our Facebook page, Jennings Insurance Group, or call us today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Phil Jensko with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Clear throughout the early morning hours. Lows make it down into the middle 50s. Winds southeasterly 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, sunny. Highs warm into the lower 80s. Winds east around 5 miles per hour. And then Friday night, clear and lows drop to 58. The current water temperature is sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill. Home of the shootout is 83 degrees. And the temperature at the studios, right now it's 56.
Media Networks. This is America's First News. This morning with your host, Gordon Deal.
Prison for Proud Boys. Good morning, I'm Gordon Deal, along with Dom Savino, in for Jennifer Kashenka on this Friday, September 1st. Glad you're with us. Here's what we have for you this hour.
2 leaders of the Proud Boys group have been sentenced to lengthy prison terms for seditious conspiracy during the U.S. Capitol attack.
Former President Trump pleads not guilty in the Georgia election case. Also, his trial in Fulton County will be televised.
As Florida governor and presidential candidate, Ron DeSantis faced a big test with Hurricane Idalia. We'll have analysis.
And what to do if you lose your cell phone while traveling.
First, just setting a passcode or some other kind of lock screen verification like Face ID. That just makes sure that not just anybody can get into your phone. And then you also might want to set up a phone location feature like the Find My app for Apple products. Most smartphones have those, and taking the time to set them up before you travel can be helpful if your device does go missing.
Nathan Diller at USA Today on steps to take if you lose your phone while on vacation. Former President Trump has pleaded not guilty to the charges against him in the Georgia racketeering case, in which he and 18 co-defendants are accused of engaging in a criminal enterprise to overturn the 2020 election there. A grand jury in Atlanta 2.5 weeks ago returned a 41-count indictment charging Mr. Trump and the others with conspiracy to reverse his loss in Georgia. Also yesterday, Republican Governor Brian Kemp rejected calls by some for a special session to look into investigating Fulton County DA Fonnie Willis and her probe.
In Georgia, we will not be engaging in political theater that only inflames the emotions of the moment. We will do what is right. We will uphold our oaths as public servants. And it's my belief that our state will be better off for it.
Trump and his supporters objected to the loss there, claiming fraud. 2 recounts and a county forensic audit found no evidence of widespread fraud. Legal challenges to the results failed. Trump's plea meant he waived his right to an arraignment. By the way, his trial in Georgia will be televised and live streamed. 2 men convicted of seditious conspiracy for storming the U.S. Capitol will spend more than a dozen years in prison each. A federal judge yesterday sentenced former far-right Proud Boys leaders Josh Biggs to 17 years and his co-defendant Zachary Rell to 15 years. Their actions were part of a failed attempt to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Defense attorney Norm Pettis.
If your president tells you your country's been stolen, the country that people fought and died for, people are trying to take your vote from you, how are you supposed to react to that?
The prison terms handed down by U.S. District Judge Timothy Kelly were below U.S. sentencing guidelines and far lower than the 30-year terms sought by federal prosecutors. Biggs and Rell are the first Proud Boys convicted of seditious conspiracy to be sentenced for their roles. 2 other Proud Boys, Ethan Nordine and Dominic Pizzola, will face sentencing before Judge Kelly today. The group's former chairman, Enrique Tarrio, will be sentenced next Tuesday. A doctor has approved Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell returning to his schedule, saying he has experienced occasional lightheadedness from dehydration and a previous concussion. The Kentucky Republican, who's 81, froze Wednesday at a press conference in his home state. It's the second time this summer that he had to pause taking questions from reporters and receive assistance from aides. In a note released by Mr. McConnell's office by the doctor, it read, occasional lightheadedness is not uncommon in the concussion recovery and can also be expected as a result of dehydration. Reaction from Dr. Leah Kroll, a neurologist not treating Mr. McConnell.
The more frequently events are happening, the more likely that an event will occur at a really inopportune time. For example, with my patients, I worry about them getting behind the wheel of a car or crossing the street.
Mr. McConnell had been sidelined from Congress earlier this year after he tripped in March and was hospitalized for a concussion and a minor rib fracture. He returned to the Senate in April. It's 11 minutes now after the hour. On This Morning, America's First News. If you own or operate a business, whether it's a local operation or a global corporation, partnering with Bank of America could be your smartest move. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll enjoy exclusive digital tools, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful you'll make every move matter. Position your business to capitalize on opportunity in a moment's notice. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, N.A., copyright 2023. Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com/welcome to now. That's Dell.com/welcome to now.
Thinning hair is normal, but it doesn't have to be your fate.
Once I started taking Nutrafol, I could visibly see my hair get thicker. It made my hair stronger.
Nutrafol, the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand.
Nutrafol has taken me back to the hair I was meant to have.
You've got nothing to lose and everything to grow. Join the 1 million people growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com.
If you need to hire fast and hire right, you need Indeed, the #1 source for hires in the U.S. according to Talent Nest. Sponsor a job and Indeed will help you attract, interview, and hire candidates fast. With Instant Match, you'll instantly receive a short list of candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. You can easily schedule and conduct virtual interviews, all from one place. Visit Indeed.com/credit to get $75 toward your first sponsored job. Get started at Indeed.com/credit.
Right now, I'm driving to work, but that's not where I'm going. I'm going to more important things. I'm going to visit Papa. I'm going to go out with friends and to an anniversary dinner. And I look out at the big trucks and buses and people walking and think, we're all going somewhere. And we need to work together to share the road and get there safely. Learn how at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Paid for by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration.
You wash your hands, you brush your teeth, but how do you clean your nose? With Navage. Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril, around the back of the nose, and out the other nostril, flushing out allergens, mucus, and germs. And it's why cleaning your nose, the body's air filter, is the next evolution in daily personal hygiene. Navage helps you breathe better, sleep deeper, and snore less, but the biggest payoff is improved health. At Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and online. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Clean nose, healthy life.
News Talk, KRMS.
The top national stories with the context to make sense of it all. This is America's First News This Morning with Gordon Deal.
Glad you could spend some time with us. Welcome into Friday. While it's still too early to tell how much damage the hurricane caused, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' handling and response to the natural disaster of Hurricane Idalia will be scrutinized by his political opponents and potential voters.
The community is resilient, and we are going to work hard to make sure people get what they need.
Mr. DeSantis said at a news conference yesterday. More on the scrutiny from Kimberly Leonard, politics reporter at Politico. Kimberly set this up.
Well, over the years, we've obviously had a lot of hurricanes, and we've had governors who've, done a pretty good job managing the response. And it's allowed the public to really see them at work. It allows them to see them explaining things really clearly in these tense situations where the stakes are very high, and they're able to show leadership, empathy. They're able to relate to regular people by, going out after the storm and helping with relief efforts. And now that Governor DeSantis is running for president, he's doing it all under the glare of the national spotlight. And if he does a good job, that will probably give him a lot of positive earned media. And if he does a poor job, or if it brings a spotlight to any of the negative aspects of Florida's situation, it could hurt his bid for the presidency.
So how has he managed it so far? Like, what has he done, perhaps, to help his own cause, even in the days leading up to Idalia?
Well, he definitely has gained a lot of praise, I would say, more so than negative commentary, just because he did drop his schedule. He left Iowa, he returned to Tallahassee, and he went back into full-time governor mode. And I think that helped the public see that he could prioritize the time of crisis. And he also showed up several times a day next to his whole emergency team. He gave very clear instructions about how the state was responding and what people were to do if they found themselves in a crisis situation. And he also put partisanship aside. He tends to be someone who has gotten a lot of headlines for being more combative. But in the last few days, he really has just sort of pushed back when reporters ask him about former President Trump or about President Joe Biden, and just said, this is important, this is what I'm focused on. And so that tends to be what generally is thought of as being, a more presidential approach.
We're speaking with Kimberly Leonard, politics reporter at Politico. Her story is called DeSantis Faces Major Test as Governor and 2024 Candidate. It's a reference to Hurricane Idalia. He got solid marks for the response to Hurricane Ian last year, right? I mean, that was way bigger and more destructive than Idalia a year ago.
Yes, that's right. It was a very deadly hurricane, and for the most part, he did. There still were some issues, with evacuations and so forth that he was forced to defend. But I think overall, the fact that he was so focused on that he got bridges built really quickly, that he showed up next to President Joe Biden, for a photo op, and yet showed that he was willing to put partisanship aside, that he then waited a long time before hitting the trail again. A lot of people think that definitely contributed to his blowout victory in 2022.
Wow. You said this particular hurricane struck at a key moment for Mr. DeSantis. How so?
Well, in the last few weeks, Governor DeSantis has really struggled with some negative headlines. They did a reboot of his political operation. They laid off a lot of staff. There were a lot of polls that showed he was struggling to catch on in the primary contest. And so right after last week's debate, Governor DeSantis, he might not have had a blowout performance, but he certainly didn't hurt himself in any way. That was sort of the big takeaway, from the folks who really discussed this. And so he had a good debate performance. He made a lot of money after it. I think it was $1 million. And there was a Washington Poll post that found that he won the debate. That's what a lot of the viewers thought.
Wow.
And so he sort of got into this place where his campaign was starting to steady. But now he's returned to Florida to deal with this. So he's off the campaign trail, he's full-time governor, and he's probably getting more national coverage than he would if this wasn't going on.
It's Kimberly Leonard, politics reporter at Politico. This portion of the program is brought to you by Innovation Refunds. Innovation Refunds help small businesses that qualify to get a business payroll tax refund through the Employee Retention Credit, also known as the ERC. If you own a business with 5 to 500 employees and kept them on payroll for parts of 2020 and 2021, you could have money waiting to be claimed. Innovation Refunds is dedicated to helping your business navigate the process. Many small businesses might be eligible for an ERC tax deduction. In addition to sales declines, if your business faced challenges to growth that it would have had without pandemic government orders, you may be eligible for a substantial refund. Innovation Refunds does not provide tax or legal advice. They work with an independent network of tax professionals and will share information with them to evaluate and process your claims. Terms and conditions apply. Go to innovationrefunds.com to determine eligibility. That's innovationrefunds.com. They don't get paid unless you get paid. Innovationrefunds.com. 20 minutes after the hour on This Morning, here's Tom Savino.
And now, the 3 big things you need to know. Number 1.
From Florida to Georgia to the Carolinas, the cleanup from Hurricane Idalia has begun. Nearly 100,000 people remain without power in the landfall region of Florida's Big Bend, including in Cedar Key. Homes in the Gulf Coast city were destroyed after taking on up to 6 feet of floodwater. Valdosta, Georgia took a direct hit as well. On one street, a tree had fallen on nearly every house. All told, Moody's estimates Idalia caused as much as $20 billion in damage.
Number 2.
The top Senate Republican can return to work. That's the word from the U.S. Capitol doctor to Mitch McConnell, one day after the 81-year-old froze at a press conference for about 20 seconds. On Fox, presidential candidate Nikki Haley joined a list of Republicans wondering if McConnell is fit for office.
Right now, the Senate is the most privileged nursing home in the country. I mean, you know, Mitch McConnell has done some great things, and he deserves credit, but you have to know when to leave. That is why I'm strongly in support of term limits in this country.
Haley also supports a competency test for politicians over 75.
Number 3.
A manhunt is on in Pennsylvania after a convicted murderer escaped yesterday morning from a prison in the Philadelphia suburbs. Danilo Cavalcante is serving life in prison for stabbing a former girlfriend to death. Chester County District Attorney Deb Ryan.
I don't know what he's capable of doing. If he's already engaged in a murder in broad daylight in front of her 2 children, there's no stopping him from doing anything more egregious.
Hundreds of law enforcement officers are involved in the search. The union representing Detroit's auto workers has filed unfair labor practice charges against General Motors and Stellantis. UAW President Shawn Fain did so after the car makers failed to make counteroffers to the union's latest contract proposal.
GM and Stellantis' willful refusal to bargain in good faith is not only insulting and counterproductive, it's also illegal.
The current labor deal expires in 2 weeks. Taylor Swift's tour has been hailed as one of the greatest pop concerts of all time. With basically all of the stadium shows sold out, the pop star is expanding to the silver screen. A concert film of Swift's Eras Tour will hit movie theaters on October 13th. The movie will run in AMC theaters nationwide.
Why do I get the feeling that we'll be doing stories about that being the top film of the weekend at some point, right?
Some of these showtimes have already sold out.
Of course. Thanks, Dom. 23 minutes after the hour. I just learned Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. All the cash back from eating at your favorite soup dumpling restaurant doubled. All the cash back from that trip where you sort of learned to snowboard also doubled. And the best part, you don't have to do anything ridiculous to get it. Nope, Discover does it automatically. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match. Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com/welcome to now. That's Dell.com/welcome to now.
I'm 54, so basically, it's too late to start saving for retirement, right?
Not right. Starting to save, even in your 50s, can really make a difference.
Well, right now, saving seems hard to wrap my head around. Plus, with the way this year's been going...
Hey, listen, it's okay. You still got this. Just go to aceyourretirement.org. It's an online tool from AARP that can help you get your retirement savings on track no matter your age. It's free and only takes about 3 minutes.
I like 3 minutes.
Yeah, at aceyourretirement.org, you'll chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach. Just answer a few questions and you'll get a personalized plan and tips to help boost your retirement savings. Tips that are easy to understand and tailored to your lifestyle.
I like that too.
Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back. Just head to aceyourretirement.org and make your plan to start saving for retirement.
Thanks.
That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
One smile is great, but one smile in a community of smiles is so much better. A smile has a secret power that most people don't know about. A smile multiplies. It spreads from one person to the next, stretching across entire groups of people. Smile Train knows this and is proud to be creating a wave of smiles across the cleft lip and palate community in over 70 countries. Patients, doctors, advocates, fundraisers. Collectively, our smiles are a celebration of the transformed lives of over 1.5 million children. Learn how Smile Train is helping the cleft lip and palate community at smiletrain.org/learn. Smile Train, changing the world one smile at a time.
News Talk, KRMS.
Glad you're with us. Losing a cell phone or having it stolen can be stressful, but travelers can take steps to protect their info and potentially get their devices back. Here's what to know from Nathan Diller, consumer travel reporter at USA Today. Nathan, help us out.
Phones are sort of integral to everything that we do, and that's true of travel as well. They can offer a way of getting around through maps features. They can act as a camera where you take photos of the things that you're seeing. You can scan your boarding pass through an airline's app, so you can really use it for all sorts of things during travel.
Boy. All right, so before we even get started on this trip, you say you got to secure your phone, which would include what?
Yeah, that should definitely be part of your sort of pre-travel checklist. An expert I spoke with recommended first just setting a passcode or some other kind of lock screen verification like Face ID that just makes sure that not just anybody can get into your phone. And then you also might want to set up a phone location feature like the Find My app for Apple products. Most smartphones have those, and taking the time to set them up before you travel can be helpful if your device does go missing. Some of those features are still going to be available even if you don't set them up, but setting it up will just give you access to the full breadth of the features on those programs.
And with all the apps you're saying too, take the time, create some multi-factor authentication.
Definitely, yeah. That's always a great way to secure things. If you have apps on your phone like your bank app or for a credit card, you want to make sure that there are maybe multiple steps to go through to get into those apps if somebody does get a hold of your phone.
Okay, yeah. So, all right, so dive into the meat here. We're on vacation, who knows where, with the family, I don't know, wife, kids, or whatever, your partner. How do you find your lost phone? Step one, you realize it's gone.
Yeah, so step one is pretty simple and old-fashioned. The expert I spoke with said just call or message the device, see if anybody answers, and maybe they'll help you get it back. So that's a good place to start. If that doesn't work, you can also try those phone location features to sort of see where your phone is. The Find My app can show people where their phone is on a map, or it can play a sound to help you find its location. And so that's a great next step to take. And then once you find out where it is, then you can take appropriate action. Like if you left it in an Uber, you can reach out to the Uber driver, to the company, for instance, and they might be able to help you. It's also helpful to have analog backups for the things that you often rely on your phone for. As we were talking about, we don't often necessarily know the phone numbers of our emergency contacts or the directions to our hotels because we're expecting our phone to be able to do those things for us. So have those things written down just in case you need them.
Imagine that. Reaching into your pants pocket, pulling out a piece of paper for directions to get back to your hotel. Right.
I know most travelers probably haven't done that in a while.
Thanks, Nathan. Nathan Diller, consumer travel reporter at USA Today. 30 minutes now after the hour on This Morning, America's First News.
Picture this. You're lounging on a pristine beach in Mexico. The soft sand beneath your feet, the sun kissing your skin, and the gentle sound of waves lulling you into a state of pure relaxation. No more icy winds, no more snow shoveling, just endless sunshine and serenity. Say goodbye to the winter blues and hello to the ultimate getaway. You're on the KRMS Beat the Winter Blues trip, Part 2 to Costa Mujeres, one of the most exclusive areas of the Mexican Caribbean side, just a few minutes north of Cancun. We'll stay at the Riu Latino. It's an all-adult, all-inclusive 5-star luxury resort. We'll fly nonstop out of St. Louis to Cancun January 13th and return the 20th. It's a short bus ride from the airport to the resort, where you'll enjoy 5 incredible outdoor pools, 4 gourmet restaurants, endless white sand beaches, and turquoise water, all for just $17.99 per person. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall. 309-205-5749. That's 309-205-5749. You can get more information and sign up for this trip by going to one of our radio station websites and clicking on Beat the Winter Blues. This winter, trade in your snow boots for flip-flops and your scarves for swimsuits. It's time to experience the magic of Mexico with KRMS Radio and TV.
If you're struggling to keep up with conversations, avoiding restaurants because you can't understand the waiter, if you've got the TV volume way up, then you really need these. These tiny but powerful little hearing aids are the Nano CIC Rechargeable, priced at only $297 for a full pair. And no, these are not simply amplifiers. These are ultra high quality, ultra reliable hearing aids, priced thousands less than other hearing aids. They fit right in your ear, nothing shows on the back of your ear, and at only $297 for a full pair. When you order today, Nano will give you a 45-day money-back guarantee. Order right now and Nano will give you a free portable charging case, and even ship them to you for free. Here's the number. Call now.
800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. 800-984-7197. That's 800-984-7197.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-466-8813. 800-466-8813. That's 800-466-8813.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. You can meet with an InventHelp representative who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. Take action and get the help you need from InventHelp.
Call 1-800-215-7345. That's 1-800-215-7345. Again, 1-800-215-7345.
News Talk, KRMS.
Cutting through the clutter to bring you the people and stories that matter to you. You're listening to America's First News This Morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for spending time with us. Welcome into Friday, September 1. Gordon Deal with Dom Savino in for Jennifer Kashenka. Some of our top stories and headlines. Trump pleads not guilty in the Georgia election case. 2 Proud Boys leaders get at least 15 years in prison each for seditious conspiracy during the U.S. Capitol riot. The Washington Post says Border Patrol arrests at a record high 91,000 illegals who crossed as part of family groups last month. Atlanta Braves star Ronald Acuna Jr. is the first player to hit 30 home runs and steal 60 bases in a season. And the little boy who's giggling has made him a viral sensation. That story in about 20 minutes. Well, the Labor Department releases the August jobs report today, a preview from Mark Hamrick, senior economic analyst at Bankrate.com. Mark, what's the current job market status?
For the casual observer, which I suppose neither of us are, it might be easy to make the assumption here that the job market, because we have a low unemployment rate, is kind of the same as it has been before. And I don't think that's really the case. What we're really seeing now is more moderation in the job market. And it's almost sort of like getting back to something akin to normal that was pre-pandemic. You know, we really went through this violent and volatile period. And now things are kind of just calming down. You know, it's like somebody yelled across the room, you just need to calm down, job market. Well, that's kind of what's happening here. So I think that, you know, we don't know what the future holds, but I think we're kind of leveling out here a little bit. And I think that's probably ultimately something that many people will welcome, whether they're an employer, a worker, a consumer, et cetera.
Yeah. So to what do we owe this leveling out?
Well, first of all, I mean, normalization over time, right? Because the distortions that were caused by the pandemic, the shutting down of the economy, and then the really rapid effort to open it back up and all the supply chain disruptions, the sort of reshuffling of the way we do things, you know, dining outside, ordering food, you know, online, restaurants that now maybe have 3 revenue lines as opposed to just dining inside that they had in the past, just to use one example, and then the kind of huge rush for airline travel that we saw in the spring and summer. So there's also the issue of interest rate hikes that the Federal Reserve put in place beginning in March of last year, and those rates are very much relevant to the performance of the economy as we speak, in the sense that they are restricting economic activity and also causing higher costs for borrowing.
We're speaking with Mark Hamrick, senior economic analyst at Bankrate.com. We're previewing the August jobs report from the Labor Department. We're not quitting our jobs as much. What does that say?
Yes, that is something that is monitored by the Labor Department, and there's something called the quits rate, and this is both a number and a rate of workers quitting their jobs. And when that number is particularly heightened, that is seen as a measure of worker confidence, and as it has come down as it has, it's seen as workers perhaps thinking, you know, the job market isn't quite as robust or crazy as it was before, and maybe I just need to be a little more circumspect, particularly as we've been talking for a year and a half, or actually a year and 3/4 now, about the perception that there is still seen as a heightened risk of a recession. And one of the things that happens during recessions is people lose their jobs, not everyone, but some, and there's less opportunity for employment.
I feel like the pendulum has swung back and forth here in terms of momentum for employer versus employee. Any read broadly on who's got the momentum right now, or who's got the leverage or sway?
Yeah, that's a great question and a great point there, Gordon. And I think, first of all, it depends on what kind of work a person is doing. I think if one were, for example, in construction, home builders are doing all they can. At the same time, office building is slowing in many parts of the country. You see cranes in places like Nashville, but not so much here in the Washington, D.C. area, as an example. And we know that there's this whole issue about commercial office space and people backing out of offices that they previously occupied. That's just an example. But I would say broadly, I think the equation is slowly moving back toward employers, but don't overgeneralize about that, because we see unionized workers, for example, really commanding some huge wage increases or demanding or bargaining for them, and in some cases they're trying to make up for lost time. Let's remember that wage growth had really been failing to keep up with the pace of inflation, and only recently have we begun to see wages adjusted for inflation actually in the positive column.
Thanks, Mark. Mark Hamrick, Senior Economic Analyst at Bankrate.com. 20 minutes in front of the hour on This Morning, America's First News. Coming up next, when your bull rides shotgun in your sedan.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code HANDSOME at checkout. That's harrys.com, code HANDSOME. Enjoy!
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI.
I just learned Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. All the cash back from eating at your favorite soup dumpling restaurant doubled. All the cash back from that trip where you sort of learned to snowboard also doubled. And the best part, you don't have to do anything ridiculous to get it. Nope, Discover does it automatically. Seriously though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on, and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from Foster. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for spending time with us. Welcome into Friday, August 32nd. I always like to see if people are paying attention.
Is that what we're doing now?
Yeah, I don't know. Can we just make August a little longer?
I don't know.
That's
I
kind of what
don't
was looking for
particularly
there.
love August, but then, September does mean that summer's pretty much coming to an end. So, yes, we can keep August going for a little while.
Let's make it unofficial.
Okay.
Just for this moment in time on this program.
So kind of like Friday Eve, sort of in that vein.
Okay. Well, we're going Saturday Eve, August 32nd.
There we go. All right.
Time for the mic drop. Here's this morning's Mike Gavin.
Good morning. Well, with summer unofficially coming to a close this weekend, it's safe to say that one of the most memorable things about the season has been the Barbenheimer phenomenon, which saw both the Barbie and Oppenheimer movies blow up at the box office. You know who's also had a memorable summer? A Massachusetts woman named Barbie Oppenheimer.
Come on.
That's her name.
You're making that up.
Barbara Barbie Oppenheimer is a 68-year-old grandmother who's had quite a ride the past 6 weeks since the movie double feature roared into theaters in July. She says that people are often taken aback when she introduces herself and think she must be joking. And to be clear, she doesn't usually go by Barbie these days, but up until she was 12 years old, she says she did, because everyone wanted to be like Barbie back then. Then later, she became Barb, and now Barbara. And while many moviegoers couldn't decide whether they wanted to see Barbie or Oppenheimer when they first came out, it was an easy choice for Barbara since her husband is actually a distant relative of J. Robert Oppenheimer, who is the subject of the film.
No, I'm sorry. No, this is no way.
This is all real. I mean, I didn't call and talk to her myself, but according to the New York Post, this is all 100% legit.
She's Barbie Oppenheimer.
Yes.
Her husband is a relative of Robert Oppenheimer.
Yes.
Yeah.
So she's had quite a ride this summer. It's been a lot of fun. What are they going to do for an encore this fall? I have no idea. It's going to be very boring for them come wintertime.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
wow,
crazy. And with the ability to consume as much content as we all do on a daily basis, you might think we're all pretty jaded. We've seen it all, and there's nothing that can shock us anymore. Then this happened. A video has gone viral showing a man driving his car with a bull riding shotgun. Police in Nebraska detailed an encounter with the car, which had been modified to allow a Watusi bull to ride in the front passenger seat. Police were called in when someone reported a car driving into town with a cow in it, and officers assumed it would be something small like a calf that would actually fit inside of a vehicle. Instead, officers were shocked to find the full-grown bull, named Howdy Doody, by the way, that's a great name, was riding in the passenger seat, with the roof having been partially removed from the car to allow the animal to fit. Though there were definitely a lot that was illegal about transporting a bull in this way, officers chose to let the driver off with a warning, asking him to leave the city and take the bull back home.
First of all, you didn't even have to tell me where this story occurred.
Yeah.
Before I had already figured out it was Nebraska.
Nebraska?
Yeah, there had to be a Nebraska.
Or Texas. Texas
Maybe
also could have been a good spot for this. I lived in Texas for a couple of years, and I remember there'd be an annual parade that would go down Main Street, and they'd march a bull down Main Street. And I, as a boy from New Jersey, I could absolutely floored by how large these full-grown bulls are, how many guys it takes to keep a bull like that under control. So this guy stuffing it into a car and riding down the highway with it is just absolutely off the charts.
What struck me the most was obviously the sheer size of the animal, like the span of his horns.
Yeah.
And then that the guy had actually customized the passengers, the front passenger seat or side of the car to fit the bull in there.
This was not the first time that Howdy Doody has gone for a ride with this guy.
He's got like the gate from a farm, on the side of his car, like a pen.
It's a safety precaution. Yeah. We've got to keep everybody safe.
Oh my goodness, that is an unbelievable video. Thank you, Mike. 13 minutes in front of the hour on This Morning, America's First News.
If the weather is cooling off, but luckily your business is staying hot and you need to hire, then you need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire candidates. With tools like Instant Match, the moment you sponsor a post, you'll instantly receive a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. And you can even schedule and conduct interviews all from the Indeed website. Visit Indeed.com/credit to get $75 towards your first sponsored job. I just learned Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right, everything you earned doubled. All the cash back from eating at your favorite soup dumpling restaurant doubled. All the cash back from that trip where you sort of learned to snowboard also doubled. And the best part, you don't have to do anything ridiculous to get it. Nope, Discover does it automatically. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/match.
What I know about courage, I learned from my adoptive mom. She said sometimes you just gotta hold on and know we'll get through this. Mom, we are so high up. Hold my hand.
No, you hold my hand.
Here we go.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
Hey, you got this. Just breathe. Hey. Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
At first glance, Terrence and Shania have nothing in common. Terrence is a musician. He's constantly traveling. He's 32 years old, single with no kids, and started smoking when he was 16. Shania, on the other hand, just turned 45. She owns a coffee shop, she is married with 2 kids, and has never smoked. What makes Terrence and Shania similar is that they both have been diagnosed with small cell lung cancer, and it was caught early. That's right, small cell lung cancer can affect anyone. The good news is early lung cancer screenings can detect small cell lung cancer before it spreads, when the disease is most treatable. Join Stand Up to Cancer and Jazz Pharmaceuticals to raise awareness of small cell lung cancer and accelerate the pace of research. Ask your healthcare provider about screening options that might be right for you or a loved one. Visit standuptocancer.org/lung to learn more.
News Talk, KRMS.
We don't take sides. We deliver the information you need to start your day. You're listening to America's First News. This Morning with Gordon Deal.
Thanks for being with us. A new survey from Wallet Hub about Labor Day finds 55% of us plan to spend less on the holiday this year compared to last year. Also among the findings, many people have started working harder. 63% of us say we're doing so due to inflation. Inflation is also impacting Labor Day travel. 61% less likely to travel this Labor Day weekend due to inflation compared to last year. Job security, also a rising concern. 23% say we're worried about staying employed. There's also high demand for raises. 87% want a boost in pay to keep up with inflation. Some people are worried about AI. 37% are concerned that artificial intelligence will take their jobs. It's 8 minutes now in front of the hour on This Morning. Once again, here's Dom Savino.
And now, the 3 big things you need to know. Number 1.
Former President Donald Trump's trial in Fulton County, Georgia will be televised and live streamed. That's the ruling from a judge who said he will allow a YouTube stream of the case's hearings and trials. Yesterday, the former president pleaded not guilty to the 13 charges against him in the racketeering case. Spokesperson Alina Habba on Hannity.
From here, we actually get to litigate the case, which as an attorney, I look forward to. I know our legal team does as well, to getting to take our own turn at looking at all of the information and our own turn to put our side out.
This will be the first time cameras can capture proceedings in one of the 4 criminal cases brought against Trump this year.
Number 2.
Today, the Lone Star State becomes the nation's largest state by population to ban gender-affirming care for minors. That's after the Texas Supreme Court ordered the restrictions on transgender children can take effect. The new law prohibits gender-affirming care for patients under 18, including medication and surgery. The bill also requires the state's medical board revoke the license of any doctors who provide such care.
Number 3.
Student loans are one step closer to resuming. That starts today as interest begins accruing once again on federal student loan balances. The bigger milestone is now just 1 month away for millions of American borrowers. It's October 1st when payments will once again be due and the 3-year pause comes to an end. Thursday was a day Ronald Acuna Jr. will never forget. He better not. Last night, the Atlanta Braves star became the first player in MLB history to hit 30 home runs and steal 60 bases in the same season.
2-2 pitch on the way. Strikes one well to left field. Back to the wall. Screaming through the night. It's a grand slam. And Acuna doing MVP things here in the top of the second inning.
The call on 680 The Fan, and that's not all. Earlier in the day, Acuna got married to his longtime partner, Maria Laborde, in a small ceremony. Acuna says the newlyweds are saving their honeymoon until the season is over.
The guy's simply not human. He needs to be checked.
Insane.
Wow.
MVP, I think.
I remember, to date myself in 1986 with the Mets. It was a big deal that Howard Johnson was a 20-20 guy.
Right.
Now we're at 30-60.
Yeah.
Man. Thank you, Dom. 6 minutes now in front of the hour.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code HANDSOME at checkout. That's harrys.com, code HANDSOME. Enjoy!
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
Has your heater or air conditioner busted? Appliance broken? Computer crashed? Then you need an ARW home warranty. Home system and appliance repairs and replacements can cause stress and cost you thousands of dollars per year. With an A-plus BBB rating and a top-rated home warranty company on Consumer Affairs and Trustpilot, ARW Home provides superior service, featuring the industry's lowest service call fee. ARW Home has warranty plans that cover your kitchen and laundry appliances, heating and air conditioning systems, electrical and plumbing systems, and much more. Call 800-941-4085 to customize your plan. Plus, ARW has partnered with Azurian to protect your new and used tablets, laptops, TVs, and other home tech from accidental damage and wear and tear. All plans come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call 800-941-4085 for your free quote. That's 800-941-4085.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. 800-426-0557. That's 800-426-0557.
News Talk, KRMS.
Thanks for being with us. A touching new viral video on TikTok involving puppies and a child is sure to make you smile. The star of the endearing clip is a 4-year-old named TR. The laughing toddler is showered with affection by the 4 9-week-old golden retrievers who were seen jumping on TR, even tumbling him to the ground with their boundless energy. The video was taken by 28-year-old Christine Koroleva of Charlotte, North Carolina. She says the interaction between TR and the puppies happens almost daily. She runs Cerevich Cavaliers, a breeder of Cavalier King Charles Spaniels and Golden Retrievers. The followers' reaction to the TikTok video of the boy being swarmed by the Goldens are overwhelmingly positive and filled with joy, admiration, and emotional resonance. A commenter named Alyssa writes, quote, "This is pure happiness, puppies and laughter, one of the most precious things I've ever seen." That'll do it for this hour. For Dom Savino and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Hey, airline travelers, let's say you have a problem and you need to change or cancel an existing airline reservation. What do? Well, Skywatch is a free service that can help anyone with any airline reservation fix it. Whether you want to cancel it, change your dates, or add passengers, we can help fix your airline reservations so you get exactly what you need. We've updated our computer database and now have access to every airline around the globe. So now you can make one phone call regardless of who booked your airline tickets, and we'll change it, cancel it, and fix it for you. We know the insider secrets to fixing reservations that the airlines don't want you to know about. So if you need to cancel, change, or modify an existing airline reservation, call Skywatch right now. It's a free call, so let us fix it for you. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. 800-930-9129. That's 800-930-9129.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin with a look ahead at the holiday weekend. That's already begun. For some, you'll have plenty of company if you're getting away. Correspondent Chris Van Cleve checks in from LAX.
57% of Americans say they plan to take a trip for Labor Day, capping the busiest summer travel season on record. The TSA has already screened more than 227 million passengers since Memorial Day and expect another 14 million by Tuesday.
A massive search is underway for a convicted murderer who escaped from a prison near Philadelphia yesterday. Danilo Cavalcante was sentenced last week for murdering his ex-girlfriend in front of her two young children. CBS Philadelphia's Carrie Corrado is in Chester County.
Cavalcante is 5 feet tall, has long dark curly hair and brown eyes. Investigators say he is fluent in Portuguese and Spanish and speaks some English. He was last seen walking on South Wawasset Road. Neighbors say they are still trying to wrap their minds around all of this.
It's terrifying. I've never been a part of anything like this before, never saw anything like this in this small community.
Cavalcante is also wanted for murder in Brazil. People who live along Florida's Gulf Coast are returning to their homes to assess the damage from Hurricane Idalia. KTVT-TV's Jason Allen from Keaton Beach, Florida.
President Biden visited FEMA headquarters and promised help for those who need it.
We're making available federal assistance for Florida survivors whose homes are damaged or destroyed.
The president said he plans to visit Florida on Saturday.
The mayor of Maui is on the defense for dismissing reporters' questions about his actions when the deadly wildfire swept through. Richard Bisson's released a video detailing the day.
As the evening of the first day came, the horrific effects of the wildfire in Lahaina became apparent. At that time, the degree and magnitude was still unknown as the situation unfolded.
The mayor is facing calls to resign. Dealing with college debt? Time to pony up. CBS's Jason Brooks.
A 3.5-year moratorium on student loan payments and interest accrual is ending, with interest once again accruing starting today and payments scheduled to resume in October. Around 44 million Americans will have to factor those loan payments into their monthly budgets, with those who graduated from college during the pandemic having never made a payment.
Meet baseball's first 30-60 man.
Ronald hammers this to left center. That ball is history.
The Braves' Ronald Acuna Jr. with his 30th home run of the season, a grand slam on Bally. Coupled with his 60 stolen bases, it's a first in the MLB and all on his wedding night. He's postponing the honeymoon until November. By the way, Braves beat the Dodgers 8-7. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Embarrassed by ugly.
Lake News Now.
I'm John Roker, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories: a new state law banning doctors and medical staff from giving puberty blockers to minors or performing transgender surgery on them is now in effect. State Attorney General Andrew Bailey has also sent out warning letters to hospitals and clinics providing such services to immediately cease experimental treatment of minors.
This is a huge win in the fight to protect children in the state of Missouri, but also nationwide. I mean, look, other states had passed similar legislation prior to us, and that legislation had been challenged in courts. We're the first state to win.
The new law does allow minors to continue their transition if it's already underway. 3 people are dead, including 2 teenagers, after a 4-vehicle accident on Highway 63 south of County Road 5170 in Phelps County. This happened shortly before 9 p.m. Wednesday night when a northbound car crossed over the center line, sideswiping a southbound SUV before striking another car head-on. Another southbound vehicle was then struck by the first car. Pronounced dead at the scene were an 18-year-old from Edgar Springs, a 19-year-old from Rolla, and a 61-year-old from Newburgh. 2 juveniles from Edgar Springs were also injured. And a Jefferson City man wanted on misdemeanor warrants out of Cooper County and Montgomery County has been taken into custody by the Highway Patrol late Wednesday afternoon in Miller County. The patrol says that 44-year-old Enoch Chippewa was operating a commercial vehicle without a CDL license and that the vehicle had an inoperable turn signal. He was taken to the Miller County Jail. That's your Lake News Now. I'm John Roger.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 84. Clear skies overnight tonight with a low around 61. Warmer on Saturday, sunny and 89, then clear skies and 66 Saturday night. Still sunny on Sunday with a high of 92 and clear and 73 throughout Sunday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the Shootout, is 82 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 54 degrees.
Attention all authors. Page Publishing is looking for authors. Have you written a book and want to get it published? Page Publishing will get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, Apple iTunes, and other outlets. They handle all aspects of the publishing process for you. Printing, cover art, publicity, copyright, and editing. Call 800-506-3573 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-506-3573 for your free author submission kit. Again, 800-506-3573.
This is America in the Morning from Westwood One. Good morning, I'm John Trout. It's Friday, September 1st, 2023. Here's what's coming up on America in the Morning.
Cleanup officially begins in the southeast after Idalia tears through the region.
Will not be the same after the cleanup's done.
I'm Clayton Neville.
The age and health of the Senate's top Republican has become an issue.
You have to know when to leave.
I'm Lindy Kenyon in Washington.
Donald Trump pleads not guilty in the Georgia election subversion case. I'm Mike Hempen.
A lengthy prison term is handed down to a former organizer of the Proud Boys, Jackie Quinn Washington.
On Wall Street, a losing August is in the books for stocks, but the momentum is positive and there's hope for September. I'm Jessica Ettinger.
A YouTube influencer on parenting has been arrested. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
And celebrating volleyball. Correspondent Gethin Coolball will have that all ahead on America in the Morning. It's 7 after. The impacts of what was Hurricane Idalia are becoming evident as the storm moves away from the U.S. Correspondent Clayton Neville has the latest on recovery from the storm that made landfall on Florida's west coast Wednesday.
FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell was on the ground in Florida yesterday, touring some of the hardest hit areas.
See firsthand the impacts that the communities have had so we can determine what level of assistance and what other programs we'll need to bring in to help support those people that were in the storm's path, help them on their road to recovery.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis also visited counties hit hardest by the storm and met with local leaders there.
There has been significant damage, particularly along Florida's Big Bend, but the community is resilient, and we are going to work hard to make sure people get what they need.
Flash flooding, downed trees, and power outages from Big Bend to Tallahassee, and destruction into Valdosta, Georgia. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp.
I've had multiple people texting me in Valdosta saying that city will not be the same after the cleanup's done, and that it was as bad as anything they've ever seen.
At least 3 deaths have been connected to the storm, which weakened as it moved through the Carolinas, but still brought high wind and massive storm surge. Over 9 feet to Charleston, South Carolina, sending water over the seawall into the historic downtown, where cleanup is happening now. The recovery phase is beginning. President Biden spoke with Governor DeSantis, as he has a few times over the past couple days.
Let him know that I approved his major disaster declaration. And I also spoke with Governor McMaster's and with the for South Carolina's emergency declaration as well.
The president met with staff at the FEMA office in Washington, D.C., and used the hurricane and the recent wildfires in Maui as examples why he wants Congress to commit more money to disaster relief in the wake of extreme weather.
We need this money done. We need this disaster relief request met. We need to do it in September. We can't wait.
The president plans to visit Florida on Saturday to tour hurricane damage. I'm Clayton Neville.
It's 9 after. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell's health remains a concern on Capitol Hill. Correspondent Linda Kenyon has the story from Washington.
He's the longest-serving Senate leader in U.S. history. He holds a tight grip on his Republican caucus. He's known for his political tactical skills. He's also 81 years old, a childhood survivor of polio who suffered 2 falls in Finland and in Washington this year, and a separate fall in March that left him with a concussion and a rib fracture. But it was his freeze-up during his weekly press conference in the Capitol in July, and the most recent one earlier this week in his home state of Kentucky, that has heightened concerns about his ability to continue to serve. Here's how it played out this week.
What are my thoughts about what? Running for re-election in 2026.
Then the silence as the senator froze up, unable to respond to the question for roughly 30 seconds, until a staff member stepped in.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
Still frozen.
All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute.
The press was stunned, his colleagues even more so. And when President Biden was asked to respond,
I spoke to Mitch. He's a friend, and I spoke to him today, and he was his old self on the telephone.
Biden, whose own age has become an issue as he campaigns for re-election, said McConnell is going to be just fine.
It's not at all unusual to have the response that sometimes happens to Mitch when you've had a severe concussion.
In fact, the Capitol attending physician, Dr. Brian Monahan, said he consulted with Senator McConnell and conferred with the GOP leader's neurology team and said occasional lightheadedness is not uncommon in concussion recovery and can also be expected as a result of dehydration. Whether it's dehydration or lightheadedness, GOP presidential contender Nikki Haley says,
right now the Senate is the most privileged nursing home in the country.
Speaking on Fox News, she added,
Mitch McConnell has done some great things and he deserves credit, but you have to know when to leave.
Senator McConnell is not up for re-election until 2026. And as you've heard, there's still no firm answer about his plans for the future. Linda Kenyon, Washington.
12 after. Heavy prison sentence for Proud Boys member. That and more when America in the Morning continues after these messages.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288.
Embarrassed by ugly yellow toe fungus?
Living with toe fungus it's embarrassing. I was afraid to take my socks off. I hid my yellow and crumbly toes from everybody.
Introducing Crystal Flush. Crystal Flush is the only FDA-registered 2-in-1 home treatment that attacks your toe fungus from both the inside and out. Crystal Flush's new and different combination system knocks out toe fungus for good. Guaranteed.
Crystal Flush is different. After just a few weeks, my fungus was gone. I mean, 100% disappeared. Crystal Flush was the only thing that ever worked. So if you're skeptical because you tried a bunch of other stuff, Crystal Flush is different. This is a game changer.
Crystal Flush is now available without a prescription, but it is not available in stores. Get your risk-free supply today. Go to crystalflush.com. That's CRYSTAL flush.com. Stop being embarrassed by ugly yellow toenails. Go to crystalflush.com or call 800-204-4484.
This is America in the Morning. It's 14 after. The national forecast from AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski. Carl?
On this Friday, many folks will be traveling to Labor Day weekend destinations, and thankfully across much of the country, the weather will be quiet. Of course, Idalia now long gone. It's a post-tropical cyclone located in the Atlantic, and there will still be cleanup efforts in the southeast, especially in Florida. But today, only a few widely separated thunderstorms are expected in Alabama and along the Gulf Coast. Temperatures will be mostly in the 90s, so take frequent breaks if you're outside and stay hydrated. Now, across the southwest, there will be some shower and thunderstorm activity, and some of the rain could be heavy. A trough of low pressure is moving onto the west coast into California. That'll tap into some rich moisture that'll be lifted northward. Flood watches have been posted for southern Nevada and parts of southern Utah, which run through Saturday evening. So storms could be heavy rain producers today, and there also are some wind advisories out for southern Nevada. Winds could gust as high as 50 miles per hour. So lots going on out there. Elsewhere in the country, across the Great Lakes and in the Northeast, very quiet weather will prevail. Complements of high pressure that is spreading slowly to the east. There still will be some rough surf and strong rip currents at area beaches in the Northeast because of all the tropical activity that's going on out in the Atlantic. But with low humidity and plenty of sun today, high temperatures from Boston all the way into the Midwest will be mostly in the 80s. It'll be even cooler in parts of northern New England. And in the Pacific Northwest, where a few showers have occurred lately, there still will be some clouds and a spotty shower early today, but also stretches of time that are rain-free. And that's the weather across America. Breezy and hot in Minneapolis with sun, high 91. Maybe a shower in Nashville, high 87. That's the nation's weather. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
16 minutes after the hour now, I'm John Trout. This is America in the Morning. Donald Trump officially pleads not guilty in the Georgia election subversion case. As correspondent Mike Hempen reports, the 19 defendants who will stand trial, the former president included, are sparring with state prosecutors over when the trial might start and whether it will be a state or federal court.
Former President Trump entered the not guilty plea Thursday morning. Trump and 18 others are accused of illegally trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election in Georgia. By pleading not guilty, Trump won't have to show up for the arraignment hearings set for next week. Several other people charged in the 41-count indictment already have waived arraignment, saving them a trip to the Atlanta courthouse. The case and the logistics of bringing it to trial are likely to be complicated. Legal maneuvering by several of those charged already has started. I'm Mike Hempen.
The judge in Fulton County overseeing the 2020 Georgia election interference case ruled that all proceedings in his courtroom will be televised and live streamed, saying he wanted transparency for both sides. A lengthy prison term handed down to a former organizer of the Proud Boys far-right group accused of breaking the police line that was trying to protect the U.S. Capitol on January 6, 2021. With that story, here's correspondent Jackie Quinn.
Florida resident Joseph Biggs has gotten a 17-year prison term, the second longest so far, for seditious conspiracy and other charges for his role in the Capitol insurrection. Biggs, an Army veteran, admitted that he messed up that day and says he was seduced by the crowd of Trump supporters that tried to stop Congress from certifying the election. U.S. District Judge Timothy Kelly agreed with prosecutors that there was an element of terrorism to the crime and said it was not his job to label Biggs a terrorist, but it is his job to send a message of deterrence so that another January 6th never happens. 4 more Proud Boys members are due to be sentenced in the coming days. Jackie Quinn, Washington.
18 after, Toodles Ticketmaster, Pop Divas concert movie. When America in the Morning continues after these messages.
Are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You could enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environments. Go to My Computer Career and take the free career evaluation. You could start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time. mycomputercareer.edu.
Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie bundles let you create your own delicious combo. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, and a medium hot coffee. But it's obvious which combo's the best. Sausage biscuit and small seasoned potatoes. Well, maybe it's the fresh cracked egg and cheese biscuit with a medium hot coffee. Or 2 savory sausage biscuits. Whichever you pick, you can't go wrong. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new 2 for $3 Biggie bundles.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Let's face it, talking about life insurance is never easy. But after we watched a close friend lose her husband with no insurance, we decided that wasn't going to happen to our family.
Yeah, but shopping for life insurance can be almost as difficult as talking about it.
But then we heard about Ethos Life Insurance. They're a new kind of life insurance, built for people on a busy schedule who don't have time for unnecessary doctor's visits, fine print, or hidden fees. You know, who want to keep it simple.
I couldn't believe how easy it was. We answered a few basic questions, and within minutes, we had an estimate of what it would cost and what sort of policy made sense for us.
I never imagined a life insurance could be so affordable.
And accessible.
The peace of mind knowing that our future is secure, it just removes a lot of the fear around getting older and...
Yeah, the unexpected.
I'm glad we talked about it.
I'm glad we went with ethoslife.com.
Go to getethos.com now for your free estimate. That's getethos.com. Getethos.com.
Back now at 20 after, this is America in the Morning. The United Auto Workers Union has filed unfair labor practice charges against automakers Stellantis and General Motors, claiming the companies are not bargaining with the union in good faith or a timely manner. This after both companies purportedly didn't respond to union demands. The unions asked for a 46% wage increase, restoration of traditional pensions, cost of living increases, and increasing retiree benefits, and voted to authorize a strike as soon as September 15th against Detroit's big 3 automakers. On how we'll find markets at the opening bell today, here's CNBC's Jessica Ettinger.
Wall Street opens this morning for a Jobs Friday, as the big August employment report will be out later this morning. Plus, it's the first day of September trading. Normally, September's the worst month for stocks. Major averages were all down at least 1.5% last month. Could that happen again?
I feel as though we've built a cushion and we can just survive through September with nothing more than a garden variety correction overall.
Virtus Investments' Joe Terranova on CNBC. It is a Jobs Friday today. So far, some weaker than expected economic data has been taken by investors as good news. It means the economy's slowing. The Fed could maybe be convinced it doesn't have to raise interest rates any higher. The unemployment rate is forecast to hold steady for August at 3.5%, near a 50-year low. Homeowners in parts of Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina may be spending part of their long Labor Day holiday weekend doing cleanup after Hurricane Idalia. Insurance companies are bracing for claims in the billions. But the Wall Street Journal says 12% of homeowners don't buy homeowners insurance at all anymore. and more companies have left various states.
Florida in particular has been in a peculiar insurance environment. Many insurers have folded or fled over the past few years. They just could not make the numbers work there. The state insurer of last resort, Citizens, saw a boom in customers, probably because they couldn't get policies elsewhere or could not afford them. According to the Insurance Institute, the average insurance premium for homeowners in Florida has spiked by 42% year over year to an average of $6,000.
CNBC's Contessa Brewer.
The next double feature in an attempt to bring people into theaters has arrived. Tell us about that.
Well, Barbie and Oppenheimer opening on the same weekend. Barbenheimer, it was a big win. The next tie-up is being called Exor-Swift.
Taylor Swift's concert movie is going to be launching on October 13th. That's the same day as The Exorcist Believer. It's a film coming from CNBC's sister company, Universal Pictures. This could potentially launch the next Barbenheimer double feature phenomenon. Swift's record-breaking Eras Tour, all 2 hours and 45 minutes of it, will be available for fans at the movie theater for a lot less than the cost of her concert. Tickets are priced at $19.89, and all the major theater chains will run the movie for 4 weekends.
CNBC's Julia Borston. On today's watch list, we mentioned it's Jobs Friday. Investors will look for the August employment report this morning coming from the Labor Department. The pandemic payment pause on student loans expires. New in theaters, Columbia's Equalizer 3 with Denzel Washington.
CNBC's Jessica Ettinger on this first Friday of September. It's 24 after. When we return on America in the Morning, social media momfluencer now behind bars. We'll have that and more after these messages.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep. And a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements. Learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better. Night after night. Sleep next level. Only from Sleep Number.
Don't miss our Labor Day special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. Plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor.
Are you working way too hard for way too little? There's never been a better time to consider a career in IT. You could enjoy a recession-resistant career in a rewarding field with plenty of growth opportunities and often flexible work environments. Go to My Computer Career and take the free career evaluation. You could start your new career in months, not years. Take classes online or on campus, and financial aid is available to qualified students, including the GI Bill. Now is the time. MyComputerCareer.edu.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
What would you give for a child you loved? To make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you'd do. You see, wishes are so powerful, and you can make them real. They can give a child back their childhood, even change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars align. Because when we come together, hope and joy will shine. Wishes need stars like you. Visit makeawish@wish.org.
"26 past now. This is America in the Morning." She's known as a momfluencer with her own YouTube channel as a self-proclaimed expert on parenting. As Lisa Dwyer reports, however, the Utah woman who gave online advice is now behind bars, suspected of serious child abuse.
A Utah woman who gave online parenting advice via a YouTube channel has been arrested on suspicion of aggravated child abuse after 2 of her children were found to be malnourished. Ruby Frankie, whose now defunct channel 8 Passengers featuring her family, was arrested at the home of Jody Hildebrand. Officers say Ruby Frankie's 12-year-old son ran from Hildebrandt's house to a neighbor's house, asking for food and water. Authorities say the neighbor saw duct tape on the boy's ankles and wrists and called law enforcement. The boy was taken to a hospital where he was treated for deep lacerations from being tied up with rope and for malnourishment. Frankie's 10-year-old daughter was also located at Hildebrandt's house and hospitalized. The women are being held without bail. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
A Midwestern state celebrates its love for volleyball in a big way. Correspondent Gethin Coolball reports.
Nebraska's fight song begins, "There is no place like Nebraska." When it comes to volleyball, those words never rang more true than Wednesday night. The Cornhuskers laid claim to the world record for largest attendance at a women's sporting event, with 92,003 people filling Memorial Stadium for their volleyball match against Omaha. The university took aim at the record last spring when it announced it would hold a day-long celebration of a sport that enjoys immense popularity in the state of fewer than 2 million. I'm Gethin Coolbaugh.
America in the Morning for Friday, September 1st, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay. Senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm John Trout. This is Westwood One.
Do you have a car sitting around you want to get rid of? Then here's a great idea. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Yes, one fast call to the Veteran Car Donation Program and we'll come and remove your car for free. Fast, free towing, and 24-hour response. You can donate most cars, trucks, or SUVs in most conditions. The proceeds raised goes to help active military, veterans, and their families, and you get a tax deduction. All you need to do is make this free call. Get rid of that old car and help the vets. We make it easy. Make this free call now and book your fast and easy pickup. Call the Veteran Donation Program now. Donate your car and help veterans and their families. Operators are standing by. Here's the number.
800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. 800-540-8816. That's 800-540-8816.
Christian Faith Publishing is looking for Christian authors of all types of books. And unlike most publishers, Christian Faith Publishing reviews each and every book submitted to them, and they give you their feedback. And if they like what they read, they'll get your book into bookstores and for sale online at Amazon, the Apple iTunes Store, Barnes & Noble, and other outlets. They handle everything: editing, cover design, copyright protection, printing, publicity, and distribution. So whether you've written an inspirational work, a novel, a children's book, poetry, or a biography, and want to get it published, you need to call Christian Faith Publishing and do it immediately.
Call 800-615-7736 now for your free author submission kit. That's 800-615-7736. Again, for your free author submission kit, call 800-615-7736. That's 800-615-7736. Work with a publisher who shares your core Christian values of integrity and honesty. Call Christian Faith Publishing at 800-615-7736 for your free author submission kit.
Is your bathroom looking old and worn out? Want to update it, but you don't know where to start? Then let BCI Bath & Shower show you how to turn that old bath into an aisle of beauty and functionality. Our residential bathroom solutions provide the best value on the market, and our customer service is second to none. Our cost-effective BCI Bath & Shower family of products has what you need.
Remodeling our bathroom was a big decision for us.
They didn't make a mess out of our house at all. And at the end of the day, we had a beautiful new bathroom. And it was a great experience the whole way through.
We have the best monthly payment programs in the industry, with payments as low as $68 per month or no interest, no payments for 18 months. For a limited time, be one of the first 100 callers who schedule a free in-home consultation and receive $500 off. Call 800-721-9985 for a free no-obligation price quote. That's 800-721-9985. Factory-trained and certified installers made in the USA and discounts for seniors and military. BCI Bath & Shower, the leader in affordable bathroom products. That's 800-721-9985.
This is America in the Morning from Westwood One. I'm John Trout. Coming up this half hour.
After Hurricane Idalia pounded Florida, it barreled through Georgia and the Carolinas. I'm Donna Warder.
The Labor Day holiday travel period is already underway.
Is that pent-up travel demand?
I'm Jackie Quinn.
A federal agency is recommending that marijuana be reclassified as a less dangerous controlled substance. Jennifer King, Washington.
Secretaries of State anticipating lawsuits to keep former President Trump off the ballot in 2024. I'm Clayton Neville.
North Korea has said it has simulated nuclear attacks on South Korea. I'm Karen Chamas.
A majority of travelers are experiencing quite a few negative issues. I'm Stephen Kaufman.
Back after these messages.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the Lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage, Team Lassen, All Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of Newstalk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
Do.
Welcome back. Here with America in the Morning, 25 till. AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski shares with us his national forecast and what he's following on the surface map.
Of course, the tropical Atlantic has really heated up within the past week or two. Thankfully, Idalia is now long gone, a post-tropical cyclone located in the Atlantic. Also out in the middle of the Atlantic, we have Tropical Storm Jose and Hurricane Franklin. And there's even a separate disturbance that's going to be monitored closely over the next day or two. Now, the only thing that all these systems will manage to do is bring some rough surf and strong rip currents to the East Coast beaches. And while it may not be a big deal in a few weeks, of course, this is Labor Day weekend we have coming upon us. So as lots of folks hit the beaches, you'll want to be mindful that you'll want to only bathe where there are lifeguards present and use extra care because rip currents can be deadly. Temperatures in the Northeast today are expected to be in the 70s and 80s with low humidity, and there will be plenty of sunshine due to the high-pressure system that's located over the Midwest. Midwest is looking pretty good, too. There certainly will be no lack of sunshine in cities like Chicago, Cleveland, and Detroit, where highs will be in the mid-80s. In the Southwest, there will be some showers and heavy, gusty thunderstorms. A trough of low pressure moving into the western third of the country, helping pick up some moisture and depositing it on southern Nevada and Utah, where there are some flood watches that will be in effect through Saturday evening. So there could be some very heavy rain. Wind advisories out for parts of Nevada as well. Gusts could be as high as 50 miles per hour. It's very quiet across the plain states. Temperatures mostly in the 80s and 90s across Texas. And there's no current activity in the Gulf of Mexico, tropically speaking, to talk about. Should be a quiet weekend. That's the nation's weather. I'm AccuWeather.com meteorologist Carl Babinski.
It's now 23 till. America in the Morning continues. I'm John Trout. There are many stories of survival and tears for what was lost after Hurricane Idalia pounded Florida and then barreled through Georgia and the Carolinas. Correspondent Donna Warder reports.
This just is not a rain and water event. This is going to be a major storm surge, something you cannot survive. And that got a lot of people talked into, the ones that used to stay here. They were ready to leave then.
It was an elevated house of about 8 foot off the ground, but when the storm surge hit it and waves on top of the storm surge, it busted it all to pieces and it's gone.
The piano's destroyed, water come through the windows are busted out, and it's God's world. It's God's church house. So the pit in your stomach is not describable.
Once you feel you've been through a few of these and you've survived, kind of makes you a little bit optimistic.
People have lost their businesses, their livelihood. We need a little bit of help.
Fire Chief Billy Floyd surveyed the damage on Cherry Grove Beach in North Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. He spoke to WPDE.
We're pretty confident that it was either a water spout that came onshore, whether it ended as a microburst or some small, short-lived tornado.
The storm sent seawater flowing over sand dunes and spilling onto beachfront streets.
The top of the roof just caved, slapped in on me and my 3 kids and my grandson. My daughter is pregnant. She's 5 months pregnant, so she was laying on the side of the bed where the roof was coming in, and it fell on her, but I was able to pull her out of it.
In Charleston, a storm surge topped the seawall that protects the downtown, sending ankle-deep ocean water onto the streets.
When the storm waters rose, these folks were cut off from land, and they had no ability whatsoever to go out there and, pick themselves up and get through many feet of water. In some places, 7 feet of storm surge was observed out there.
A tornado flipped a car in suburban Goose Creek, South Carolina, causing minor injuries. I'm Donna Warder.
It's 21 till. Whether by plane, train, or automobile, the Labor Day holiday travel period is already underway, bringing extra volume to America's highways and skyways. Correspondent Jackie Quinn reports on what you may not know to make the trip a little easier.
Basically, anytime after 11 in the morning, you're going to have pretty bad traffic. So the best times to leave if you're hitting the road over Labor Day weekend are always early in the morning. As early as you can leave, the better. Get a good night's rest, get your car ready the night before, and then hit the road early.
The AAA's Aisca Diaz says travelers are on the move this holiday weekend.
There is that pent-up travel demand post-pandemic.
For those heading to beach or park destinations, make sure they're not impacted by Hurricane Idalia.
The theme parks are fine. The theme parks are operating like normal, and we anticipate people who had road trips planned perhaps to some of the North Carolina beaches, Wilmington, or in South Carolina, perhaps Charleston or Georgia, the Georgia coast. Those road trips might be affected, and yes, obviously people should avoid any flooded areas or areas that saw damage.
And for those traveling by car?
We got a bit of relief at the beginning of August, then they started going back up. Then the past few days, they've started to come back down. And now with the storms, they've been creeping a little bit back up. But gas prices are comparable to what they were last summer. So we're not paying much more than we were last summer.
She says more and more people are flying to overseas destinations this Labor Day weekend.
AAA booking data shows that international travel is up 44% compared to last year.
AAA says this is expected to be the peak flying day, with some 52,000 flights booked.
Having extra water in your car, having granola bars or any dry snack that's not going to melt in your car, but that can keep in your car, but that would give you sustenance if you were stuck in the vehicle for a long time. Any medications or anything that potentially, if you were in your vehicle for a long period of time, do you need that? Think of your pets and think of your little kids.
I'm Jackie Quinn.
America in the Morning continues. The Biden administration is recommending that marijuana be reclassified as a less dangerous controlled substance. Correspondent Jennifer King reports.
Should cannabis be changed from a Schedule I controlled substance like LSD and heroin to a Schedule III like anabolic steroids or Tylenol with codeine? That's the recommendation by Health and Human Services to the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency. Secretary Javier Becerra says his agency's responding to President Biden's request last October. The change would reduce criminal penalties for possession.
The president asked Secretary of HHS and also the Attorney General to initiate the administrative process to review how marijuana is scheduled, as you just kind of laid out. The administration process is an independent process. I want to be very clear on that. That is led by HHS and DOJ. It is going to be very much guided by evidence.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
The president has always supported the legalization of marijuana for medical purposes. He's been very clear about that. Where appropriate, consistent with medical and scientific evidence. That is why it is important for this review, this independent review, that is going to be, again, guided by evidence to go through. And so I'm just not going to get ahead of what HHS is going to, the decision that they've made, or get ahead of eventually what the DOJ is going to move forward with.
Amid concerns about the need for more research on issues like dependency and mental health, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer hailed the news, saying the DEA should follow through to reduce the harm caused by what he calls draconian marijuana laws. Jennifer King, Washington.
A Texas law that drag show performers fear will shut them down has been temporarily blocked by a federal judge. With that story, here's correspondent Lisa Dwyer.
A federal judge has issued a temporary restraining order blocking a new Texas law that drag artists fear will shut them down or put them in jail. The law, approved by the Republican-controlled legislature, was supposed to take effect September 1st and would expand the legal definition of what is considered to be an illegal public performance of sexual conduct in front of children. Critics argued that the definition was so broad that it would have criminalized the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. The injunction follows similar rulings against drag performance bans in other states, including Florida and Tennessee. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
16 till. When we return on America in the Morning, legal moves to stop Trump's candidacy. After these messages.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head, comb it over, wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence, because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration experts, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out today, because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to anyone that texts BRUSH to 200-300. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad, because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part? Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let Bosley show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text BRUSH to 200-300. That's BRUSH to 200-300.
It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves. If you're not boating, you're thinking about it. Riding the waves until the sun goes down. Learn it all here, all the boats and gear, and tipsy shares to stay safe out there. It's time for Captain Bob. It's Bob's No Wake Zone Boating Radio Show, making radio waves.
Saturday mornings at 10:06.
Save big money in your next exterior stain project with 11% off everything at Menards. Tri-Cabot premium stains and finishes for unbeatable quality and protection against weathering for your exterior wood surfaces. Australian Timber Oil provides translucent, rich color and dimension to decks, siding, railings, and outdoor furniture. A gallon of Australian Timber Oil is $49.98, plus save 11%. Good through September 4th, savings are mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Back now at 14 till. This is America in the Morning. I'm John Trout. Potential legal efforts are looming to keep former President Donald Trump off the presidential ballot in 2024. Correspondent Clayton Neville reports.
Key battleground states like Michigan and New Hampshire are exploring an insurrection or rebellion clause in the Constitution related to former President Trump's alleged involvement in inspiring the January 6th riot.
We have to live with that for 4 more years. We're just not going to let that happen. And Mike Pence is going to have to come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country.
The so-called rebellion clause bans anyone who took an oath to uphold the Constitution but then engaged in insurrection or rebellion against it. New Hampshire's Republican Secretary of State David Scanlon's now asking the state's Attorney General to look into the possibilities related to Trump and how they could impact the election cycle. Scanlon insisting, though, the move is strictly to get a better understanding ahead of anticipated lawsuits. Last year, groups of liberal activists tried to use the 14th Amendment to disqualify other lawmakers who were said to be involved in the riot. Most of those cases didn't get far in court. Meanwhile, the Secretary of State in Michigan says she's speaking with other states about the possibility of exploring the move. I'm Clayton Neville.
North Korea has said it has simulated nuclear attacks on South Korea and has also rehearsed the occupation of its rival's territory, moves being closely watched by both Japan and the U.S. Correspondent Karen Shamas has that story.
North Korea's military said it fired 2 tactical ballistic missiles from the capital overnight to practice scorched earth strikes at logistical targets in South Korea. North Korea said its missile tests were a response to the United States flyover of long-range bombers for joint aerial training with South Korea earlier in the day. Joint training between the US and South Korea continued the following day. US Captain Sean Kasperson said the joint exercises showed improvement in the two countries' teamwork.
We've been able to learn a lot from each other and really build our proficiency and integrate together to work as one unit.
North Korea's missile launches were the latest in the North's barrage of weapons tests since last year. I'm Karen Chamas.
12 till now on America in the Morning. 2 former members of the Proud Boys who were convicted of seditious conspiracy have learned their fate for their roles in the Capitol riot. Ed Donahue reports the judge handed down 2 of the longest prison terms yet regarding the events of January 6th.
One of the organizers of the Proud Boys, Joseph Biggs, got a 17-year sentence. Zachary Rell got a 15-year sentence.
A couple years would have been enough time. These sentences are obscene.
Attorney Norm Pattis represents both men. Prosecutors say Biggs and other Proud Boys committed among the most serious crimes this court will consider, pushing the U.S. government to the edge of a constitutional crisis. Rell was seen on video spraying a chemical irritant at law enforcement officers outside the Capitol. Prosecutors say he repeatedly lied about that assault when he testified at his trial.
As far as I'm concerned, they're patriots. They're not terrorists, and I don't care what the court has to say about it.
The leader of the Proud Boys, Enrique Tarrio, is expected to be sentenced next week. Ed Donahue, Washington.
One less thing to worry about. You can check this off the list. Taking orders from your robot overlords. The invasion has been postponed until the economy improves. Chuck Palm has that in today's Tech News.
According to a report compiled by the Association for Advancing Automation, also known as A3, the robot invasion has been canceled due to a poor economy. Jeff Bernstein, president of A3, said in an interview, "People are worried about inflation in the economy, and it puts a damper on everything, and they hold off making major purchases." Statistics show that automated robot orders have gone down 37% from last year. A3 also reported they believe the slow orders will continue through the fourth quarter into next year. And the SEC has delayed yet another decision on whether to approve applications for spot Bitcoin exchange-traded funds. This time, the delay comes to Invesco, WisdomTree, and Valkyrie as the SEC pushed back the decision dates by at least several weeks to mid-October. This comes just 2 days after federal appeals court said that the SEC was wrong to reject applications for Grayscale's EFT. Tell us what you think at allthetoptech.tech. I'm Chuck Palm.
9 till now. With Friday Sports, here's Robert Workman.
The top 2 teams in the major league squared off in L.A. last night. The first-place Braves edged the NL West leading Dodgers 8-7. Ronald Acuna Jr. got things going early with a grand slam, making him the first player to hit 30 homers and steal 60 bases in the same season. That was part of a 6-run second inning, just enough for Spencer Strider to become the first 16-game winner in the Bigs this year. L.A. came back with 4 long balls, 2 of them by Mookie Betts, to turn it into a nail-biter, and they've got 3 more games coming up this weekend. The Giants scored 6 times in the third and rolled over the Padres. Marlins down the Nationals to get back to 500. And the Tigers tipped the Yankees in 10 innings. New York tied it in the ninth on Anthony Volpe's 3-run oppo shot. That makes him the second rookie with 20 homers and 20 steals this year after Arizona's Corbin Carroll. 2 2020 rookies in a year has only happened twice before, but one of those was last year with Julio Rodriguez and Bobby Witt Jr. The Guardians revamped their pitching staff for the stretch run, courtesy of the Angels' salary dump. Cleveland claimed starter Lucas Giolito and relievers Matt Moore and Reynaldo Lopez all waived by the Halos as they waved the white flag on the season. 2 other Angels were also claimed off waivers, reliever Dominic Leone to the Mariners and outfielder Hunter Renfroe going to the Reds, who also added outfielder Harrison Bader off waivers from the Yankees. College football, week 1, number 14 Utah beat Florida 24-11. A bit of revenge for last year's season-opening loss in the Swamp. Bryson Barnes put those memories away early with a 70-yard TD pass to Money Parks on the Utes' first play from scrimmage. 20 of the top 25 teams are in action on Saturday, led by number 1 Georgia, starting its quest for a three-peat at home with UT Martin. U.S. Open tennis, top seed Carlos Alcaraz sailed into the third round, along with women's number 2 Aryna Sabalenka and American Jessica Pegula, the third seed, and the NASCAR playoffs begin Sunday evening at Darlington. That's Friday Sports.
Friday Sports with Robert Workman, now 7 till on America in the Morning. When we return, the modern day holiday. It's no vacation after these messages.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288. 800-893-2288.
Are you drowning in IRS tax debt?
I owe the IRS $37,000.
Get ready for a toll-free hotline. Take advantage of new IRS tax forgiveness programs that may protect you from IRS collection agencies. They have the power to garnish your wages, put liens on your property, and levy your bank account. Civic Tax Relief can help protect you from the IRS.
Civic Tax Relief basically represented me against the IRS, and by the time everything was completed, I didn't owe the IRS anything.
Find out about the Fresh Start program that is now available through Civic Tax Relief. Civic Tax Relief's special tax hotline can help you discover all the relief programs available for free.
I would recommend anyone who has a tax problem to contact Civic Tax Relief.
For free information, call 800-841-0908. 800-841-0908. Don't wait. Call now. 800-841-0908. That's 800-841-0908.
It's 5 till. America in the Morning continues. Weekend travelers may face some headaches. As Stephen Kaufman explains, travel woes are becoming quite common.
77%, or more than 3 in 4 travelers who've taken an overnight trip outside their local area this year experienced at least one travel-related issue. That according to a study from Bankrate.com.
Higher prices are the number one concern. 53% of travelers said that they're running into higher prices.
There are many other complaints, says Bankrate analyst Ted Rossman.
About 1 in 4 complained about long waits and poor customer service, canceled and disrupted plans, hard to find availability.
Rossman says a major influencing factor is an airline industry that's still trying to regain its footing.
The airline industry has not gotten all the way way back to pre-COVID levels in terms of staffing either. So not enough pilots, not enough flight attendants, not enough air traffic controllers. That's another concern. And then not enough planes either.
Despite 53% of travelers citing encountering higher prices than they're accustomed to, Rossman says to try and save money, why not zig when others zag?
Maybe travel in the off season or the shoulder season, or fly midweek instead of on the weekend, or use rewards points instead of paying cash. These are all things that can defray the cost.
I'm Stephen Kaufman.
This is a big movie viewing weekend. Many will be traveling to their local theater, and our Kevin Carr has a sneak peek at the new release, Equalizer 3.
Denzel Washington is back for revenge in the next installment of his action franchise.
9 seconds. That's what I'll give you to decide your fate.
Washington plays an ex-military operative who uses his talents to help those in need. After finding himself in a small Sicilian village, he goes head-to-head with the local mafia.
What happens here happens in many towns. The mafia. They're like cancer. No cure.
9 years ago, Washington and director Antoine Fuqua breathed new life into this adaptation of the gritty 80s TV series, and it worked fantastically for 2 movies. For the most part, the formula does its job in this installment. However, the franchise and its star are really starting to show their age.
Police found multiple dead bodies on that farm in Sicily. Did you kill him?
Do I look like a killer?
Equalizer 3 plays off the underdog tropes that work so well in spaghetti westerns, which is probably why this story of outlaw justice in a small Italian town clicks so well.
Should stay out of other people's business. Whatever it is you and your friends do it somewhere else.
You warning me?
I'm preparing.
There are some nonsensical and downright silly moments, and the larger storyline gets awkwardly ham-fisted into the second act. It's quite violent and almost cartoonishly gory, but for a visceral, cathartic revenge thriller, Equalizer 3 hits the mark. Equalizer 3 gets 3 equalizers out of 5. I'm Kevin Carr.
America in the Morning for Friday, September 1st, 2023 is produced by Jeff McKay. Senior producer Kevin Delaney. I'm John Trout. This is Westwood One.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? How do you get in front of companies or get a patent? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors just like you for 35 years.
And thousands of people contact them every month.
With 65 offices, you can meet with an InventHelp representative near you who will keep your idea confidential and explain their invention process step by step. InventHelp has helped over 10,000 inventors get patents. And they offer 3D animations and prototyping services.
Service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin with the holiday getaway. Roads, trains, and airplanes are expected to be packed today. One survey finds more than half of U.S. adults will travel over the Labor Day weekend. CBS Wichita's Lane Alter looks at the road ahead.
Rental cars and cruises are all up compared to 2022, but 90% of Americans will drive to their destinations. With all that driving, there's one thing you need to do before you set off.
Before you get on the road to take your road trip, make sure that your car is in good shape. Batteries, tires, coolant. Just check your hoses and belts.
Nerves are frayed near Philadelphia after word a convicted murderer had escaped from prison in nearby Westchester.
Just driving up and down the street right here thinking he could be in the woods anywhere, not knowing if he's hiding somewhere, waiting until dark to come out. I have no idea. So locking up, doing everything we can to stay safe.
Prison officials say Danilo Cavalcante was sentenced last week for stabbing his ex-girlfriend to death. in front of her 2 children. He's also wanted for murder in Brazil. Insurance companies in Florida are breathing a sigh of relief after Idalia. Industry experts say the hurricane inflicted less property damage than feared along the Gulf Coast. President Biden will visit tomorrow. Hawaii Governor Josh Green is warning people taking advantage of others on wildfire-ravaged Maui.
We enhanced penalties to a year in jail and $5,000 fine if people approach in a predatory way or they approach anyone unsolicited, which I view as predatory at this point, to sell their property.
Green says it violates a new emergency order aimed at preventing land in historic Lahaina from being scooped up by outsiders. New concerns at election offices across the country. CBS's Jim Krasula.
Election workers have gotten death threats and warnings they will be lynched after repeated claims that the 2020 election was stolen. That's according to federal investigators. A special Justice Department unit has charged more than a dozen people nationwide with threatening election workers.
Federal judge in Texas has blocked a new law set to take effect today that would restrict drag shows. Reporter Chris Fox from Austin.
It targets drag performances in front of children, like drag queen story hours. U.S. District Judge David Hittner sided with a coalition of drag performers and LGBTQ plus advocates fighting the law, saying there's a substantial likelihood it violates the plaintiff's First Amendment rights. The state is expected to file an emergency appeal with the Fifth Circuit Court.
Taylor Swift's latest venture has crashed an app.
Welcome to the acoustic set.
As soon as she announced her Eras tour was being made into a movie, fans overwhelmed AMC's platform. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. One person remains in custody without bond, and the search continues for others who are wanted for questioning after an assault in early August in the Greenview area. Camden County Sergeant Scott Hines says the sequence of events apparently started with a confrontation at a Sunrise Beach restaurant before the unidentified victim and his friends went to a residence. They were all able to get inside except the victim, who was attacked and seriously hurt by another group, which reportedly followed them to the home. One suspect, 24-year-old Aaron Gonzalez of Lake Ozark, was arrested and remains in custody without bond, while 3 others are wanted for questioning. They are identified as 22-year-olds John Brennan Richardson of Springfield and Jonathan Cosme Ortiz Gopar of Montreal, and an unknown male who may be known as Roberto. Anyone with information about these 3 should contact the Camden County Sheriff's Office or local law enforcement. Now that the COVID pandemic is officially in the past, it's back to a full schedule of planned health fairs being offered by the Lake Regional Health System. One of the events right around the corner also marks a return of the health fairs to the west side of the lake. That's according to Lake Regional Community Liaison Stephanie Daner, who says this time around you really have no excuse to not take advantage of the health fair.
The labs that we have offered in the past, they're going to be completely free to the public, to the community. So we're really proud of that offering. People can come out and get their labs drawn. Previously they were a small, low cost, say $5 and $10. But this year they will be free.
The Westside Health Fair will run from 7 to 10:30 on the morning of Tuesday, the 19th of this month at the Elks Lodge in Laurie. You are advised to call ahead to see if any fasting or special instructions need to be followed before the testing you're interested in. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Maybe not the overwhelming blowout some fans were looking for, but it was a win, and one without really a sweat for Mizzou football last night as they take out South Dakota 35-10. Brady Cook played the first half, threw for a touchdown, rushed for another. Sam Horn played the second half, was okay, but only attempted 5 passes for 54 yards. After the game, head coach Eli Drinkwitz admitted Cook has a leg up in this competition. Mizzou will have a little extra time to prepare for Middle Tennessee State. They'll come to Columbia a week from tomorrow. High school football tonight over on 93.5 rocks the lake, a battle of undefeated teams as Camdenton takes on the Kickapoo Chiefs from down in Springfield. We'll have coverage starting at 6 o'clock, 93.5 rocks the lake and KRMS TV 32.11, or watch our broadcast on the LOZ app. School of the Osage coming off a tough loss at Jeff City last week. They're home against Moberly. Hear the game over on Classic Country 104.9. Eldon is 1-0. They are home against Owensville tonight, the first of 5 straight home games for the Mustangs. Versailles, they're 1-0 at 1-0 Warsaw. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Dock safety is your responsibility. Electrical problems in or near the house and lines feeding the dock can be hazardous. To make sure your dock is in safe working condition, inspect your dock's wiring frequently. Test your power circuits. Install GFCI outlets and circuit breakers. Ensure your dock is properly bonded and grounded at the power source. If you have questions, contact a qualified electrician or your local fire district to make sure you're doing everything possible to keep your family and friends safe at the lake. Learn more at AmerinMissouri.com/lake.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 84. Clear skies overnight tonight with a low around 61. Warmer on Saturday, sunny and 89, then clear skies and 66 Saturday night. Still sunny on Sunday with a high of 92 and clear and 73 throughout Sunday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 82 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 53 degrees.
The Star-Spangled Banner is presented each weekday morning by Lori Marine, and you're reminded that freedom isn't free. It's paid for by the sacrifices of brave men and women in our armed forces.
Good morning, Lake of the Ozarks. Good morning, Osage Beach, and good morning to the communities in the counties of Camden, Morgan, Miller, and Benton. A pleasant good Friday morning to you, TGIF Friday. We have made it to the end of this week, and this is the big holiday weekend, which basically unofficially concludes summer, and traditionally it goes back to our childhood days when we would say, okay, it's the day after Labor Day, time to get ready for school, and it was always that Tuesday after Labor Day that you dreaded. But now schools have been starting more You know, it was a week earlier before Labor Day, now 2 weeks before. And the kids are pretty much ready to go back. The parents are definitely ready for the kids to go on back so that they can have their time. But this is the Big Bang blowout, and people are going to be enjoying it here at the Lake of the Ozarks. So just to be aware of that. Let's get to some stats first, and then we'll get into more about what the Highway Patrol is doing about travel this holiday weekend. Right now, we have 59 degrees here at the Lake of the Ozarks. The winds are out of the east-northeast at 1 mile per hour. Our relative humidity, we have mixed readings. I've got two different readings. One's at 95% relative humidity with a dew point of 57. The other one is a 38% with a dew point of 31. So if it feels kind of dry when you go out, it's probably the 38. I kind of felt it more dry than humid this morning, so I would probably go with the 38. And the other one is an anomaly or just maybe it's a false reading. Barometers holding steady at 30.09 inches. Our records on this date, 102, set back in 2043, and that was set in the year 1967. Averages on this date, 86 and 66. We're pretty much going to be close to the pocket today. Abundant sunshine, highs of about 84. Winds will be light and variable. Clear sky this evening, 57. Boy, these clear skies are sure helping. It just kind of frees up all that pollen, although our pollen count is elevated. Right now, asthma is high. Tree and ragweed, they're both in the moderate range. Mold, grass, and dust and dander, all three are in the high range. Well, our lake level this morning is 658.76, river level 551.65, Truman 704.45. This hour of the Ozarks this morning, sponsored by Just a Little Store. On A Road, just 2 minutes off of 54 in Lynn Creek, it's Just a Little Store with some great hospitality, Missouri style. Just a Little Store, and don't forget the Just. Well, gas prices on this holiday weekend, and they pretty much are staying the same, and we're starting to see a little bit of a dip, maybe about a penny or so, but nonetheless, every bit helps, doesn't it? Here in Osage Beach, Murphy is at $3.33, $3.59 at the Shell and the Hy-Vee, $3.33 at Conoco, $3.36 at Cenex and Casey's, $3.59 at the Phillips 66 and break time. Now in Camdenton, Murphy's at $3.35, and then $3.39 seems to be the rule at the Shell, Cenex, Casey's, Gerbs, and Signal. And then, let's see, Bledsoe's reporting in at $3.69. CNN and Sinclair and Phillips 66 in Camdenton not reporting in this morning. Eldon, we have a mixed bag. We have $3.63 at the Cenex station and the Casey's, $3.67 at the Shell, Phillips 66, and Sinclair. Lori, one reporting station this morning, that is in the Cenex at $3.49. The Missouri average went down a penny to $3.50 a gallon. The national average went down a penny as well to $3.81 a gallon. All the brackets went down this morning. So Arkansas, Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, both Carolinas, $3.29 to $3.56. So far, the hurricane has not affected gas prices in the East Coast, or at least at southeast area of the United States. Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Ohio, West Virginia, and Georgia, $3.56 to $3.64. Iowa, New Mexico, the Dakotas, Indiana, Michigan, $3.65 to $3.76. Our outliers this morning, Illinois, $4.04. That went down 2 pennies. Colorado remained the same at $3.94. Actually, that went down. Florida, $3.69, and California, $3.29 a gallon. All right, our Highway Patrol, Missouri State Highway Patrol, 7 people died and 398 suffered injuries in more than 1,000 crashes. Now, this is Labor Day weekend of last year, so that added up to 1 injury-related crash every 11 minutes. If you're planning on going out this weekend, you better be smart about it, because this is now an all-hands-on-deck for the Highway Patrol. They say that every available trooper will be out on the roads during the counting period, which begins today officially at 6 o'clock and ends midnight on Labor Day itself. The Highway Patrol says that if you're heading out to the lake, which is us, in Branson this weekend, be vigilant since there will be traffic congestion. And so put that, and then you have the patrol out there as well, plus all the police. So it's, by the way, remember, put that phone down. Don't be texting as you're driving, because now that is against the law as well. So it's just not going to be business as usual. If it says 60, it's 60. If it says 45, it's 45. And so just be aware of that. Well, holiday travel is busy all around, and Chris Van Cleve of CBS, he has more.
At this point, a strike is not imminent at American, and the United flight attendants haven't even taken that strike authorization vote. So United flight attendants are sort of a step behind where the American folks are. We saw this play out with the pilots over the last 2 summers, where basically all of the major airlines pilots have taken strike authorization votes. Delta, American, and United all got new pilot contracts. There was no disruption.
And that is in regards to that they are considering those strikes. And then dementia, there's now a new increased, Tom Foti has more.
About a dozen airports around the country have been modifying their facilities and operations to make travel easier for people with dementia. Among them, major ones in Phoenix and Kansas City. The special dementia accommodation facilities include quiet rooms and simulation centers where caretakers and those with dementia can learn about flying or get a refresher. Tom Foti, CBS News.
6:17 the time. Delta Dental of Missouri, a leading dental benefits provider and a nonprofit organization, recently awarded more than $500,000 in workforce development grants to several organizations statewide. Some are the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services. They received $100,000. Missouri Primary Care Association of Jeff City, they received $99,998. Central Ozark Medical Center in Camdenton, they received $100,000. That was to establish a dental assistance training program. Northeast Missouri Area Health Education Center in Kirksville, they received $40,000. Missouri Highlands Healthcare in Ellington, they received $39,200. Well, we've got more along the way. We've got Movie Talk at 6:40 this morning, but before that, we have Todd Starnes literally right around the corner. Then Kara Foster with Weatherology at 6:20. 6:25, CBS Money Watch. 6:26, it is the USDA Ag Minute. All for you on the Ozarks this morning, broadcasting from the Radio Television Center in mid-Missouri. We've got 58 degrees. The time is 6:18.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starnes. Stand by for news and commentary next.
Take advantage of the warmer weather and come explore Liberty University's campus, ranked number 4 best college campus in America by Niche.com. Join us for Experience LU, an all-day event that shows off our dorm rooms, classrooms, and award-winning dining hall. Or, if you're short on time, attend a 4-hour student-led campus tour to hit the highlights. To learn more or schedule your visit to Liberty University, text Visit LU to 49596. Again, that's Visit LU to 49596.
Public school students across Ohio will have the chance to enroll in Bible classes during school hours. It's part of a release time program where kids can leave campus to receive religious education. Now, there are similar programs in Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Kansas, and Tennessee. And now a group called LifeWise Academy is branching out across the Buckeye State, angering a bunch of atheists. The Wisconsin-based Freedom from Religion Foundation says LifeWise is trying to indoctrinate and convert students to Christianity. They say schools are not obligated to participate. Well, look, there's really not an issue here, folks. If a child does not want to attend a voluntary Bible class, they don't have to attend. That's why they call it voluntary. Our public schools were handed over to the atheist 60 years ago, and now our society is on the verge of collapse. So introducing a little old-fashioned religion to the curriculum is a good thing. I'm Todd Starnes.
The voice of Mid-Missouri. News Talk KRMS.
Wake up with the best.
Why would anyone listen to anything else?
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
.620 the time. This is the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. We are the voice of the lake and have been since 1951. Now, the voice of weatherology, it's Kara Foster. Good morning, Kara Foster.
Good morning.
All right. Are you going to have a good Friday, or is it already starting off busy like mine is?
It's actually actually pretty calm over here, which is kind of nice. So it's starting off good.
All right, what happened to those Gophers last night?
Well, they won.
Did they really? That's not what I saw. Did they really? Did I look at the wrong thing here?
Said they won against the Cornhuskers. 13-10.
Oh, it's 13-10. I misread that thing. Dyslexia was kicking in.
It is kind of confusing when you read left to right and when the winning side is on the right side for some reason. I don't know why. For me, that confuses me, but...
All right.
Yeah.
13. Well, I am so sorry because in the email this morning I said I had a sad face, but...
I saw that and I was like, I thought they won. And so I looked it up and I was like, okay, I thought so. Because I did look it up last night and I knew they won. And so then I was questioning everything when you sent the email.
Well, yeah, it's like, okay, what is the stink about this, you know? Okay. Right. National Colors Day, Lazy Mom's Day, the start of fall, No Rhyme or Reason Day. Boy, that's almost every day. Back to Hogwarts, Pink Cadillac Day, Chicken Boy Day. That one's confusing. Emma Nut Day, and this one's the National Food Bank Day. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, this is a very interesting day. It's very stacked.
Yeah. And, and I think we got another minute here because today is, let's see, everything has to do with pumpkins. The Denny's restaurant now, they've got pumpkin pecan pancakes.
Ooh, that kind of sounds good.
Yeah, but have you noticed that there's been an increase of pumpkin stuff, like pumpkin lattes and everything beginning like in July?
Yes, I have been noticing that over the last years, and I do blame Starbucks. I think they were kind of the main driver of all of that.
Well, we got to blame somebody.
Right, that is true.
Okay, people need to be vigilant. This is the holiday weekend of Labor Day. What do you have in store for us weather-wise?
Well, you guys are going to be at least a little more well-off than I will say than other states. A lot of more, I would say Kansas and Nebraska and even Iowa are going to be seeing temperatures around 100, but we're not even touching the mid-90s, which is kind of crazy. We're staying a little bit cool out there. Today is gorgeous again, sunny, a high of 84, clear 61 for tonight. We do jump to 89 and sunny on Saturday, clear 66 Saturday night, and then we're at 92 on Sunday. By Labor Day Monday, there will be a chance for some scattered showers and thunderstorms. Sunny, a high of 91, and those showers are possible until the early night hours, dipping down to 74 there. We're still at 90 on Tuesday, and then we'll kind of cool back down to the mid-80s throughout mid-next week. But overall, I would say it's going to be very comfortably hot, if that kind of makes sense. It's manageable for sure, and definitely nowhere near those 100s, which is nice. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
Yeah, when you said that we were better off than Kansas and Iowa and all, I could just see the people going, yes.
Yeah, that helps.
It helps to get the upper hand. Hey, thank you.
Exactly.
We'll catch you next hour.
Catch you then.
All right, Kara Foster with Weatherology this morning. Coming up, we have CBS Money Watch.
The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast. Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
CBS Money Watch.
The United Auto Workers Union says it filed a complaint with the National Labor Relations Board against General Motors and Chrysler parent company Stellantis, alleging unfair labor practices, that they are not negotiating toward a new contract in good faith. The current contract expires September 14th. Trader Joe's has its 6th product recall since July. Texas black bean tamales that may be mislabeled and contain an undeclared milk allergen. Starting today, Krispy Kreme is saying goodbye to summer by releasing its popular strawberry glazed donut that will only be available this Labor Day weekend. That's your CBS News Money Watch report. For more, log on to cbsmoneywatch.com. I'm Chanel Call.
Summer bonanza means more business in the fall months.
Hire right with Indeed. Their integrated solution lets you schedule and conduct video interviews all in one place. Finding your next great hire has never been this easy. Get hiring at Indeed.com/credits.
Our news time is 6:26, time for the USDA Ag Minute. USDA is making changes to its livestock indemnity program to better support cattle producers who have lost animals due to severe heat. Gary Crawford and Tom Vilsack.
Cattle producers in many areas of the country continue to be hit by severely high temperatures, and as you might expect,
the heat has taken its toll and increased cattle losses.
Agriculture Secretary Tom Vilsack says those losses of cattle have been made even more painful for producers because those animals are worth a lot more than they were just a few months ago.
And it's our job to work with producers to help them weather these events.
The USDA has a program called LIP, Livestock Indemnity Program. It pays producers for losses for things like heat. It pays at 75% of fair market value, but that value has increased rapidly this year, so have average weights. So USDA is coming in now to change the fair market price payment rate for beef calves over 800 pounds.
Updating it from $1,244 per head to $1,618 per head, which we think is more reflective of the situation.
That rate will apply to all claims made during 2023. Gary Crawford for the U.S. Department of Agriculture.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
Wake up, people. You are optimizing every waking hour of your life. From carpooling kids, to work, to friends, and everything in between. You have to get sleep. And a bed that can perform as well as you do. Meet the next generation Sleep Number Smart Bed. It effortlessly adjusts to your shape, position, and movements. Learning how you sleep, so you learn to sleep better. Night after night. Sleep next level. Only from Sleep Number.
Don't miss our Labor Day special. Save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed, plus free delivery when you add a base. Ends Labor Day.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You ever shot at Walmart after midnight? Holy smokes.
Larry the Cable Guy is coming to the lake.
Oh, they ought to charge a cover charge in there after midnight.
Join us Saturday, September 2nd for Larry the Cable Guy.
Dadgum, it's like a casting call for Ripley's Believe It or Not in that place.
Welcomed by Lake Ozark Real Estate. Jonathan Hartenstein, broker associate.
If you've never been to the circus, go to Walmart after midnight.
Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
Bound to see a couple of bearded women, a toothless wonder, and the fattest man in the world on a scooter up there.
Now's a great time to take the next step in your career. Welcome to LakeJob.com. LakeJob.com is your one-stop shop for finding job openings and long-term rental housing in the lake area. The best part is it's completely free. These sponsors make LakeJob possible. JDEGC, Jeremy Borgeson Electrical and General Contracting, First State Bank Mortgage, Team Lassen, All-Phase Heating and Cooling, Keys to the Lake, and Ellerman Roofing, a division of Kimes Corp. LakeJob.com is a service of News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9 and 98.7 The Cove.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Well, good morning. This is TGIF Friday from the Lake of the Ozarks, and this is KRMS, the Ozarks This Morning. My name is Guy Wayman, and we've got a great day on tap for us today, and tomorrow's looking well into the good ranges. Mainly sunny skies is what they're reporting for tomorrow. Today, abundant sunshine, high of about 84. So that is in that mid-80s range. Should be feeling really great. We're going to be talking movies in 10 minutes right here on the program. The time is 6:30.
The annoying runny nose, the constant sneezing, the itchiness, and
battle just to catch your breath. If you suffer from seasonal allergies, sinusitis, or nagging sinus congestion, there's a natural, easy-to-use solution that can help provide fast, drug-free relief. It's called Navage, and it uses powered suction to rinse your nasal passages in seconds. Millions of people use Navage daily to help provide relief from seasonal allergies and sinus congestion. Medications treat the symptoms, but Navage treats the problem at the source, flushing out the allergens and pollen trapped in your nose. Navage also helps wash out airborne bacteria, dust, dirt, and viruses quickly and painlessly, so you can get back to breathing clearly again. Say goodbye to sinus suffering and hello to better breathing with Navage. Navage is available at Walmart, Walgreens, Target, CVS, Rite Aid, and online at Navage.com. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Hear what people are talking about on the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman.
CBS News Brief. This Labor Day Friday is expected to be one of the busiest travel days of the year. So far, so good at the airport in L.A. Correspondent Chris Van Cleve.
Passengers showing up at LAX found relatively smooth flying coast to coast one day after Hurricane Idalia raced through the southeast.
This is like the smoothest travel day I've had in a long time. Yeah. Usually there's been like so many delays.
A man convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend has escaped from prison near Philadelphia. Chester County District Attorney Deb Ryan.
I don't know what he's capable of doing. If he's already engaged in a murder in broad daylight in front of her two children, there's no stopping him from doing anything more egregious.
Hawaii Governor Josh Green warning outsiders trying to scoop up property on fire-ravaged Maui.
It becomes functionally impossible for anyone to, in a predatory way, approach any of our victims and try to buy their house out from under them while they're struggling or suffering.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. One person remains in custody without bond, and the search continues for others who are wanted for questioning after an assault in early August in the Greenview area. Camden County Sergeant Scott Hines says the sequence of events apparently started with a confrontation at a Sunrise Beach restaurant before the unidentified victim and his friends went to a residence. They were all able to get inside except the victim, who was attacked and seriously hurt by another group, which reportedly followed them to the home. One suspect, 24-year-old Aaron Gonzalez of Lake Ozark, was arrested and remains in custody without bond, while 3 others are wanted for questioning. They are identified as 22-year-olds John Brennan Richardson of Springfield and Jonathan Cosme Ortiz Gopar of Montreal, and an unknown male who may be known as Roberto. Anyone with information about these 3 should contact the Camden County Sheriff's Office or local law enforcement. Now that the COVID pandemic is officially in the past, it's back to a full schedule of planned health fairs being offered by the Lake Regional Health System. One of the events right around the corner also marks a return of the health fairs to the west side of the lake. That's according to Lake Regional Community Liaison Stephanie Daner, who says this time around you really have no excuse to not take advantage of the health fair.
The labs that we have offered in the past, they're going to be completely free to the public, to the community. So we're really proud of that offering. People can come out and get their labs drawn. You know, previously they were a small, low cost, say $5 and $10. But this year they will be free.
The Westside Health Fair will run from 7 to 10:30 on the morning of Tuesday, the 19th of this month at the Elks Lodge in Laurie. You're advised to call ahead to see if any fasting or special instructions need to be followed before the testing you're interested in. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is a service of Jennings Insurance Group.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we provide a holistic approach to retirement. We'll guide you through the 5 risks to your retirement, including healthcare costs, inflation, market risk, and more. At Jennings, we contract with many companies, but we work for our clients. Consultations are always free. At Jennings, we use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of the people we serve. Whether you need to visit about your financial future or your healthcare costs, we can help. Check out our Facebook page, Jennings Insurance Group, or call us today, 573-693-9443.
Maybe not the overwhelming blowout some fans were looking for, but it was a win, and one without really a sweat for Mizzou football last night as they take out South Dakota 35-10. Brady Cook played the first half, threw for a touchdown, rushed for another. Sam Horn played the second half, was okay, but only attempted 5 passes for 54 yards. After the game, head coach Eli Drinkwitz admitted Cook has a leg up in this competition. Mizzou will have a little extra time to prepare for Middle Tennessee State. They'll come to Columbia a week from tomorrow. High school football tonight over on 93.5 rocks the lake, a battle of undefeated teams as Camdenton takes on the Kickapoo Chiefs from down in Springfield. We'll have coverage starting at 6 o'clock, 93.5 rocks the lake and KRMS TV 32.11, or watch our broadcast on the LOZ app. School of the Osage coming off a tough loss at Jeff City last week. They're home against Moberly. Hear the game over on Classic Country 104.9. Eldon is 1-0. They are home against Owensville tonight, the first of 5 straight home games for the Mustangs. Versailles, they're 1-0 at 1-0 Warsaw. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Porter's Ace is committed to helping our neighbors and our community. And because we're in the neighborhood, we can deliver anything you need. So shop in-store or online for whatever your home or yard needs are. Choose from top brands like Milwaukee, Steel, Traeger, and Benjamin Moore. Then pick up in-store, curbside, or we'll deliver your order right to your home. What you need in stock with the people who know how to help. Porter's Ace and Lori. Porter's, we're here to help. See acehardware.com for details.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh.
Huge congratulations to Papo's, 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11 coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years. Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 84. Clear skies overnight tonight with a low around 61. Warmer on Saturday, sunny and 89, then clear skies and 66 Saturday night. Still sunny on Sunday with a high of 92 and clear and 73 throughout Sunday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 82 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 53 degrees.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
This is something that comes about once in a lifetime. Please! Please!
It's not how fast you mow, it's how well you mow fast.
It's how well you mow fast!
Out and take it, you dirty yellow-bellied rat, or I'll give it to you through the door.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
Now, here's the host, Guy Wayman.
Well, not just once in a lifetime, but once a week, every Friday at this same time, you can hear two of the best in the business discussing movies, Allison Rose and Stephen Leibowitz. Good morning to you, Allison Rose.
Good morning, Guy Wayman.
And good morning, Stephen Leibowitz.
Good morning, Guy.
He's better known as the Movie Knight. With Lebo Films and Allison Rose, she's with Flick Direct. We should probably let you guys get a little bit of kudos to what you really do, because you guys are well connected around the industry. Right, Allison?
Yes, absolutely. No, we have some connections, but I don't know how many.
Basically with the guy at the ticket office in the theaters is what.
Very well with them. Yeah, they know us.
All right, Stephen, Gran Turismo.
Yeah, it was a new offering this weekend. It wasn't shocking. It was number one, but yet still barely beat Barbie, that's been out for 6 weeks. I imagine it will not be number one this week. I think, I actually would say, predicting, I'd say Equalizer 3 will probably be number one this week, and Barbie will probably still remain number two. So, it's Barbie's now Warner Brothers' biggest moneymaker ever, better than any Batman or DC movie, better than any Harry Potter movie. Barbie is no one predicted Barbie. It's Warner Brothers' biggest profit ever.
And a lot of that goes to Margot Robbie, because that was fantastic casting, wasn't it, Allison?
Oh yeah, she's amazing. I love Margot Robbie. The Suicide Squad movie, the second one, she was the only part of it that I actually liked.
So I feel like whatever she does, it gets, touch. It's like Midas touch, goes to gold. So great for her, perfect. I think Ryan Gosling was very good casting. I'm not a big Ryan Gosling fan, though.
Yeah, that was, it was almost like, well, we have to come up with somebody, and he was willing to do it in the pink universe, the pink multiverse, I guess is what we're going to call it. Right, Stephen?
Oh, yes. Yeah, and he also agreed to really dye his hair that Ken blonde. So he definitely put everything he could into that role. So no, I thought he's not my favorite actor either, but he was, I guess, the perfect choice to play Ken.
Yeah, and you talk about typecasting. He could be messed up for a lot of his career now, right, Allison?
He could, but he's done so many other things beforehand that I don't know that it'll stunt his career. I mean, La La Land, I think it's one of the only films I really liked him in. But so he has so much on his plate prior that I think he'll be okay, yeah.
All right. Anything else we want to mention about the box office before we move forward, Stephen?
No, you know what? Just a few things. Oppenheimer is just about to hit $300 million. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles about to hit $100 million. So, the back end of summer really, picked up. Usually it's like a front end is really highly loaded, but this year has really been the back end that's been making a lot of money. And again, like Meg 2 has been a monster worldwide. So it's funny. Usually it's, May, June, it's been like the hotter parts of the summer movie season. This year it's been July, August.
All right, let's move forward now to what's coming up, because this is Labor Day weekend, and once again, the movie studios, they want to hit gold again. They don't want to let this summer go by. Allison, so what do you think is going to be the hot ticket this weekend? Is it going to be The Equalizer or what?
Absolutely. It's really the only big thing coming out. It's got a following already. It's Denzel Washington with Antoine Fuqua directing. So we've seen this before. But if you like action, if you know the story, you don't care, whatever, this is your type of film. So yes, it will get people to the theaters this weekend. I think it will be number one. I'm surprised Barbie wasn't number one again this week. Good luck, Gran Turismo. But there's not that much else coming out that people are really going to run to the theater to see. And for me, I'm a little surprised because usually there's some big offering around Labor Day. But Equalizer 3, yes, it's big, but I don't know that it's going to draw people into the theaters like some other ones would.
Yeah, Denzel Washington's probably going to be the draw there because he's so good, and then Dakota Fanning. But is it Antoine Fuqua? Is that how you pronounce it, Stephen?
I believe so, yes, but I don't know. They did not have a critic screening for Equalizer 3, so I went to go see it last night. And I don't know why. It wasn't a bad movie. It's just an Equalizer movie. And it's really odd. Before Equalizer, Denzel Washington never made a sequel to any of his movies. So Equalizer was the first one he ever did. And why I always encourage people to go to the theater, but at the same time, it's not a must-see. But I would say it's a fine film to see on demand when it comes out. But if you like the first two, you'll like this one.
All right. And, okay, now what else is on your radar for this weekend, Allison?
So we've got The Good Mother coming out. It's about a son who's estranged from his mother. He dies. She happens to be a journalist. He was murdered, so she tries to find out who killed him. This is Hilary Swank. So if we remember, she won an Oscar already. Olivia Cook. It also has Hopper Penn, which, if you know that last name, yes, it is Sean Penn's son. I've met him. I've spoken to him. He's been doing a lot more in film lately in terms of acting. So I'm curious to see how his career, if it will take off.
Okay, what else is on your radar now this weekend, Stephen?
Well, there's a horror movie coming out called Don't Look Away. And the movie's about a killer mannequin. I mean, now I've seen everything in the horror world. I mean, the way it works is like, people see the mannequin, and if you turn away and look back, it's closer to you. And so basically, if so you have to keep looking at it, otherwise it's going to get you and kill you. And it's just one of those, it's one of those horror movies where you just sort of like put your hand to your forehead and shake your head. It's like, now they thought of everything. Killer mannequin. So it was kind of a little, yes, it's you know what? It really makes you laugh more than anything else, because it's just like, I just want to hear the pitch meeting. Okay, I got a new movie about a new killer. It's a mannequin that kills people. Yeah. Okay, here's $2 million. Go make it.
You've had too much caffeine this morning, Stephen.
Perhaps. But if you want to see, if you're looking for a horror movie, you might want to Don't Look Away. Another horror movie coming out this weekend is All Fun and Games. The Russo brothers, the Avenger movies, produced it. And that one I didn't see. I just saw the trailer, and it looks interesting. I don't know about that one. But so you got a couple of horror movie offerings, but I don't think it's going to be like big box office horror movies this weekend.
You're talking about the killer mannequin. Your mind goes to Kim Cattrall in that movie Mannequin, which is a nice movie. Okay, as we like to do each and every... Oh, anything else you care to contribute for the movies before we get to the classic picks, Allison?
I just want to say All Fun and Games has a pretty decent cast of upcoming actors. Asa Butterfield, who played Ender in Ender's Game, if you remember that movie, and Natalia Dyer, who is best known as Nancy Wheeler for Stranger Things. So of the two, Don't Look Away or All Fun and Games, I might pick that, All Fun and Games.
All right. And Stephen, do you have any other weird movies we should look at this weekend?
Nope, that's it. I don't think you can top Killer Mannequin. So nothing else.
No, that pretty much does it. Okay, classic picks this week. There's two, because we're talking. You mentioned Mommy Dearest. I thought that was kind of interesting, but Unstoppable because of Denzel Washington. That's a good one for him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Definitely.
Well, there's a lot of Denzel Washingtons, the Pelican, all that other. Okay, Allison, your classic pick of the week. Allison?
Mine? Oh, sorry. Well, today is Lily Tomlin's 83rd birthday. More power to her. And since it's Labor Day weekend, I'm going to go with the classic 9 to 5.
Oh, 9 to 5, yeah. One rainy day, two rainy that.
Yeah.
That was in Laughing, as a matter of fact. Well, that shows my age, anyways. Okay, Stephen, your classic pick of the week.
I also went with the Denzel Washington group, the one that got him his first Oscar in 1989, Glory.
Oh, my goodness. How could I forget? Well, it didn't fit in with all the other wacky stuff that we had with this one. It's always a joy each and every week. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you so much, Allison.
Thanks, Guy. Everybody have a good holiday weekend.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thanks, Guy. Enjoy the long weekend.
All right, you bet. And as we like to say, see you in the movies.
The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Coast to coast.
Are you heading out to Fort Leonard Wood Recreational Area or McCubbin's Point or the Trap Shooter's Paradise on A Road? Don't miss a stop at Just A Little Store. Cold drinks, soft serve ice cream, minnows, pizza to go. Get some fuel. It's Just A Little Store with Missouri hospitality.
Just a little store. Don't forget the dust.
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glaze Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Picture this. You're lounging on a pristine beach in Mexico. The soft sand beneath your feet, the sun kissing your skin, and the gentle sound of waves lulling you into a state of pure relaxation. No more icy winds, no more snow shoveling, just endless sunshine and serenity. Say goodbye to the winter blues and hello to the ultimate getaway. You're on the KRMS Beat the Winter Blues trip, Part 2 to Costa Mujeres, one of the most exclusive areas of the Mexican Caribbean side, just a few minutes north of Cancun. We'll stay at the Riu Latino. It's an all-adult, all-inclusive 5-star luxury resort. We'll fly nonstop out of St. Louis to Cancun January 13th and return the 20th. It's a short bus ride from the airport to the resort, where you'll enjoy 5 incredible outdoor pools, 4 gourmet restaurants, endless white sand beaches, and turquoise water, all for just $17.99 per person. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall. 309-205-5749. That's 309-205-5749. You can get more information and sign up for this trip by going to one of our radio station websites and clicking on Beat the Winter Blues. This winter, trade in your snow boots for flip-flops and your scarves for swimsuits. It's time to experience the magic of Mexico with KRMS Radio and TV.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Well, that'll wake you up on this Friday, TGIF Friday, here at the Lake of the Ozarks. This is Labor Day weekend. It's the last hurrah for summer. Get out and enjoy the beautiful weather. Abundant sunshine today, a high of about 84. Winds will be light and variable. Presently, we have 59 degrees, so we've got a little bit of a ways to go yet, but it's going to be one of those fantastic days. Well, tomorrow evening, it could be a fantastic evening as well. It's a street dance in beautiful Lynn Creek. It's by the Camden County Museum, and it's at 206 South Locust Street in Lynn Creek. That goes on from 6 until 9 tomorrow evening. Free attendance. It's sponsored by the City of Lynn Creek and the Camden County Museum itself. Their phone number is 573-873-2990. CamdenCountyMuseum.org is their website. That is tomorrow, Saturday, from 6 until 9. It's the street dance in Lynn Creek. Time now for our good friend Ken Chester with the Tech Mobility Minute.
It's time for a Tech Mobility Minute.
Apparently, it wasn't too simple. Too simple, one of the leading autonomous vehicle companies in the big rig trucking space, considering a sale of its U.S. operations, having faced a variety of problems since going public several years ago. Based in San Diego, the company develops autonomous driving technology for long-haul, heavy-duty trucks. The company operates in the United States and Asia. If the U.S. business is sold, Too Simple says it would turn its attention primarily to its operations in Asia. This revelation comes on the heels of a second round of cuts to its U.S. workforce, in light of market conditions, says the company. With the loss of its manufacturing partner Navistar Incorporated and several changes of leadership, the company's woes may reflect the larger challenge of bringing in new technology to the marketplace in presence of blistering competition. Pivot to a more promising market doesn't always assure success. I'm Ken Chester.
This has been a Tech Mobility Minute.
The Tech Mobility Minute is sponsored by Lake Collision Repair. They're located on Bluff Drive in Osage Beach. Their phone number to contact Barbara and her entire team, 573-302-0229. They work with any insurance company. It is your choice where to have your vehicle repaired. You'll always receive a quality repair at a fair price. We're talking LakeCollisionRepair.com. News time 6:55.
They are not messing around when it comes to land in Maui. I'm Jen Clark. Here's what's trending. Hawaii Governor Josh Green says that his administration is now investigating people who have made offers to buy land on Maui after the deadly wildfires in Lahaina. Those who are found guilty face a $5,000 fine and a year in prison.
When we find out that they took advantage of somebody, they made a big mistake.
However, he did say that if residents want to sell their land, they can have those conversations freely. An American Airlines passenger has gone viral on Reddit after her luggage was run over on the tarmac. She says the suitcase was mangled, her clothes were filthy, and every non-clothing item was destroyed. A former airport engineer said that her bag was likely run over by a vehicle and encouraged her to make a detailed list of every item and file a claim. Finally, look what you made me do. After the announcement that Taylor Swift's The Eras Tour would be hitting movie theaters on October 13th, The Exorcist Believer has moved its release date to October 6th so it won't conflict. Why not just do a double feature?
Where there's smoke, there's barbecue. Hi, I'm Greg Dierberg. You heard that right. No liquid smoke flavor at Dierberg's. It's all smoked fresh with apple and cherry wood at each one of our stores. From brisket and wings to my personal favorite, smoked salmon. If you can smoke it, Bob's Barbecue has it. It's time to rethink your BBQ and try something truly extraordinary. Stop by and see what's smoking today. It's fresh, it's friendly, and for slow smoke barbecue, it's Dierberg's.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Welcome back to the Ozarks This Morning. This is the holiday weekend of Labor Day, and it's all hands on deck for the Missouri Highway Patrol. And they want to decrease those crashes and the fatalities and all those accidents that go on and injuries. And so just make yourself a mental note that they're out there looking, and also put your phone away. It's against the law. You cannot even have it in your hand. So use that Bluetooth provided in your car. And just be careful out there. No drinking and driving. Have a designated driver on hand. Our news time is coming up on 6:58.
Every year we remember 9/11. This year, the Ride for Freedom is on September the 10th. The U.S. military and first responders protect and fight for our freedom. So we are providing them with a day on the lake with travels to Truman Dam and back. This free charity event starts at Surdyk's Port 20 at 9 o'clock. Boats and PWCs all welcome. Visit SurdykYamaha.com to pre-register or to donate to the local charities. And never forget and never waver.
Are still fighting fires tonight on the Hawaiian island of
The tragic wildfires continue to burn in Hawaii. Thousands of Maui residents and tourists are being forced to evacuate. The American Red Cross is there. If you need assistance locating a missing loved one due to the current disaster, please call 1-800-RED-CROSS. If you can help the people affected, you can make a gift to the Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund. Text the word Red Cross to 90999 to make a $10 donation.
Come party with your favorite pirate at Captain Ron's Bar and Grill and enjoy your favorite drinks and great food inside or outside by the beach. Enjoy their spectacular tiki bar. Kick back with your favorite cold drink and relax. The Captain's got you covered with plenty of indoor and outdoor seating and live entertainment every weekend. Captain Ron's is the place to be this summer. Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, open 7 days a week on Lake Road 550 or the 34.5-mile mark, Sunrise Beach.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
At your service since 1951. News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Hold on to your travel bag. A new survey finds more than half of U.S. adults are headed out this Labor Day weekend. Correspondent Chris Van Cleve is at the airport in L.A.
The TSA has screened more than 227 million passengers since Memorial Day weekend, surpassing pre-pandemic records. And the agency expects to get 14 million more by Tuesday.
It could just be a holdover from a lot of folks not traveling over the past few years due to COVID. And they've got that international travel bug, and they've decided, I'm going to do it this year.
A massive manhunt is underway for a convicted murderer who was in prison near Philadelphia yesterday. Chester County District Attorney Deb Ryan.
If there are any family or friends who are actively engaging in assisting him at this time, they will also be prosecuted. And we're expecting them to cooperate with law enforcement. Law enforcement has been in touch with them.
Danilo Cavalcante was sentenced last week for stabbing his ex-girlfriend to death in front of her 2 young children. President Biden will travel to Florida tomorrow to see damage from Hurricane Idalia. CBS's Jared Hill is in Morehead City, North Carolina.
National Guard and search and rescue teams are clearing debris and handing out supplies as the road to recovery begins.
A downgraded Idalia with 60-mile-an-hour winds is expected to hit Bermuda this weekend. Land speculators taking advantage of tragedy? Beware.
Hawaii is opening several investigations into people who allegedly have made unsolicited offers for property in wildfire-stricken Maui in violation of a new emergency order from Governor Josh Green.
We want to keep this land in the hands of local people, and we want to give them at least a chance to decide whether they'd like to build back.
Authorities are trying to prevent land in the historic coastal community of Lahaina from ending up in the hands of outside buyers. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
We'll get a new read on the economy in half an hour. Analysts expect the August jobs report will show a slowdown in hiring as the Fed considers more interest rate hikes. And a CBS Mornings exclusive unveiling 2 categories of this year's MTV Video Music Awards. Both Beyonce and Taylor Swift are nominees for Album of the Year. They're also up for a brand new category, Show of Summer, along with Blackpink, Drake, Karol G, and Ed Sheeran.
Just dancing with my eyes closed.
The awards will be handed out September 12th on MTV, which is part of our parent company here at CBS, Paramount. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News, our top local stories. 1 person remains in custody without bond, and the search continues for others wanted for questioning after an assault in early August in the Greenview area. Camden County Sergeant Scott Hines says the sequence of events apparently started with a confrontation at a Sunrise Beach restaurant before the unidentified victim and his friends went to a residence. They were all able to get inside except the victim, who was attacked and seriously hurt by another group which reportedly followed them to the home. One suspect, 24-year-old Aaron Gonzalez of Lake Ozark, is already in custody, while 3 others are wanted for questioning. They are identified as 22-year-olds John Brennan Richardson of Springfield and Jonathan Cosme Ortiz Gopar of Montreal, and an unknown male who may be known as Roberto. Anyone with information about the 3 men should contact the Camden County Sheriff's Office or local law enforcement. With a Labor Day holiday weekend upon us, the Lake of the Ozarks will no doubt be a busy place again on and off the water. And with the increased activity, if you're going to hit the water, Captain Bob May from the Water Safety Council says that your safety and the safety of those with you begins with life jackets.
I know it's uncomfortable sometimes to be wearing one, but you can have it out, you can sit on it, you can, put your feet on it, put it in between you and another passenger. The key is that they are out and accessible. There's a lot of accidents around the country, everywhere, where people are injured or ended up dying, and it could have been prevented.
May also says before hitting the water to familiarize yourself with the rules of boating, run the blower after fueling up, use an engine cutoff lanyard, and make sure you are a sober operator. The holiday weekend officially begins at 6 o'clock tonight and will end at 11:59 Monday night. For breaking news anytime, visit us on social media at KRMS Radio on Twitter and Facebook.com/KRMS News. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This sports report is sponsored by Spiderlift Boat Covers. Visit SpiderliftBoatCovers.com.
Maybe not the overwhelming blowout some fans were looking for, but it was a win and one without really a sweat for Mizzou football last night as they take out South Dakota 35-10. Brady Cook played the first half, threw for a touchdown, rushed for another. Sam Horn played the second half, was okay, but only attempted 5 passes for 54 yards. After the game, head coach Eli Drinkwitz admitted Cook has a leg up in this competition. Mizzou will have a little extra time to prepare for Middle Tennessee State. They'll come to Columbia a week from tomorrow. High school football tonight over on 93.5 rocks the lake, a battle of undefeated teams as Camdenton takes on the Kickapoo Chiefs from down in Springfield. We'll have coverage starting at 6 o'clock, 93.5 rocks the lake and KRMS TV 32.11, or watch our broadcast on the LOZ app. School of the Osage coming off a tough loss at Jeff City last week. They're home against Moberly. Hear the game over on Classic Country 104.9. Eldon is 1-0. They are home against Owensville tonight, the first of 5 straight home games for the Mustangs. For Sales, they're 1-0 at 1-0 Warsaw. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Are still fighting fires tonight on the Hawaiian island of
The tragic wildfires continue to burn in Hawaii. Thousands of Maui residents and tourists are being forced to evacuate. The American Red Cross is there. If you need assistance locating a missing loved one due to the current disaster, please call 1-800-RED-CROSS. If you can help the people affected, you can make a gift to the Red Cross Disaster Relief Fund. Text the word Red Cross to 90999 to make a $10 donation.
This radio station, in keeping with rules and regulations of the FCC, is seeking to involve qualified community groups in dissemination of all job vacancy information. If your qualified community group or government bureau would like to be kept informed of all full-time job openings, simply contact Carolyn Warnable at 5715 Osage Beach Parkway, Osage Beach, Missouri 65065. We'll put your name on a list of qualified community groups, which will automatically receive notification of all future full-time job vacancies at this station.
Come party with your favorite pirate at Captain Ron's Bar and Grill and enjoy your favorite drinks and great food inside or outside by the beach. Enjoy their spectacular tiki bar. Kick back with your favorite cold drink and relax. The Captain's got you covered with plenty of indoor and outdoor seating and live entertainment every weekend. Captain Ron's is the place to be this summer. Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, open 7 days a week on Lake Road 550 or the 34.5-mile mark, Sunrise Beach.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 84. Clear skies overnight tonight with a low around 61. Warmer on Saturday, sunny and 89, then clear skies and 66 Saturday night. Still sunny on Sunday with a high of 92 and clear and 73 throughout Sunday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 82 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 52 degrees.
You should know, when you're not listening to us,
Not listening.
people are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
It's Friday. We've made it to the end of this week and the beginning of this month of September, although in many people's minds, because this is Labor Day weekend and last day was yesterday, that it almost seems like the first part of September really begins on Tuesday. It's like, okay, let's put this as a bookend for summer. It's Labor Day weekend. Let's have some fun. And then, we'll start September on Tuesday. And then when we all have to go back to work. Traditionally, that was the go back to school day, remember? You had Labor Day, then you had all that fun and everything. Then your first day back was on on the day after Labor Day on that Tuesday. Well, things have changed a lot since then. This hour of the Ozarks This Morning, sponsored by Reagan Cabinets, RAGAN, ReaganCabinets.com. Go to their website to view cabinets, accessories, various projects. They have a showroom, Highway 42 in Osage Beach. Their phone number 573-234-6830. Pollen count this morning, and asthma is in the high category. People have got the sniffles, and, well, you're not alone. There's a lot that are happening here because the pollen is blowing around. Tree and ragweed, they're both in the moderate category. Mold, grass, and dust and dander all in the high range this morning. So that's probably the reason why you're doing that. Plus, the kids are going back to school. They're intermingling with the other students there, and so they're all passing around all the germs. And so, the kid crud, as they call it. Lake level 658.76, river level 551.65. Truman is at 704.45. Big night both for our teams are at home this evening. I'm talking Camdenton Lakers with Kickapoo, and I'm also talking the Osage Indians. They will be hosting Moberly. And both of those games are on our sister stations. You can hear the Lakers on 93.5 Rocks the Lake. Their pregame begins at 6 o'clock, and their game kicks off at 7 o'clock on 93.5 Rocks. That's with Brendan Matthews and Luke Hagedorn. And then the Osage Indians. They're on 104.9 Classic Country, where we're banging the twang. Pregame begins at 6:30, and that kickoff is at 7 o'clock. Myself, along with Tony Herman, we will be having the play-by-play and all the action for you there. And Osage, they're looking for their first win after their loss last week to the Jeff City Jays. So it's and they're ready for it. I talked to the coach yesterday on the coach's corner, and so that'll be played in our pregame. And by the way, the Lakers with Brendan and Luke, they have a great pregame show, so don't discount that 6 to 7 hour because they've got the interviews of coaches and players and all, and that will also be broadcast on TV 32. Well, this is an all-hands-on deck for the Missouri State Highway Patrol and officers all around the state, as this is Labor Day weekend. And if they say if you plan on going out this weekend, and many will be smart about it. They say that they added it up last year, and it was one crash every 11 minutes. They had 7 people die last year over this weekend, 1,000 crashes on Labor Day alone on that weekend. So just be aware and, just follow the rules. Make sure you fasten your seatbelt. Put that texting of the phone down. That is against the law to be driving and having a phone in your hand. So, use that Bluetooth if you're going to be making a phone call. Don't be caught on that. And then buckle up, and then also have a designated driver if you choose to imbibe. Holiday travel. Well, the long Labor Day weekend is already underway for millions of Americans. TSA predicts that the last getaway of the summer will be one of the busiest, with more than 250,000 flights scheduled through Tuesday. CBS's Lane Alter has the report.
Rental cars and cruises are all up compared to 2022, but 90% of Americans will drive to their destinations. With all that driving, there's one thing you need to do before you set off.
Before you get on the road to take your road trip, make sure that your car is in good shape. Batteries, tires, coolant, just check your hoses and belts just to make sure that all the main systems in your vehicle are going to get you safely to your destination.
All right, and then there's also accommodations for people with dementia. Tom Foti has more.
About a dozen airports around the country have been modifying their facilities and operations to make travel easier for people with dementia. Among them, major ones in Phoenix and Kansas City. The special dementia accommodation facilities include quiet rooms and simulation centers where caretakers and those with dementia can learn about flying or get a refresher. Tom Foti, CBS News.
All right, and then election workers. This is interesting. CBS News correspondent Jim Krasula, he's reporting on concerns in election offices across the country. Election workers have gotten death threats and warnings that they will be lynched if they repeat the claims that happened in 2020, that it was stolen. Now, that's according to federal investigators. A special Justice Department unit has been charged with more than a dozen people nationwide. They've actually charged more than a dozen people nationwide with threatening election workers.
Election workers have gotten death threats and warnings they will be lynched after repeated claims that the 2020 election was stolen. That's according to federal investigators. A special Justice Department unit has charged more than a dozen people nationwide with threatening election workers.
Boy, what happened to freedom of speech? And, this is what I believe. And so I want to just exercise my freedom of speech. Well, if you have dissenting views against the administration, this is becoming more and more banana Republican. You've heard that phrase a lot, but it just seems, if they're going to, hey, the election was stolen and we work in the election and everything, we're going to lynch you. That's not good at all. Delta Dental of Missouri, a leading dental benefits provider and a nonprofit organization, recently awarded $500,000 in workforce development grants to several organizations nationwide. Among some of those organizations, the Missouri Department of Health and Senior Services, they received $100,000. Missouri Primary Care Association in Jeff City, they received $99,998. Central Ozarks Medical Center in Camdenton, they received $100,000. Northeast Missouri Area Health Education Center in Kirksville, they received $40,000. And then the Missouri Highlands Healthcare in Ellington, they received $39,200. Now is to host a dental day camps and develop mentoring programs to educate more. Well, we've got more coming up this morning. We've got to look at what's going to be happening around the area as far as camping goes, and that's with our good friend Monty King. All of our regular features, we've got Bill Federer, Melinda's Guard Moment with Melinda Myers, Peter Greenberg with Eye on Travel on this holiday weekend, and then Jim Daly with Focus on the Family. This is the Ozarks This Morning on your News Talk, KRMS. 59 degrees. Our news time is 7:17.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I want to tell you about our award-winning collision repair department. We can repair any make or model and make it look like new. Our staff is second to none and works hard to get you back on the road as fast as possible. We offer free transportation for your convenience and peace of mind during the repair. Come see us today for all of your collision repair needs at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton.
No pressure, low prices. That's the way we do it. Shop Hewlett. ShopHewlett.com.
Larry the Cable Guy is coming to the lake.
I don't eat good at Christmas, I'll tell you that much. I got a Fitbit on Christmas Eve. I put it on, it dialed 911.
Join us Saturday, September 2nd for Larry the Cable Guy.
You know what killed me at Christmas last year, food-wise? The Kentucky Fried Chicken 12-day Advent calendar.
Welcome by Lake Ozark Real Estate. Jonathan Hartenstein, broker associate.
Get her done.
Tickets at ozarksamp.com.
Have you tried the deep dish pizza at Lake Billiards? It's incredible. So are the wings, sandwiches, and baskets. I bet you thought it was just a pool hall. Lake Billiards does have the best tables at the lake and an 8-ball tournament every Wednesday night with cash prizes. But I'll tell you, the food is great and they serve it late. It's probably the last kitchen open in town every night. I bet you didn't know Lake Billiards offers free pool from 11 to 2 when you stop in for lunch, or that you can find a full menu and order online for pickup or delivery at lakebilliards.com. Come by and find out what else you don't know about Lake Billiards at 4344 Osage Beach Parkway.
Join KRMS for our West Side Social, Wednesday, September 6th at Red's Barbecue on Highway 5 at the north end of Laurie. Enjoy complimentary appetizers and the lake's best networking starting at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome. Meet great people, get new business, and there are no dues to pay. The social on September 6th is sponsored by Laurie Sunrise Beach Rotary. West Side Socials are presented by News Talk KRMS, 93.5 Rocks, Classic Country 104.9, 98.7 The Cove, and KRMS TV 32.
Summer. 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 Summer.
Hello, summertime.
It's summer. I got my hat on backwards and it's time to party.
Summertime kicks. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
It's a beautiful day
for drinking that I'm buying, and I know there's no denying. It's a beautiful day, the sun is up, the music's playing, and even if it started raining, you won't hear this boy complaining, 'cause I'm glad that you're the one who got away. It's a beautiful day.
Little Michael Bublé to start our Friday and kick off this weekend. Oh my goodness, what a talent he is. Well, student loans, Jason Brook has more because they're going to start piling up interest starting today. This is after the pandemic pause, and Jason has the report.
A 3.5-year moratorium on student loan payments and interest accrual is ending, with interest once again accruing starting today and payments scheduled to resume in October. Around 44 million Americans will have to factor those loan payments into their monthly budgets, with those who graduated from college during the pandemic having never made a payment. The interest waiver is estimated to have cost the federal government about $5 billion a month.
All right. Missouri, high in beef production. We've got, I believe, the second only to Texas. Well, there's a new report. Get this. A new study found that half of the beef that America eats is just by 12% of the country. That's almost hard to believe. Is this report even right? That means about 40 million Americans are scarfing down an alarming number of steaks and burgers. And the research by Tulane University found that most of those meat eaters are middle-aged men and teenage boys. So don't worry about that meat consumption. They say that that's great for protein and all, but what about the spike in heart disease, obesity? Despite the image that the red meat helps pack on the muscles, well, 12% of Americans eat 50% of the meat, eating half of the meat. That's incredible, isn't it? Well, let's find out from Bill Federer what's going to be happening on this day, and that's coming up in 2 minutes.
Every day, you breathe in thousands of microscopic germs, allergens, and viruses. Don't let these invisible invaders make breathing through your nose impossible. Flush them out with Navage. Navage uses powered suction to pull saline in one nostril around the back of the nose and out the other nostril, helping flush out all the nasty things that make you miserable. Nearly 4 million people use Navage to breathe better, snore less, and feel healthier. People like Cindy, a verified Navage user who writes, "I've had such awful nasal congestion for the last couple years. I bought Navage and OMG, I can breathe again. I love this thing. Goodbye neti pot, hello Navage." End quote. If you suffer from sinus congestion, allergies, or snoring, then Navage is the safe, drug-free solution you've been looking for. Navage is at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and Navage.com. Navage. Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 800-626-4910. That's 800-626-4910.
Mortgage rates have dropped 25%, the lowest mortgage rates in years. So maybe you should drop everything and call Zoom Refi. Refinance your home now and slash your mortgage payments. Take cash out and save maybe hundreds of dollars every month. Zoom Refi mortgage rates are super low. Zoom Refi closing costs are super low. And Zoom, we approve you right over the phone. Call Zoom Refi today. 888-913-1825. 888-913-1825.
History was made on today's date. Stay tuned for an American Minute with Bill Federer.
The British invaded Washington, D.C. The Capitol was burned. President James and Dolly Madison fled the White House. On this day, September 1st, 1814, President Madison wrote, "The enemy, by a sudden incursion, has succeeded in invading the capital of the nation. During their possession, though for a single day only, they wantonly destroyed the public edifices, an occasion which appeals so forcibly to the patriotic devotion of the American people, none will forget. Independence is now to be maintained with the strength and resources which heaven has blessed."
This has been an American Minute with Bill Federer. For a free transcript, call American Minute at 1-888-USA-WORD.
The American Minute is sponsored by Adair's Animals. They're the wildlife removal service right here at the lake. Are the otters having a party out there on your dock? They leaving those fish parts and all those slimy poops all over your docks and boats and lifts? Call Adair's. They'll get your problem mitigated, and they'll offer those affordable solutions for all of your residential and commercial nuisance animal problems. Adair's, they put the wildlife back where it belongs, in the wild. Adair's-animals.com is their web address. Their phone number, 573-378-8739.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
Hi, I'm Greg Dierberg. I love slow smoke barbecue, but who has 10 plus hours? At Dierberg's, we fire up our smokers every day, right on site. So when that craving hits, just come on in and grab it. It's fresh, it's friendly, and for slow smoke barbecue in a hurry, it's Dierberg's.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents A Moment of Hope. Hope Lutheran Chapel is located 2 miles west of the Grand Glaze Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Add a little extra color and beauty to your autumn landscape with container gardens filled with fall-blooming annuals and perennials. Hi, I'm Melinda Myers, horticulturist and gardening expert. A pot of mums or asters can add color to your front steps. Combine them with other fall plants for added beauty. Enjoy the color and fragrance of frost-tolerant pansies and watch for butterflies that stop by for a sip of nectar. Use ornamental grasses or Swiss chard for vertical interest. Mix in some lamb's ear with silvery leaves or coral bells with colorful foliage for added texture and color. Ornamental cabbage, kale, and mustard provide colorful foliage as well. Sweet alyssum, snapdragons, dianthus, lobelia, and stocks are a few annuals that help brighten the fall garden and tolerate frost. Create an attractive fall display with fall containers, pumpkins, gourds, decorative squash, bales of hay, and corn stalks. Check out our website for this and other gardening tips.
Melinda's Garden Moment, sponsored by the Motor Hut in Camdenton. They are your full-line sales and service center for all of your outdoor power equipment needs, including those best-selling brands like Steel, Gravely, Grasshopper, Husqvarna, those Wright commercial mowers. They even sell barbecue grills, great for tailgating, the Smokin' Brothers pellet grills made right here in Missouri. You can find them at 13 Chestnut Avenue in Camdenton, online at themotorhut.com, or give them a call, 573-346-6110. Let's all putt-putt to the Motor Hut.
I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Eye on Travel Minute. What's the fastest growing transportation mode? E-scooters. In theory, they're less expensive to operate and are more eco-friendly. Until recently, you could find them easily in major cities in the U.S. and around the world. But now, because of a growing number of accidents and liability issues, the e-scooters have been banned in Paris and Madrid and are being tightly regulated in other cities like San Francisco and Brussels. And as convenient as they may appear to be, before you rent one, you should check your own insurance to see if you're covered for damage or liability as an operator. Consider this. E-scooters now have a higher injury rate for riders than bicycles, cars, and even motorcycles. For more information, visit petergreenberg.com. I'm Peter Greenberg, and this is today's Eye on Travel Minute.
When it comes to hiring, you don't need to be doing all the searching, screening, and interviewing yourself. What you need is Indeed, the end-to-end solution that makes it easy to attract, interview, and hire quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credits.
Join Tropic Island Cruises at Margaritaville Resort for Labor Day weekend fireworks. Enjoy a relaxing cruise followed by an awesome fireworks show aboard the Tropic Island on Sunday, September the 3rd. Full-service bar and snacks on board available for purchase. Book at TropicIslandCruises.com. or call 573-348-0083. Don't miss the fireworks September the 3rd. Dock safety is your responsibility. Electrical problems in or near the house and lines feeding the dock can be hazardous. To make sure your dock is in safe working condition, inspect your dock's wiring frequently. Test your power circuits. Install GFCI outlets and circuit breakers. Ensure your dock is properly bonded and grounded at the power source. If you have questions, contact a qualified electrician or your local fire district to make sure you're doing everything possible to keep your family and friends safe at the lake. Learn more at AmerinMissouri.com/lake.
Save big money on your next project with 11% off everything at Menards. Protect your cargo with our selection of hitches, ratchet straps, and everything in between. We've got what you need to get your cargo there safely. The Tow Smart Tri-Ball Mount Trailer Hitch has 3 different hitch ball sizes and is just $24.99 after 11% rebate. Good through September 4th. Savings are a mail-in rebate. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Save big money at Menards.
Focus on the Family is sponsored by Bridal Cave. You know, you can go back almost 150 years in time and explore Bridal Cave as the first explorers did by lantern. Lantern tours are available Friday and Saturday evenings, that's tonight and tomorrow, through Labor Day. Schedule your lantern tour now at bridalcave.com. A proud sponsor of Focus on the Family with Jim Daly.
Private First Class Desmond Dawes was an inspiring example of living by your convictions. Dawes was a conscientious objector who served as a medic during World War II. He was so devout in his beliefs that he refused to carry a rifle. That decision angered his fellow soldiers, who ostracized him, and his superiors, who sought to have him court-martialed. But Dawes insisted on going into battle without a weapon. In Hacksaw Ridge, the movie about his life, Private Dawes defended his actions by saying, "I have the passion to serve as a medic," right in the middle of the other guys. No less danger, but while everybody else is taking life, I'll be saving it. And save lives he did. In April 1945, during the Battle of Okinawa, Private Dawes evaded heavy machine gun fire to carry wounded men to safety. Each time he saved someone, he prayed, "Please, Lord, help me get one more." By the end of the firefight, he had rescued 75 men. Private Dawes labeled himself a conscientious cooperator instead of a conscientious objector because he did what he could to bring life and hope to desperate situations. To live in a world that's filled with courage, faith, and sacrificial love, each of us must live out those values when it counts. Heroes don't wear capes. They're everyday people who believe so deeply in what's right that they just do it instinctually, no matter how extraordinary the situation is. For Focus on the Family, I'm Jim Daly.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 844-94-BIBLE. That's 844-94-BIBLE. 844-94-BIBLE.
If you have a smartphone, Alexa, Google Play, or a computer, you have a radio. Now you can listen to KRMS anywhere in the world. Just download the KRMS app for your phone, enable the skill for your smart speaker, or go to krmsradio.com. Live internet streaming is sponsored by Capricorn Insurance. Visit capricorninsurance.net. Now you can listen to all your favorite local programs anywhere in the world. We're at your service. We're KRMS.
CBS News Special Report. New jobs numbers just in from the Labor Department. They show employers added 187,000 new positions in August. That's the same as it was the month before, 187,000. Most of the growth was in healthcare, leisure and hospitality, and construction. In a nutshell,
while the job market is expected to soften in the months ahead, it has remained more resilient than expected.
Bank rates, Mark Hamrick.
Monthly payroll gains have averaged 250 358,000 this year, down from last year's monthly average of nearly 400,000 jobs added a month.
Unemployment was at 3.8% in August. That's up from 3.5% in July. Again, non-farm payroll additions, 187,000 in August, as the Fed ponders yet another interest rate hike at its meeting this month. CBS News Special Report. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. One person remains in custody without bond, and the search continues for others who are wanted for questioning after an assault in early August in the Greenview area. Camden County Sergeant Scott Hines says the sequence of events apparently started with a confrontation at a Sunrise Beach restaurant before the unidentified victim and his friends went to a residence. They were all able to get inside except the victim, who was attacked and seriously hurt by another group, which reportedly followed them to the home. One suspect, 24-year-old Aaron Gonzalez of Lake Ozark, was arrested and remains in custody without bond, while 3 others are wanted for questioning. They are identified as 22-year-olds John Brennan Richardson of Springfield and Jonathan Cosme Ortiz Gopar of Montreal, and an unknown male who may be known as Roberto. Anyone with information about these 3 should contact the Camden County Sheriff's Office or local law enforcement. Now that the COVID pandemic is officially in the past, it's back to a full schedule of planned health fairs being offered by the Lake Regional Health System. One of the events right around the corner also marks a return of the health fairs to the west side of the lake. That's according to Lake Regional Community Liaison Stephanie Daner, who says this time around you really have no excuse to not take advantage of the health fair.
The labs that we have offered in the past, they're going to be completely free to the public, to the community. So we're really proud of that offering. People can come out and get their labs drawn. Previously they were a small, low cost, say $5 and $10. But this year they will be free.
The Westside Health Fair will run from 7 to 10:30 on the morning of Tuesday, the 19th of this month at the Elks Lodge in Laurie. You are advised to call ahead to see if any fasting or special instructions need to be followed before the testing you're interested in. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
This news sponsored by the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. Repeat customer Ron visits Driftwood Spa every month.
Today I came for a haircut. Haley cut my hair, and then we went for massage. And Melissa did a fantastic job like she always does. It's just an excellent place just to come and relax. You leave totally refreshed, invigorated.
Hi, this is Shelley from the Driftwood Spa and Salon at Margaritaville. We are located in the Driftwood building next to the indoor pool, and our new salon is directly across the street. Come drift away with us.
This sports report is sponsored by Skelton's Key and Lock. Reasonable rates, reliable service, and recommended by everyone.
Maybe not the overwhelming blowout some fans were looking for, but it was a win, and one without really a sweat for Mizzou football last night as they take out South Dakota 35-10. Brady Cook played the first half, threw for a touchdown, rushed for another. Sam Horn played the second half, was okay, but only attempted 5 passes for 54 yards. After the game, head coach Eli Drinkwitz admitted Cook has a leg up in this competition. Mizzou will have a little extra time to prepare for Middle Tennessee State. They'll come to Columbia a week from tomorrow. High school football tonight over on 93.5 rocks the lake, a battle of undefeated teams as Camdenton takes on the Kickapoo Chiefs from down in Springfield. We'll have coverage starting at 6 o'clock, 93.5 rocks the lake and KRMS TV 32.11, or watch our broadcast on the LOZ app. School of the Osage coming off a tough loss at Jeff City last week. They're home against Moberly. Hear the game over on Classic Country 104.9. Eldon is 1-0. They are home against Owensville tonight, the first of 5 straight home games for the Mustangs. Versailles, they're 1-0 at 1-0 Warsaw. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Are you a busy contractor? Let the designers at Reagan Cabinets help assist your customers with their kitchen and bath design. We offer indoor and outdoor cabinetry with lines to fit any budget. I'm Andrea Fisher, one of the designers at Reagan Cabinets in Osage Beach. Let us put our design expertise to work for you. Call Reagan Cabinets today to set up an appointment, 573-234-6830. You can also see us on our website at reagancabinets.com. That is RAGAN cabinets.com.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 84. Clear skies overnight tonight with a low around 61. Warmer on Saturday, sunny and 89, then clear skies and 66 Saturday night. Still sunny on Sunday with a high of 92 and clear and 73 throughout Sunday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the Shootout, is 82 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 52 degrees.
May you, as a psychiatrist, medicate a patient against his will? The court balanced the rights in the case of the muddled mentality. I'm Curtis Howard with today's Point of Law.
Point of Law is sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
Dr. Philip Perlman was a young, dedicated psychiatrist. He worked part-time for the state penal system, which had a number of mentally ill prisoners. One of these was pint-sized Ernie Nevins, who had a manic-depressive disorder. When first admitted, he had tried unsuccessfully to beat up a 6'2" security guard. Dr. Perlman prescribed an antipsychotic drug which kept Ernie functioning reasonably well. After a time, Ernie decided he didn't want to take the drug anymore. Dr. Perlman asked why not. Ernie said, "Because I hate you. I hate everybody in this place." Dr. Perlman said, "Well, that's okay, but it's a little strange because everybody here likes you. We're trying to make you well." Ernie said, "I could have beaten up that officer, could have beaten him to a pulp if he hadn't gotten 2 other guys to help him." Dr. Perlman said, "Well, we don't want you to be beating up again, so come on, take your pill." Ernie said, "I won't, and the law says you can't make me, and that I can have a hearing if you try to. Everybody's got a right to refuse any treatment he doesn't like. Isn't that right?" So Ernie got a hearing before a committee of medical experts. The experts thought Dr. Perlman should continue the treatment. Using his legal rights, Ernie took an appeal. In court, his attorney said, "Under the Due Process Clause of the Constitution, no person, including prisoners, can be deprived of their right to refuse medical treatment. And in any event, before Ernie can be forced to take this drug, he must be found incompetent, and then only after the court has approved the forced medication." The institution's attorney said, "We followed the law and gave Ernie a hearing, and they did find he was a danger to himself and others. To require a court hearing means that a judge must second-guess medical decisions already made by a committee of experts. That doesn't make sense, and it's in Ernie's own best interests that he be forced to take this medication." How should the court tip this balance? We'll find out after this.
The Law Office of Christopher Rohr reminds everyone to be polite and share the road with our motorcycle enthusiasts as they rumble their way around our beautiful Lake of the Ozarks. Here in the lake area, we are proud to offer some of the nation's most scenic rides through the rolling hills. Be safe, share the road, drive smart. That's the wish of the Law Office of Christopher Rohr. If you're in need of an attorney, call the Law Office of Christopher Rohr for a free consultation. 573-348-3313. Remember, 573-348-3313.
May you, as a psychiatrist, medicate a mental patient against his will? Yes, said the Supreme Court of the United States. Ernie's state law says that an inmate may only be forced to take medication if he suffers a mental disorder and is gravely disabled, or there is likely danger of harm to himself or others. The committee found that was the case, and Dr. Perlman is, under these circumstances, entitled to administer the drug over the patient's objection. It's a point of law.
This is the Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman on News Talk KRMS.
Trailer for sale or rent, rooms to let 50 cents. I'm a man of means by no means, King of the road.
The following is a paid program by AOK RVs and the king of the road himself, Monty King. Good morning, Monty.
Good morning, Guy, and nice, cool morning out there, although I think it's supposed to warm up this weekend to give us a nice, hot Labor Day weekend for the Lake of the Ozarks.
Absolutely. It's going to be fantastic here at the lake. And you know what? Last night, everything started in earnest as far as college football goes, and boy, did that feel good, too.
It is, definitely, with the cooler temperatures, it's definitely football time, and that's a great time to get out and go camping and have a campfire and take your automatic satellite dish with you so you catch all the college football games. And it's been busy the last, really for all summer, but with the fair getting wrapped up and getting everything back here, I haven't really had time to catch up with the football, although I know it's getting ready to start. And this weekend, I think they got one big game, LSU and FSU, I think, this weekend.
Now, what about Iowa hosting Utah State?
Well, I haven't heard if they're going to have that new quarterback in there. I guess he had an injury a few weeks ago, so he's questionable. McNamara from Michigan. So kind of excited to see what he's going to do this year. Hopefully he'll be healthy, and looks like it could be a good year. You know, Iowa's ranked in the top 25 for the first time preseason in a long time.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, the Utes last night, they destroyed Florida, didn't they?
Oh, yeah, that was interesting. Although I think they came in ranked higher than Florida, so, not a huge surprise. But, man, I tell you what, it's fun. I'm ready for football season, especially college, and then get the Chiefs kick off here in a few days. So it's a great time of year to get out and enjoy the outdoors and enjoy Friday night football and all the other games going on through the weekend.
And tell you what, take the football with you in an AOK RV by Monty King.
Absolutely. We've got that portable satellite dish you can take with you. You set it up, you get a clear view of kind of the southwest sky, and you can have college football no matter where you go. And we got a trip coming up here in about a week or so.
Do you?
And we're going to be out in the middle of nowhere, so we're definitely going to take our little satellite dish and make sure we keep up with all the college games. And fall is that's the time of year when we can kind of get away. It slows down a little bit for us, and so we're going to take some time and get out and do some camping.
Great. Okay, now what's going on up there at AOK?
Well, right now we're moving stuff around. We've got all the campers that we brought back from the fair. Some of them sold there, some of them didn't, and the ones that didn't still have the fair special on them. So you take advantage of that. We're getting them all set up on the display lot. We did a few of them yesterday. We've got a few more we're going to move around today. So if you come on out, you can check out all of the fair specials and also all the new ones that we got huge rebates on. So this weekend we're going to have everything all set up around the sales office, and you can check that out. If you can't make it in, you can go online, too, at aokrvs.com, and we still have the State Fair banner there. You can click on that, and that'll show you the specials on those campers. But there's just a lot of stuff to see out here. We've got the side-by-sides with big rebates on them. We've got several used campers that came in. Of course, we got Santa Fe, and we're going into Labor Day weekend. Santa Fe Springs is going to be busy, and if you're thinking about getting into an RV park that you can set up and stay permanent, it's waterfront, it's nice and quiet, it's the old-style type campground, but it's got great amenities. So you can check that out at aokrvs.com, and we got lots of stuff to see. So you need to come out here to AOK RVs at the top of Lori, same place we've been for over 30 years, right here on Highway 5, and you can find the sales office Monday through Saturday from 9 to 5. Our service center is Tuesday through Saturday from 9 to 5. And, of course, anytime online. Or if you got questions, you can call 573-374-8113. But if you stop in here in the office, we got all kinds of accessories and supplies. Even if you're not a camper, just stuff maybe for going on a picnic. We got little knickknacks and accessories that lots of people would like to use and make great gifts too. Stuff you can't find in a normal store.
Well, it sounds like a plan on this holiday weekend, and head on over to AOK. Thanks so much, Monty.
Absolutely. Enjoy the lake, and we'll see you next week.
All right. Monty King of AOK RVs. The preceding was a paid program. 7:49, Kara Foster coming up in 90 seconds.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
Come party with your favorite pirate at Captain Ron's Bar and Grill and enjoy your favorite drinks and great food inside or outside by the beach. Enjoy their spectacular tiki bar. Kick back with your favorite cold drink and relax. The Captain's got you covered with plenty of indoor and outdoor seating and live entertainment every weekend. Captain Ron's is the place to be this summer. Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, open 7 days a week on Lake Road 550 or the 34.5-mile mark, Sunrise Beach.
You've heard your mechanic talk about how your car doesn't run well when the filter's dirty, right? Well, it's the same thing with your home's heating and cooling system. And B&B Heating and Cooling wants to make sure your home feels just right. So every Friday, it's Free Filter Friday at B&B Heating and Cooling. Once you sign up at bbhvac.com or stop by their location, you'll get one free filter once a month. For more info, go to bbhvac.com or freefilterfriday.com.
Just right, never felt so good. B&B Heating and Cooling.
Weatherology with Kara Foster. How you doing, Kara?
I'm good. How are you?
By that little blurb, you would not think I majored in music, would you?
Wouldn't put it as your first major.
Well, it was my first major, but I wasn't singing. Well, it wasn't singing; it was composition. But we've got a great day coming up. I see abundant sunshine on my weather forecast. What do you have for us?
That is correct. We got nothing but sunshine the next several days here. Temperatures for us are going to also stay fairly fine, I would say. I mean, compared to the rest of the region, many areas are reaching upper 90s, lower 100s, and we are going to stay a little bit cooler than that. The highest we're getting is like 92, which is not too bad. That being said, though, it is going to stay very dry, so do make sure you're keeping an eye when you're grilling out there since it is so dry out there. As we head into Monday, though, we'll start to see a chance for some rain, so maybe we do see something there. But for today, sunny 84, clear and 61 for tonight, sunny 89 Saturday, clear 66 Saturday night, and then 92 on Sunday. That's the warmest we get. By Monday, we're at 91. We'll still see a chance for some scattered showers in the afternoon, and that chance does continue into Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday. So we're going to start to see temperatures cool down to the mid to upper 80s throughout mid to late next week. So this warm-up won't last forever, but thankfully, like I said, it's not that big of a warm-up for us. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
All right, sounds like a plan, and we'll catch up with you one more time before the weekend fully commences.
Sounds good. Catch you then.
All right, Kara Foster out of our Weatherology office. Weatherology is sponsored by B&B Heating and Cooling. It's home of the Free Filter Fridays, which is every Friday. That's today. Stop by and get a complimentary 1-inch filter each month. Treat your AC and heating right. Get a filter from B&B Heating and Cooling. No pre-registration needed. 4177 Osage Beach Parkway, 302-COOL, 302-2665, bbhvac.com. Let's find out what's trending.
Buckle up for a busy travel weekend. I'm Jen Clark. Here's what's trending. More than 148 million people are traveling for Labor Day weekend, which is about half of the entire country. Most people are driving, but the Federal Aviation Administration says this will be the third busiest holiday weekend of the year, with today having the most flights. And higher gas prices aren't stopping anybody.
When people decide to go on vacation, they just budget in the price of gas.
A new study finds that more than 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, and it's not just those with low incomes. People who earn less than $50,000 a year are more likely to live between checks, but 4 in 10 households that make $100,000 a year are also struggling. The number of people living check to check is up 2% from last year. Finally,
so how long have you been dead?
The spin-offs for The Walking Dead and the new Interview with the Vampire show will resume shooting their seasons during the writers and actors strikes. AMC was able to get permission protection from the unions, as it is not part of the coalition of studios that the members are striking against.
There's no better feeling than grilling out, and there's no better place than Porter's Ace to get the best grill for your family. We stock brands from Weber, Traeger, Big Green Egg, Blackstone Griddles, and Uni Pizza Ovens. You won't find these premium brands and service at a warehouse store, only at Porter's Ace, the people who know their grills. Porter's Ace and Lori. Porter's, we're here to help. See acehardware.com for details.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Can the county outlaw puppies and then turn around and fine you if Fido actually has a few? What if they single out your particular breed of dog or cat for special restrictions? Can you stop them? I'm Curtis Howard. Together we'll explore these and other actual court cases and the decisions handed down by the judges. See if you agree.
Point of Law, weekday mornings at 7:35. Sponsored by the Law Office of Christopher Rohr on Osage Beach Parkway next to Golden Corral.
Exciting news! The LOZ app just got bigger and better. Introducing 3 new buttons: local charities, Lake Real Estate, and the West Side. Discover local charities. Register yours for free. Explore the latest real estate listings with an interactive map featuring open houses, highlighted homes, and great information on local realtors. Plus, check out everything the West Side has to offer: dining, attractions, and more. Search LOZ app on your app store. It's totally free. Experience everything the lake has to offer in the palm of your hand.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark. Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Well, that's going to do it. Hour number 2 is just about in the books. It's Up to You is coming up in just about 45 seconds. This hour of the Ozarks This Morning, sponsored by Reagan Cabinets. RAGAN, ReaganCabinets.com is their website. Go to their website to view cabinets, accessories, various projects. Connect up with their designers, some of the best in the business, right here in the Lake of the Ozarks. Their showroom is located Highway 42 in Osage Beach. Their phone number, 573-234-6830. RAGAN, ReaganCabinets.com. Well, 3 minutes before it's time for It's Up to You. All right, on this Friday to kick off the Labor Day weekend, September the 1st, it's up to you for this day. Let's start with our phone starter. Has there ever been an event in your life that defied explanation? Boy, oh boy, there's a lot of things. It's like, wow. Phone starter, has there ever been an event in your life that has defied explanation? It's up to you on this Friday. Water cooler question sponsored by Lindy Spring Lake of the Ozarks. Treat your water and it will treat you even better. 573-348-5044. Lindy Spring Lake of the Ozarks.com. Here's the water cooler question for this day. A study found that these days only 20% of grade school kids know how to do this. What is it? Interesting. A study found that these days only 20% of the grade school kids know how to do this. What is it? Tell time on an analog clock. It's up to you. Deep thought for today. It's kind of short, but appropriate. Quality is not an act. It's a habit. It's up to you on this date. Quality is not an act. It's a habit. Have yourself a great day, everybody, and be safe over the weekend.
Now, the Business Edge Minute. Here's Mitch Graff.
Having a clear and meaningful name for your business can be extremely helpful in your branding and marketing efforts if done correctly. Here's just a few tips on how to make sure your name generates excitement and enthusiasm. Number 1, don't pick a name that will limit your future growth. Stay away from names like Charlie's Digital Marketing Company of Des Moines. unless you plan on only servicing customers in Des Moines. Number 2, Secura.com that supports your business name. Yes, there's other extensions like .net, .org, .biz, .live, along with many others, but .com URLs are much easier to remember and are worth more when it comes time to sell. And number 3, use a name that conveys some meaning to your customers. You want customers to instantly know what your company is all about. The golden rule applies here. Keep it simple. So keep laser beam objectives when it comes to naming that beautiful business of yours. At BusinessEdgeMinute.com, I'm Mitch Kraft. You've heard it said before that the best lessons learned are from the School of Hard Knocks. Well, now you can give the gift of a PhD from this prestigious university. This authentic diploma is printed on the same high-quality paper that the top schools in the world use for their diplomas and will become the center of conversation for sure. Visit schoolofhardknocks.net. That's schoolofhardknocks.net, and you'll receive a special discount of 20% at checkout when you enter the code EDGE. Get one for that person in your life who seems to have everything, or heck, get one for yourself. You've earned it.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Americans are headed out in record numbers for the holiday weekend. Correspondent Chris Van Cleve is at the airport in Los Angeles. He says flight issues are minimal.
Labor Day weekend, are you concerned about where things stand?
Well, we're always concerned because we know we're just one unexpected event, glitch, or storm away from there being some real issues.
But Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says improving staffing and airlines cutting some summer flights created a buffer against disruptions.
This summer was a test of the recovery of our aviation system, and the results have been remarkable.
Something else that's remarkable?
All this traveling people did, they really worked up an appetite. Between Memorial Day and Labor Day, Americans ate 818 hot dogs a second.
Businesses are still hiring at a steady clip. Employers added a solid 187,000 jobs in August, same as the month before. Unemployment edged up from 3.5% to 3.8%. John Waldman at small business provider Home Base.
What struck me first was seeing that unemployment rate go up, which I guess if you're the Fed is good news. Now, it's important to remember that's still a pretty historically low level.
The Fed taking it all into consideration ahead of this month's decision on interest rates. Police in Pennsylvania searching for a convicted murderer who escaped from the Chester County Prison near Philadelphia yesterday. Acting Warden Howard Holland.
He had prison-issued garb on, and then when he left the facility, it was a white T-shirt with green pants, and then we had confirmation that he may have changed into gray shorts.
No word on how Danilo Cavalcante got out, but he was sentenced last week for stabbing his ex-girlfriend to death in front of her 2 young children. Hawaii Governor Josh Green says the state is opening investigations into investors buying up land from survivors of the Maui wildfire.
So if someone swooped in, say, and bought 15 lots because they hope to build a mega house on the beach, they made a big mistake, because when we find out that they took advantage of somebody, there's not going to be approvals for them.
More books are being removed from school libraries in Florida. CBS West Palm Beach's Katie Benty was at last night's meeting.
We were looking at the books in the schools and doing keyword searches. Rape, incest, pedophilia.
One by one, excerpts seen as obscene were read aloud to the board. Under Florida law, an interruption during a reading calls for the book to be immediately taken off the shelves. And that's exactly what happened every time. Board members unanimously agreed to remove all books read during the meeting.
Katie Benty in Indian River, Florida. S&P futures up 24. This is CBS News.
You need to hire fast and hire right? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one hiring platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates efficiently. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. One person remains in custody without bond, and the search continues for others who are wanted for questioning after an assault in early August in the Greenview area.
Camden County Sergeant Scott Hines says the sequence of events apparently started with a confrontation at a Sunrise Beach restaurant before the unidentified victim and his friends went to a residence. They were all able to get inside except the victim, who was attacked and seriously hurt by another group, which reportedly followed them to the home. One suspect, 24-year-old Aaron Gonzalez of Lake Ozark, was arrested and remains in custody without bond, while 3 others are wanted for questioning. They are identified as 22-year-olds John Brennan Richardson of Springfield and Jonathan Cosme Ortiz Gopar of Montreal, and an unknown male who may be known as Roberto. Anyone with information about these 3 should contact the Camden County Sheriff's Office or local law enforcement. Now that the COVID pandemic is officially in the past, it's back to a full schedule of planned health fairs being offered by the Lake Regional Health System. One of the events right around the corner also marks a return of the health fairs to the west side of the lake. That's according to Lake Regional Community Liaison Stephanie Daner, who says this time around you really have no excuse to not take advantage of the health fair.
The labs that we have offered in the past, they're going to be completely free to the public, to the community. So we're really proud of that offering. People can come out and get their labs drawn. You know, previously they were a small, low cost, say $5 and $10. But this year they will be free.
The Westside Health Fair will run from 7 to 10:30 on the morning of Tuesday, the 19th of this month at the Elks Lodge in Laurie. You're advised to call ahead to see if any fasting or special instructions need to be followed before the testing you're interested in. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is a service of Jennings Insurance Group.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we provide a holistic approach to retirement. We'll guide you through the 5 risks to your retirement, including healthcare costs, inflation, market risk, and more. At Jennings, we contract with many companies, but we work for our clients. Consultations are always free. At Jennings, we use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of the people we serve. Whether you need to visit about your financial future or your healthcare costs, we can help. Check out our Facebook page, Jennings Insurance Group, or call us today, 573-693-9443.
Are you a gambling man? Well, it's One Stop Labor Day weekend sale with your chance to win big at One Stop. One Stop Material Yard, Lynn Creek, has over 50 bins of top quality rock, mulch, and soil. They also have a selection of Luxcraft furniture, firewood, weed barrier, landscaping blocks, 8-foot and 10-foot railroad ties, and more. And they deliver. You can see all the current inventory at onestopmaterials.com. That's with the numeral 1, onestopmaterials.com. They even have a dump truck and a Bobcat loader, and it's all on the lot for sale. During this Labor Day sale, you can take 10% off of your bill, or you can draw a card out of the standard deck. And if you pull out the one-eyed jack, your entire order is free. This does not apply to the dump truck or the Bobcat. Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., Saturday, 8 to 3.
Maybe not the overwhelming blowout some fans were looking for, but it was a win, and one without really a sweat for Mizzou football last night as they take out South Dakota 35-10. Brady Cook played the first half, threw for a touchdown, rushed for another. Sam Horn played the second half, was okay, but only attempted 5 passes for 54 yards. After the game, head coach Eli Drinkwitz admitted Cook has a leg up in this competition. Mizzou will have a little extra time to prepare for Middle Tennessee State. They'll come to Columbia a week from tomorrow. High school football tonight over on 93.5 rocks the lake, a battle of undefeated teams as Camdenton takes on the Kickapoo Chiefs from down in Springfield. We'll have coverage starting at 6 o'clock, 93.5 rocks the lake and KRMS TV 32.11, or watch our broadcast on the LOZ app. School of the Osage coming off a tough loss at Jeff City last week. They're home against Moberly. Hear the game over on Classic Country 104.9. Eldon is 1-0. They are home against Owensville tonight, the first of 5 straight home games for the Mustangs. For Sales, they're 1-0 at 1-0 Warsaw. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
Show Me Taxi welcomes you to the lake. Professional people, tourists like Show Me Taxi. 573-280-5511. Need a ride to dinner, grocery store, pick up your boat, or a car? We are here. Ride the wave at the lake as you enjoy the beautiful scenery and fun at the lake. Call Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Show Me Taxi 573-280-5511. Thanks, Cindy Lou. Be safe.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 84. Clear skies overnight tonight with a low around 61. Warmer on Saturday, sunny and 89, then clear skies and 66 Saturday night. Still sunny on Sunday with a high of 92 and clear and 73 throughout Sunday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 57 degrees.
CBS Money Watch.
The United Auto Workers Union says it filed a complaint with the National Labor Relations Board against General Motors and Chrysler parent company Stellantis, alleging unfair labor practices, that they are not negotiating toward a new contract in good faith. The current contract expires September 14th. Trader Joe's has its 6th product recall since July. Texas black bean tamales that may be mislabeled and contain an undeclared milk allergen. Starting today, Krispy Kreme is saying goodbye to summer by releasing its popular strawberry glazed donut. It will only be available this Labor Day weekend. That's your CBS News Money Watch report. For more, log on to cbsmoneywatch.com. I'm Chanel Call.
Summer Bonanza means more business in the fall months? Hire right with Indeed. Their integrated solution lets you schedule and conduct video interviews all in one place. Finding your next great hire has never been this easy. Get hiring at Indeed.com/credits.
CBS Money Watch is sponsored by Oakstar Bank. They're proud to be ranked as the top ag lender in Missouri and number 11 nationally, according to the Independent Community Bankers of America's 2021 top lenders list. Stop by one of their convenient lake area locations to see how their team can help your operation succeed. Oakstar Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
You should know when you're not listening to us.
Not listening. I'm not listening.
People are judging you. News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning, starting at 6 with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, it's time for Breakfast with the Coach. We've got our coach here. We've got Luke Hagedorn with us. And Luke, it's always great to have you in studio. And who do you have as your surrogate coaches this week?
Well, we got our sideline reporter, Jace Nicholas, joining us. And his kind of the Batman and Robin down there in the sidelines. We got Jacob Curley in the house as well, a former Hoggy. Anytime I got a former offensive lineman in studio, makes me feel more comfortable. Feels like, I got a cohort here, and I'm also protected because he's in better shape than I ever was.
Oh, my goodness. and he's got the, Curly, you got the arms and everything. You almost have a Hulk Hogan thing working for you.
Yeah, I'm trying to embrace it fully. And, after football season and after the career's over, you just got to figure a way out to relive it every day. And how you do it.
I have to give Jacob also credit. He's not just a meathead jock. He was also a champion debater at Camdenton, one of the most decorated debaters in the Camden Speech and Debate Program history. So he's got the brains as well as the brawn.
Wow. Okay. Did you like debating?
I loved it. I was also a state runner-up in radio speaking, so I feel like this is my calling as well. Here to try out.
You want me to move over? You can have the mic. I'll let you have it.
I'll give you today, but I'm thinking about it for next week.
All right. Well, guess what? I want to go to Florida, so there you go.
Perfect.
I'll teach you the board and everything, but somebody else says second ideas. Oh, Tony Herman says, give me the log. Okay. Introduce Chase with us.
Chase?
Chase.
Jace. Yeah, Jay. Like I said,
with a J.
Yeah, I said Jace is our sideline reporter as well. He's joining us as well. He's been on with us. We're going to talk a little football. Last night was the Mizzou game as a part of the kind of kickoff of Week 1. Last week was considered Week 0. This week is Week 1. Mizzou got a chance on a national stage to play on a Thursday night against some lower competition as well. But for many folks around the lake area, around the region, myself included, we were unable to watch it on TV because of a disagreement between Disney and Charter Spectrum. So I got home, I was out at a local establishment before the game, watching the pregame and everything like that, and I had my meal plan all figured out. I was going to get home and watch the game, and I get home, and all of a sudden I see a message on the screen that said, due to a argument with Disney, the game will not be available. And Florida had a game last night on ESPN as well, and any Charter customers in Florida that were Florida fans were unable to watch that game. So I kind of feel like it was dirty pool on the part of Charter to wait until right before the college kickoff to take ESPN off the air. But Curly, you as a Mizzou guy, you went to all links to make sure you get to watch that show.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I invested $30 of my own money last night to upgrade the ESPN plan to make sure I got to watch Mizzou's lackluster Week 1 game. And it's exactly what you expect. Brady Cook got the first opening half of playing time, looked okay, got 24 pass attempts, I think completed about 18 of them, got a $180 on the ground. With all of that, 28 points in the first half, you got to be happy with that. Second half, though, letting Sam Horn only throw the ball 5 times, and the one touchdown drive was a 9-play drive in which 8 of them were rushing attempts, and then the one pass attempt that Sam Horn got was a 2-yard screen behind the line of scrimmage. Does not inspire a lot of confidence that there's an actual quarterback battle going on there in Mizzou.
Well, it should be quite interesting as the season goes on, and with Missouri now in the SEC, that elevates their game a lot. So it's like, okay, guys, you're going to have to really start performing each and every week.
What do you think Drink is the answer here? Here he is going into year 4. He's been able to take them to some bowl games. Hasn't been able to win a bowl game.
Correct.
Hasn't had a winning season yet.
Correct.
But are the steps there? Are guys like Luther Burden and some of the other recruits? He's been heralded for his recruiting ability and to be able to keep guys home. Is that enough to keep a job?
Well, the reality is that Drinkwitz is the best recruiter Mizzou has had since Gary Pinkel, no doubt. And Coach Baker, the defensive coordinator, is probably without a doubt the best coach Mizzou has had since Gary Pinkel. So the staff is probably in the right direction. It's whether or not the people on the staff are in the correct place, I think.
Let me ask you a question. Who is the biggest rival that Mizzou might have?
In the SEC, excluding Kansas University, it's going to be Arkansas.
Okay, now, but their rivalry game at the end of the season is what team?
It's going to vary in the SEC because Mizzou has not found that niche. But like I said, if Drinkwitz was asked the exact same question and the borderline battle that they have Arkansas, which I believe is Week 8 this year, that's going to be the game that Mizzou's going to circle as their rivalry game this year.
And the reason why I bring that up is with Ohio State, it's Michigan.
Absolutely.
Everybody knows it's Michigan. Okay, John Cooper was the coach of Ohio State. He won bowl games, but he didn't meet Michigan. It's like, okay, we don't care about the bowl games, but you better meet Michigan. That's the whole deal there.
Without a doubt.
And so what is the goal for Drinkwitz? Is it to beat the competitor, their rival, or is it to win the bowl game? They have to decide which is their goal. You know what I'm talking about, don't you?
Yeah, and Jacob mentioned it, since Mizzou left the Big 12 and, they haven't been able to work out a deal to make an annual matchup with Kansas, there isn't really a natural rival there. Arkansas is right. is the one that makes the most sense because they are borders. They border our state and things like that. But there's not the same feeling about it and the same emotion that always came when the Tigers played the Jayhawks.
So why don't they either come up and say, okay, it's going to be Arkansas, it's going to be Kansas, one of those two, and just build that up as the big game and schedule it for the end?
They don't play Kansas, and with Arkansas, it's just you can't just inorganically make a rivalry happen. It has to come over years.
Yes,
and
I agree.
And it's about the fan bases. It doesn't matter what the schools say, what the coaches say, and heck, even what the players say when it comes to a rivalry. A rivalry to me is all about the fan bases and the emotions that they have. And
and it's a game that got beat by that team.
Yeah, and it's got to be competitive, and there's got to be so much to do with it. It takes decades of history to really build up one of those great rivals. When you talk about Ohio State and Michigan, or you talk about Duke and North Carolina, you talk about Cal and Stanford. These are games that have been played over generations and decades and time again. You can't just make something like that out of the air and expect the fan base to buy into it.
I'm laughing because Northwestern goes against itself and still loses. Okay.
You can honestly probably say after this last week that Oklahoma reasserted itself as a Mizzou rival after the whole recruiting process, which goes back to the fact that all of Mizzou's rivals are still in the Big 12, not in the SEC yet, and Mizzou has not found that rival in the SEC.
I would agree with that, and that's okay. If that's where your rival's at, then play it up to the fullest.
Well, speaking of rivalries, we got Camdenton versus Kickapoo tonight.
Oh my goodness!
Big Ozark.
Both undefeateds, right?
Yep, both undefeated. Two of the premier programs in the league. They both have had conference championships in the recent future. I never got to play against Kickapoo, as I like to sometimes call them, the fighting Brad Pitts. But Jace, you had several games against Kickapoo in your career. What are your impressions of the Chiefs, as it were?
Well, Kickapoo's a 6A school, right? So they have a bigger group of kids they can pull from and put on the field. A lot of times they have a little bit bigger of a roster, and they typically always have 2 or 3 D1 talents on that roster. That's no different this year. They have 2 really, really good receivers that should provide some explosive opportunities for that roster. You certainly saw it last week. Those guys took advantage of that. This coming week, I expect them tonight to have a couple big plays on Camdenton, but I really think that's going to be the only thing they have going for them tonight. I feel really good about the way Camdenton's built. They can have long, sustained drives and keep Kickapoo from doing the same thing. So I'm really looking forward to the depth and the hard work and the grit that Camdenton consistently shows against a maybe what you would consider a more talented opponent. And a lot of times in Camdenton history, that strategy has prevailed against those more talented opponents.
Okay, a final thought, because we've got to run.
Well, the deal with Kickapoo is their quarterback that was supposed to be their quarterback tried to transfer to Glendale, but was shut down by a court order, or it was shut down by the MSHA, and then just yesterday they had a court case that came through, and they were denied his ability to play. So at this point, he won't be able to get to play for a couple weeks at Glendale. So new quarterback at Kickapoo. Glendale is kind of rudderless as it comes to quarterback right now, so some controversy in the Springfield's public school districts.
Pre-game begins at 6 o'clock. The kickoff is at 7 o'clock. You can hear it on 93.5 Rocks the Lake, and that is the official home of the world champion Kansas City Chiefs as well. We'll be back.
Here's Mark Alford, U.S. Representative from Missouri's 4th District, speaking on the floor of Congress in favor of AM radio.
I love AM radio. You see, AM radio is an essential platform for listeners who rely on crucial updates on weather patterns, market shifts, agricultural news. It's also a vital platform for emergency information. Stations like KRMS, AM radio is there for a reason. It's there to operate in the public interest, and that's exactly what it does. And I want my AM radio.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand.
Hello, Americans. I'm Todd Starr, and stand by for news and commentary next.
Liberty University's K-12 online academy is the best of a homeschool, private school, and Bible-based education all rolled into one. With LUOA, you can take charge of your child's learning environment and create a structured yet flexible schedule that works for your family. Our qualified teachers are easily accessible for guidance and support along the way. And with new classes starting every Monday, it's never too late to make the switch to LUOA. To learn more, text LUOA to 88741. That's LUOA to 88741.
Pastor John Amanchukwa showed up at a school board meeting the other day, Indian River County, Florida. He was fired up over a book he discovered in a school library, 13 Reasons Why. It was flat out pornographic, all 13 reasons. The book was found in 3 different schools in the district. But when he started reading pages from the book at the school board meeting, Pastor John was thrown out. In May, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill that allows parents to read passages from any material that is subject to an objection. In other words, the school board broke the law when they tried to silence the preacher. More than 30 parents showed up at that meeting, and they were eventually successful in convincing the board to remove the books. But the broader question is why those books were in the public school libraries in the first place. Be sure to read my latest book, Our Daily Biscuit, Devotions with a Drawl. It's available at your favorite bookstore and ToddStarnes.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
8:24 the time. This is the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. Tony Herman and Rick Hasty, they'll be joining us here momentarily. And, we're going to look at the other side of some things here. But first, we've got to mention to you that we've got the Osage Beach Farmers Market. It happens every Saturday from 9 until 1. And vendors come from all around central Missouri. Everything they sell is raised, grown, made by them. So they have some vendors areas and all, but that's from 9 to 1, and that's in front of the Osage Beach Outlet Mall. Well, coming up, we have the Fresh Grocer and then today's Hot List.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS. The community calendar is sponsored by our veterinary at the lake. Visit lake.vet.
The Osage Beach Senior Center is looking for holiday crafter vendors for their holiday bazaar on November the 12th. Call the center for details. That's today's community calendar.
Well, today's tip of the day is going to be with heirloom, baby, or cherry tomatoes that you're seeing in farmers markets and retail stores all over the place. Now, we talked about heirloom tomatoes before, the very large tomatoes with funny names to them like Brandywine, Radiator Jack, and heirloom tomatoes are old seed tomatoes coming back, grown in like little neighborhood farms, basically, and sold in different areas. But there's also the cherry tomatoes, heirloom cherry tomatoes, that taste wonderful. When selecting these tomatoes, you want to make sure, like the bigger tomatoes, all the colors have to be nice and bright, from green to yellow to gold to, of course, red. You want to make sure if you buy them in the container or buy them loose, that in the container there's no decaying tomatoes, so check it very carefully. When you bring them home, store them on the counter. Do not store them in the refrigerator. Heirloom cherry tomatoes, loaded with flavor and great for you. And I'm Tony Tantillo, your fresh grocer. If you want to get a great recipe on these tomatoes, just log on to TonyTantillo.com.
Hello, everybody. I'm Tony Tantillo. Have you ever tried Tantillo sauce? Well, let me tell you something. If you have, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, you got to try it. Go to TantilloFoods.com. That's TantilloFoods.com for the most authentic Italian sauce you have ever had. It's like my mother or my grandmother making you sauce for your pasta at your house every night. That's how good it is. I stand behind it. It's all made in Italy, from the tomato fields of Parma to your house. That's TantilloFoods.com.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long-distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake movers, we're moving the lake.
Mornings sound the same on your smartphone as it does on the radio.
I'm always smiling.
Your digital destination.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got our app? News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
All right, welcome back. It's time now for today's Hot List. The Hot List for this Friday, September the 1st. GOP senators weigh the special meeting on their leadership after McConnell's freeze moment. McConnell's health is a touchy subject. The 81-year-old has the longest-serving party leader in the Senate's history, and nobody wants to discuss it, but everybody needs to discuss it because what happened was not a good sign. Tony Herman, thoughts?
I think it's a situation where Mitch McConnell does have, they're saying it is an injury from a result from this fall that he had a couple of months ago. I don't know. I don't know. I think there's some people that need to step up and do the right thing for the country.
Absolutely. Two former Proud Boy leaders who had been convicted of seditious conspiracy for their actions during the January 6th assault. They were sentenced yesterday with the judge handing down one of the longest sentences yet for someone. And we're talking 17 years in prison. That is pretty severe there, Tony.
17 years in prison for that. And you go, if it's a perfect world, you go, that's appropriate. But you look at the world we have today, kids breaking into stores, stealing hundreds of thousands of dollars of merchandise, no charges there.
And maybe some bribery charges coming on the top executive in the nation. Federal judge on Thursday temporarily blocked an Arkansas law forcing social media companies to verify users' ages, requiring that minors get parental consent to set up an account. So all this is with Net Choice's request for a preliminary injunction on the law. So it's just, it's coming down to parental versus the system, basically. And we saw this in Virginia, parents' rights and what happened in that PTA, Tony.
So you mean parents should have the right to decide what their children watch, what they look at, and when they go to bed, when they get up? Yeah. What is this world coming to?
Oh, my goodness. ATM fees, they're the highest ever. The days of needing a pocket full of cash are past us. The average out-of-network charge hit a record high of 4.73, according to thebankrate.com. We'll keep on going. More Americans spent more in August. A report from the Commerce Department shows that Americans spent more in August, even though prices rose more than 3%. That's interesting, isn't it?
Always interesting. People do have to spend. You have to spend money, Guy Wayman, but it's getting tougher and tougher to put food on the table for a lot of families.
Two of the most stolen cars. The new list shows that it's not Kias or Hyundais that are the most stolen in the country, but it's the list of muscle cars. We're talking the Dodge Charger SRT Hellcat and the Dodge Charger Hemi, one car that they say it's a stumble, but those are great cars.
I'll tell you what, if you ever have the opportunity to take a stroll in a Hellcat, go ahead and do that.
Oh, man. Yeah. West Point time capsule. Well, they opened it up and they thought it was just full of that silt and the dust. And then they finally blew that away. And guess what? They found that there were 6 silver American coins dating back to 1795 and a medal commemorating the completion of the Erie Canal. They say just that find alone is worth $200,000.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to say aliens. They found aliens when they opened it up.
Probably.
No.
All right, and here is your favorite, Tony. Denny's. The restaurant Denny's is ringing the fall season with pumpkin pecan pancakes. More pumpkin.
Totally unnecessary. Denny's a great place. Great place to unwind in that late night hours there, and but I don't know if we need all this pumpkin stuff.
Cold Stone Creamery, I like those guys, but they're stuck on caramel apples and frosted pumpkin bread.
There we go.
More pumpkin. McDonald's, they're often shareable bundle deals of select locations. 2 cheeseburgers and a basket full of fries consist of 2 servings of medium-sized, crispy, golden. Pretty soon they're going to have pumpkin fries. Who knows?
Yeah, I wouldn't be a fan of that either.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Rick Hasty and Rick and I coming up.
Join Celebration Cruises at Bagnell Dam for Labor Day weekend fireworks. Enjoy a relaxing cruise followed by an awesome fireworks show aboard the Celebration, Saturday, September the 2nd. Full-service bar and snacks on board available for purchase. Book at cruiselakeoftheozarks.com or call 573-480-3212. Don't miss the fireworks September the 2nd.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh. Huge congratulations to Papo's. 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11 coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
Why would you wander around a warehouse store looking for paint when you could just swing by your local Porter's Ace? Kent Porter here, and in addition to my great staff, we have top-rated paint brands like Benjamin Moore and Magnolia. Plus, our color matching technology allows us to match any color. So stop wondering and start painting. Head to your local Porter's Ace today. Porter's Ace Building Centers in Lorry. Porter's, we're here to help. See acehardware.com for details.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks. No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. I invite you to come see our incredible selection of pre-owned vehicles here on our lot, starting as low as $4,000, and combined with our friendly no-pressure sales staff. Hewlett's also is proud to offer aggressive subprime rates and options if there is a need. Our prices and photos of all pre-owned inventory is always available to view at shophewlett.com. So come see us today and let us show you the Hewlett difference.
No pressure, low prices. That's the way we do it. Shop Hewlett.
ShopHewlett.com.
CBS News Brief. A busy holiday travel weekend is underway. CBS's Chris Van Cleve is in L.A.
Baba Javier is driving from Los Angeles to Arizona.
I'm not going to let the gas prices affect what we do right now. It does hurt. Not gonna lie.
The average price for a gallon of regular in California today is $5.30 a gallon. Hiring cooled last month and the unemployment rate edged up from 3.5 to 3.8%. John Waldman's home base helps staff small businesses.
We saw really big impacts in the course of July and August with fewer people working, businesses closing, and hours being reduced in places where there was extreme heat.
CBS Philadelphia's Kerry Corrado says there's a manhunt for a convicted murderer who escaped from a prison near Philadelphia yesterday.
Investigators did not go into exact detail about how he was able to physically escape. They say if you do see him, to call police immediately.
CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rudd.
Lake News Now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. One person remains in custody without bond, and the search continues for others wanted for questioning after an assault in early August in the Greenview area. Camden County Sergeant Scott Hines says the sequence of events apparently started with a confrontation at a Sunrise Beach restaurant before the unidentified victim and his friends went to a residence. They were all able to get inside except the victim, who was attacked and seriously hurt by another group which reportedly followed them to the home. One suspect, 24-year-old Aaron Gonzalez of Lake Ozark, is already in custody, while 3 others are wanted for questioning. They are identified as 22-year-olds John Brennan Richardson of Springfield and Jonathan Cosme Ortiz Gopar of Montreal, and an unknown male who may be known as Roberto. Anyone with information about the 3 men should contact the Camden County Sheriff's Office or local law enforcement. With a Labor Day holiday weekend upon us, the Lake of the Ozarks will no doubt be a busy place again on and off the water. And with the increased activity, if you're going to hit the water, Captain Bob May from the Water Safety Council says that your safety and the safety of those with you begins with life jackets.
I know it's uncomfortable sometimes to be wearing one, but you can have it out, you can sit on it, you can put your feet on it, put it in between you and another passenger. The key is that they are out and accessible. There's a lot of accidents around the country, everywhere, where people are injured or ended up dying, and it could have been prevented.
May also says before hitting the water to familiarize yourself with the rules of boating, run the blower after fueling up, use an engine cutoff lanyard, and make sure you are a sober operator. The holiday weekend officially begins at 6 o'clock tonight and will end at 11:59 Monday night. For breaking news anytime, visit us on social media at KRMS Radio on Twitter and Facebook.com/KRMS News. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is sponsored by Heritage Bank of the Ozarks. Visit heritagebankozarks.com.
I'm Jennifer Webster from Heritage Bank of the Ozarks in Camdenton, where you will find everything you need in a bank. Mobile and ATM deposits, person-to-person transfer, and instant issue debit cards. Plus, your dollars stay local. When you bank locally, your local dollars are invested in our local communities with local lenders and local decisions. At Heritage Bank, we are genuinely neighbors serving neighbors. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Maybe not the overwhelming blowout some fans were looking for, but it was a win and one without really a sweat for Mizzou football last night as they take out South Dakota 35-10. Brady Cook played the first half, threw for a touchdown, rushed for another. Sam Horn played the second half, was okay, but only attempted 5 passes for 54 yards. After the game, head coach Eli Drinkwitz admitted Cook has a leg up in this competition. Mizzou will have a little extra time to prepare for Middle Tennessee State. They'll come to Columbia a week from tomorrow. High school football tonight over on 93.5 rocks the lake, a battle of undefeated teams as Camdenton takes on the Kickapoo Chiefs from down in Springfield. We'll have coverage starting at 6 o'clock, 93.5 rocks the lake and KRMS TV 32.11, or watch our broadcast on the LOZ app. School of the Osage coming off a tough loss at Jeff City last week. They're home against Moberly. Hear the game over on Classic Country 104.9. Eldon is 1-0. They are home against Owensville tonight, the first of 5 straight home games for the Mustangs. For Sales, they're 1-0 at 1-0 Warsaw. From the KRMS Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Matthews.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 84. Clear skies overnight tonight with a low around 61. Warmer on Saturday, sunny and 89, then clear skies and 66 Saturday night. Still sunny on Sunday with a high of 92 and clear and 73 throughout Sunday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is, currently it's 57 degrees.
Mornings sound the same on your smartphone as it does on the radio.
I'm always smiling.
Your digital destination.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got our app? News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Welcome back to the Ozarks This Morning on News Talk KRMS. Todd Starnes is sponsored by RJ's Family Restaurant, located on Highway 54 west in Camdenton. Call ahead 573-346-6133. Check for daily breakfast and lunch specials on Facebook. They're open 6 to 2 every day. Carryout is available. We're talking RJ's Family Restaurant. Well, as we do on Fridays, and now it's going to start to really heat up as we get into football season with the pros next week. The picks will begin in earnest, and we'll have to see who is going to be scoring on the top. Rebecca Rupert, she's got your numbers, boys, because she wants to be the top dog here. And Tony Herman says, well, no, wait a minute, that's my spot. But let's welcome Tony Herman and Rick Hasty. Tony, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, it is.
Good morning, Rick.
Good morning, Guy.
Oh, my goodness. Well, let's start right off the bat.
We can see who had a long night last night.
Well, we're not going to go there. All right. Mizzou, they started out of the gate fairly good in the first half, but something happened in the second half, didn't it, Rick?
Yeah. I mean, it's something to where Mizzou, as I told you when we were talking on Wednesday about the colleges, Mizzou's defense is good, very, very good, and they held up. Offensively, and I think this is something to where it's gonna be a question for a lot this year, and I think that's the biggest news that somebody could look at with reference to, I don't know what's going to happen here, I don't know what's going to happen there. So I think that we'll just have to keep an eye on them.
Okay, Tony, what year is this for Drinkwitz? Is it 3 or 4? Someone mentioned 4 earlier. It's 3?
It's it's a breakthrough year for him in his program.
That's what I was getting to.
And so it certainly is. First of all, I had an opportunity to go to the game last night, and I said, I don't know. I said, I'll get home pretty late, and so I said, I'm going to sit it out. It's on TV. So I go, I grill a steak, I make a nice little meal for myself, sit down, start to watch the game. Screen goes black. I go, uh-oh, didn't pay the bill. And I said, I better check that. Nope.
No, it's called contract negotiations.
Bill was paid. ESPN has removed their programming from Spectrum. And so I didn't get to watch the game.
Yeah. There's Apple TV, and Apple TV, there was actually 4, and it was in the quad, but you had to pay extra to watch it on Apple TV because they kind of do the end arounds on that.
Yeah, and again...
It was actually on the SEC network, but...
which is what I was watching, which apparently
is owned
Disney
by
owns.
ESPN, and ESPN has bought up a number. The SEC itself, and so they bought up all these other networks, and so that they own all these rights. Big Ten, they wanted to get to that because that's the big kahuna money wise, and it's going to be worth $1 billion a year. And Big Ten said, ESPN, you're not touching us.
It was just awkward, is all I got to say. I hate to make it about me, but I know that's what I care about.
But
I sat down there and I watched, and it was like, uh-oh, I'm going to have nothing to talk about tomorrow.
Well, guess what? We just spent 90 seconds talking about you not watching it.
Yeah.
Everybody's going, hey, did you know that Tony Herman couldn't watch the game last night? He didn't pay his bill.
He didn't pay the bill.
Well, the first games usually are not the toughest games. We've got a real tough game that's going to be coming up, though, that everybody's going to kind of be watching. It's LSU and Florida State. That's going to be a shootout, especially considering the storms going through this past week.
Well, on the football sheet here for the NCAA for college, there's 11 games that are on this sheet, and out of the 11, 10, the home team won. Which, when you kind of look at that and you see those odds, that means that they picked somebody that they could beat. It's the first game of the season. The ones that said, okay, we will travel to that team, that was the one that they did it to get the gate so they could get the paycheck. And that's pretty much the way that works, isn't it, Tony?
This is called, the first couple of weeks are called I Got to Get Paid weeks. Yep. And they're going to, a lot of programs out there, including my own Missouri State, a lot of smaller programs out there, a lot of directional schools pay for their programs by these first couple of games because they go there, they take a beating, and then they get a big check and go home.
Okay, what are we looking for this, basically tomorrow, Rick? What are we looking at?
Well, I mean, tomorrow, this is, you're going to see games. Arkansas is playing Oklahoma. Oklahoma is ranked 20th, in the country. That surprised me. They're that low, because they've always been, in the top 10, and at least of recent times.
But they got to get back to the Stoops era, because Stoops was always. I mean, when Stoops was there, everybody knew they were going to win. Well,
you got again. It's a hard act to follow. It's an easy statement, but it is. When you follow Paul Bear Bryant, when you follow Woody Hayes, when you follow Paterno, when you follow these guys that have been
Legends.
There, these guys have been there for years. They aren't just changing jobs and trying to get their way to the top. They're already at the top. They want to be there. So I think that it's something where Oklahoma always going to have a phenomenal program.
Yeah, and Tony, to your comment with Missouri State, they're at Kansas. What is also interesting is Southeast Missouri. They're playing Kansas State. So there's 2 Missouri teams. It's Missouri versus Kansas.
Got a little bit of a direction there. Missouri State used to be a directional school. It used to be Southwest Missouri State. And so they'll go to the University of Kansas. That game could be potentially a little closer than what they are, what the guys in Vegas are saying it's going to be. But that is an example of a program that was on the rise last year. Bobby Petrino came in and did his penance for being a bad boy, stayed a couple of years, and then now he has moved on back to Division I. His son-in-law actually takes over the program and does a nice job recruiting, and so hopefully Missouri State continues on the rise.
Now, Tony, Rick and I, we talked about it on the Tailgate Game Day show. But it looks like NBC, they're coming up with a new offering, and it's called the Saturday Night Special. And West Virginia is going to be at Penn State, and that's going to be in the evening at 7:30. And that should be a fairly good game because NBC, Tony, kind of bought into that, didn't they?
I like the concept of spreading the games around. We know on Sunday NFL, you either had noon, you either had 3 o'clock, and then you had Monday night. Now we've got Thursday night. Now we've got Sunday night. I like that. I like to be able to watch a variety of different games at a variety of times. Now you're seeing college going, wait a minute, I think we can make a little more money for that as well. And they're going to make more money, and, we're going to get to be able to watch more games.
And I think it's good, Rick, in the fact that people can work during the day. And yeah, they might TiVo the thing or DVR the thing or whatever, but this is going to be a feature game. And NBC, that's a big network, and it's also going to be on Peacock.
Well, Todd Blackledge, which was a quarterback at Penn State, is going to be one of the guys in the booth, and it's something to where he knows the game extremely well. He's extremely intelligent. I think it'll be a nice show at that point. And like I said on our tailgate show, West Virginia's not a slouch. They've got some really, really good football players that's coming out of there of recent time.
It is interesting. North Carolina and South Carolina, that is at the same time on ABC. Texas Tech and Wyoming at the same time on CBS. So at that same time, we've got 3 games on 3 major networks there, Tony, and they're saying, okay, we all understand the people want this, and, sports, people like sports.
People do like sports. It's always been a part of our Americana, for lack of a better word. It's what we do. We like sports. We like to do those things. And because of technology, we're able to see not only more football games, basketball games, but we're able to see the games that we want to see. You remember when you used to travel maybe to your in-laws? Oh, brother. you might not be able to get to see the game that you wanted to see because of where the location is. But now, because of technology, you can watch about any game that you want, anywhere that you want.
Talk about sports, in-laws. Okay.
One makes me happy, the other not so much.
Okay. Well, we've got to take care of Foster here because she's calling in with weatherology, but I just wanted to do a quick preview of what's going to be happening tonight with Osage and Moberly. How you doing, Kara Foster?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. And yes, Minnesota beat Nebraska 13-10.
They did indeed.
So I stand corrected on my earlier sad face to you.
That's okay.
Good game, though. Good game. It was fun to watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad. Yeah, I was a Husker for a year and a half. So it was. I always get excited when the Gophers play the Huskers because
then she sold her combine.
Means a little bit more.
That's right. I got rid of my combine. Now I'm okay. Okay, what's going on with weather?
Well, sunshine. That's basically it. It's sunny and 84 today, clear 61 for tonight, up to 89 tomorrow, and sunny, clear 66 Saturday night. As we head into Sunday, we're at 92. That's the hottest we'll get, which is kind of nice. Lots of sunshine, of course. Monday, we might have to dodge a couple showers, slight chance for some showers after about 1 o'clock. Sunny and 91, and then chances for rain do continue kind of throughout Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. It's going to be pretty slim, but we will cool down. So chances are that we will see those chances kind of rise as we head into at least Wednesday and definitely by Thursday. We'll kind of wait and see, but definitely this weekend is going to be very, very dry. So make sure you're taking care of yourself, drinking a lot of water, and jumping in the lake a bunch of times. I'm meteorologist Kara Foster.
Well, we definitely have the lake here, don't we, Rick?
We do. I like that. It's bright and sunny. Everybody's just laying out, having a great time.
Kara, we want to thank you so much. You have yourself a fabulous weekend. We'll catch you Monday morning.
You bet. I'll catch you then. You as well.
All right. That's Kara Foster out of our weatherology office. Now let's find out what's trending.
Fathers can make all the difference. I'm Cooper Lawrence, and here's what's trending. Traditionally, child care falls on women, but new research says that paternal child care was the main factor in lowering a child's risk of developmental delay. That's because a father's involvement reduced a mother's stress. Does your dog listen to your wife more than you? New research finds it's because a dog's preference is women's voices. The study says that women's voices spark something in a dog's brain that men's voices just don't. Dogs also prefer when you talk to them like you talk to other adults. They don't enjoy baby talk from anyone. Science has uncovered a fascinating fact about what helps you enjoy music. When you listen to your playlist, do you listen to the songs you've downloaded or the music algorithm your streaming service has given you? The study says you'll enjoy your music more if you stick with your own playlist, and the more the merrier, literally, since a positive correlation was found between collection size and listening enjoyment.
The community calendar is sponsored by Jeff Hedberg Realtor. Visit lakehedberg.com.
The annual Providence Fellowship Center Chicken Barbecue will be held September the 9th. The center is located northeast of Versailles on Highway E. And that's today's community calendar.
Every year we remember 9/11. This year, the Ride for Freedom is on September the 10th. The U.S. military and first responders protect and fight for our freedom. So we are providing them with a day on the lake with travels to Truman Dam and back. This free charity event starts at Sir Dykes Port 20 at 9 o'clock. Boats and PWCs all welcome. Visit SirDykYamaha.com to pre-register or to donate to the local charities. And never forget and never waver.
Hi, this is Lindsay from Bridal Cave and Thunder Mountain Park. I would like to personally invite you to come explore the lake's premier family attraction. Legendary for its world-famous natural beauty, Bridal Cave is family fun as it should be. Get back to nature with the tour of the caverns. Pan for gemstones, feed the giant fish, take a hike on the nature trail, or pick out your favorite treasure from the rock shop. Bridal Cave is truly the underground adventure you'll never forget. Bridal Cave, where memories are made daily.
It's finally Friday, and the party is on at Dog Days Bar and Grill. Get to Dog Days and grab a table on the lakefront deck while you check out the variety of delicious menu options. Or go poolside for a cocktail. Dog Days' great live music continues tonight with Whiskey Trio, and Saturday has Machine Gun Symphony. Located in Osage Beach, just west of the Grand Glaze Bridge or the 19-mile marker by water. See you at the Dog.
Everybody's doing the dog.
Simply the best barbecue at the lake. It's Wobbly Boots, voted best barbecue by lake locals for more than 10 years. Head over and celebrate Labor Day by ordering up a plate of perfectly smoked meats and delicious home-style sides. Enjoy award-winning wings, ribs, sandwiches, burgers, and more. And with happy hour specials every weekday from 3 to 6 and all day Sunday, Wobbly Boots is the best place for a great time with the whole family. Located just off Passover Road in Osage Beach and open daily at 11. Wobbly Boots. Food so good, it'll knock your boots off.
Mornings sound the same on your smartphone as it does on the radio.
I'm always smiling.
Your digital destination.
Wow, that's awesome.
Got our app? News, weather, sports, entertainment. The Ozarks This Morning with Guy Wayman. News Talk KRMS.
Well, that's going to do it pretty much for this hour of the Ozarks This Morning. And until next Monday, it will do it for that. We've got Tony Herman. He's coming up with morning minutes or so, and so you'll be able to grab his program as well. Now, this is the weekend. Missouri Highway Patrol hopes to decrease the Labor Day weekend crashes compared to 2022. So they had in 2022, 7 people died. This is last year, 398 injuries and 1,000 crashes on the Labor Day weekend. And that's about a crash every 11 minutes. So right now it's all hands on deck, and they will be all over the highways. And so they're having every available trooper out there to check. So make sure your seatbelts are fastened and put that phone down. It is now against the law to drive with a cell phone in your hand. And drinking and driving, that is a no-no as well. We'll be back in 60 seconds.
When you come to the lake, every minute is precious. After all, the boating season is way too short. So when you get out on the water and you want to stay there, giving up time for cleaning up after your fun is not part of the plan. ASAP Concierge gets that. Because we're boaters too. Hi, this is Selena Coble. We'll clean your boat and make it easy for your next trip out on the lake. Check us out on the web at asapconcierge.net and you can book your next cleaning there. That's asapconcierge.net. ASAP. We put the leisure in lake time.
Hi, this is Pastor Christopher Morris from Christ the King in Lake Ozark.
Christ the King exists to share the love of Christ with the entire lake area. So we'd like to invite you to join us this Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on KRMS as we dig into God's Word. Realize again that God really does love people just like us, and then learn to live like that matters. So please join us Sunday morning at 8 a.m. right here on KRMS.
Sponsored by the King's Academy, Christ-centered education preschool through the 8th grade.
Just a couple of minutes left here. And Tony, who is coming up on Morning Magazine this morning?
Well, we're going to be talking with Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft in our Friday visit. And then 10 o'clock hour, Tom Kruckmeyer, our resident economist, coming in. And we're going to talk a little bit about the ins and outs of what we have going on in our economy out there. A lot of people telling you it's good. A lot of people go to the grocery store and say not so good.
Not so good. Coming up after Morning Magazine, we have Jimmy Fela with Fox Across America, and then we have Dave Ramsey from 2 to 3, and then it's the Show Me program from 3 to 4, and then at 4 o'clock, it's Magic Mike. Mike is back. Mike Anthony on the Ozarks Today. Have yourself a fabulous weekend, everybody. Stay safe.
I'm Jeff Davis with Just a Thought. From the world hindquarters of dubious information, it's Fake News Friday. Fake mugshots of Donald Trump were spread online. The real one is on T-shirts. A viral video of a crowd in a bar cheering Trump's mugshot was actually a video of cheering fans of a soccer victory. A deep fake on CNN claimed that people in the EU no longer need to work. Russia's Wagner leader Prigozhin dying in a plane crash when his pilot suffered from myocarditis was a fake story, but Prigozhin is still dead. A woman kidnapped by fake Uber driver slipped a note to a gas station customer who called 911. Singer Cardi B's husband is the victim of a fake AI voice and threatens to sue. Busted is what happened to a man who impersonated a cop in Tucson. War exercises in South Korea tackle potential fake news from the north. Republican Courtney Ballesteros shared the news that a fake liberal post using her picture and a fake name appeared on Twitter. A lot of news media got taken in by a fake story that Donald Trump sold Mar-a-Lago. Just a thought. I'm Jeff Davis.
At your service since 1951, News Talk, KRMS, Osage Beach, and KRMS FM HD3, Osage Beach.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. You'll have plenty of company if you're getting away this holiday weekend. And it doesn't matter if you're going by train, plane, or car. It'll be packed. Correspondent Chris Van Cleve is on the road in L.A.
The nearly 150 million people traveling over Labor Day will face gas prices averaging about $3.82 a gallon. While it's nearly the same as last year, AAA says it's higher than normal for the holiday.
Prices are expected to ease in the months ahead. The job market didn't budge in August. Employers added another 187,000 positions, same as the month before, and the unemployment rate edged up from 3.5 to 3.8%. What does it mean for interest rates? Bank rates, Mark Hamrick.
With steam coming out of the job market, there's now more evidence to allow Federal Reserve officials to leave rates steady in their announcement due September 20th. They still have the Consumer Price Index and the Producer Price Index to digest before that.
The search continues for an inmate who escaped from a prison near Philadelphia yesterday morning.
Chester County District Attorney Deb Ryan says convicted murderer Danilo Cavalcante has nothing to lose.
Last week, the inmate was sentenced to life in prison without parole for the fatal stabbing of his former girlfriend. There is also an active warrant for his arrest for another alleged murder that occurred in Brazil.
Cavalcante was spotted not far from the prison shortly after his escape. Authorities are asking anyone who sees him not to approach him and call 911. Connor Barkon for CBS News, Philadelphia.
Parts of Florida's Gulf Coast were devastated by this week's treacherous weather, but CBS's Jim Krasula says some were expecting worse.
Companies that only offer property insurance coverage in Florida now expect fewer losses from Hurricane Idalia than previous storms in the state. Citizens Property Insurance projects it will receive fewer than 10,000 claims from storm-related damage. The company faced nearly 70,000 claims after Hurricane Ian a year ago.
Idalia is now a post-tropical cyclone expected to hit Bermuda this weekend. Hawaii Governor Josh Green is warning investors against buying up property on wildfire-ravaged Maui.
We want
want to keep this land in the hands of local people, and we want to give them at least a chance to decide whether they'd like to build back.
Texas new law banning hormones and puberty blockers for trans teenagers takes effect today after the state Supreme Court denied an emergency application to stop it. Governor Abbott signed the Republican-sponsored bill earlier this year, which also prohibits doctors from performing mastectomies and other surgical procedures as part of gender transitions for minors. Dow up 180. This is CBS News.
When you think of hiring, think of Indeed. Their end-to-end hiring system helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all in the same place. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Lake News now.
I'm Bill Robbins, KRMS Radio News. Our top local stories. One person remains in custody without bond, and the search continues for others who are wanted for questioning after an assault in early August in the Greenview area. Camden County Sergeant Scott Hines says the sequence of events apparently started with a confrontation at a Sunrise Beach restaurant before the unidentified victim and his friends went to a residence. They were all able to get inside except the victim, who was attacked and seriously hurt by another group, which reportedly followed them to the home. One suspect, 24-year-old Aaron Gonzalez of Lake Ozark, was arrested and remains in custody without bond, while 3 others are wanted for questioning. They are identified as 22-year-olds John Brennan Richardson of Springfield and Jonathan Cosme Ortiz Gopar of Montreal, and an unknown male who may be known as Roberto. Anyone with information about these 3 should contact the Camden County Sheriff's Office or local law enforcement. Now that the COVID pandemic is officially in the past, it's back to a full schedule of planned health fairs being offered by the Lake Regional Health System. One of the events right around the corner also marks the return of the health fairs to the west side of the lake. That's according to Lake Regional Community Liaison Stephanie Daner, who says this time around you really have no excuse to not take advantage of the health fair.
The labs that we have offered in the past, they're going to be completely free to the public, to the community. So we're really proud of that offering. People can come out and get their labs drawn. Previously they were a small, low-cost, say $5 and $10. But this year they will be free.
The Westside Health Fair will run from 7 to 10:30 on the morning of Tuesday, the 19th of this month at the Elks Lodge in Laurie. You're advised to call ahead to see if any fasting or special instructions need to be followed before the testing you're interested in. Find these stories and more on our website, krmsradio.com. That's your Lake News Now. I'm Bill Robbins.
The news is a service of Jennings Insurance Group.
At Jennings Insurance Group, we provide a holistic approach to retirement. We'll guide you through the 5 risks to your retirement, including healthcare costs, inflation, market risk, and more. At Jennings, we contract with many companies, but we work for our clients. Consultations are always free. At Jennings, we use insurance as a tool to positively impact the lives of the people we serve. Whether you need to visit about your financial future or your healthcare costs, we can help. Check out our Facebook page, Jennings Insurance Group, or call us today, 573-693-9443.
I'm meteorologist Kara Foster with your News Talk KRMS weatherology forecast. Sunshine today with our high nearing 84. Clear skies overnight tonight with a low around 61. Warmer on Saturday, sunny and 89, then clear skies and 66 Saturday night. Still sunny on Sunday with a high of 92 and clear and 73 throughout Sunday night. The current water temperature, sponsored by Captain Ron's Bar and Grill, home of the shootout, is 81 degrees, and the temperature at the studios is currently at 63 degrees.
10 years ago, Papo's set out to make a better pizza with fresher ingredients and fewer additives.
At Papo's, we keep it real and we keep it fresh. Huge congratulations to Papo's, 10 years.
A lot has changed in the last decade, but not our pizza. From our first restaurant in Springfield to our newest in Lee Summit and stores 10 and 11, coming soon to Branson and Camdenton, we're still here to keep it real and keep it fresh. So cheers to you, our amazing customers, and here's to another 10 years.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
For all of your local and long distance moves, call Lake Movers today. 573-319-1730. MovingTheLake.com.
Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.com. Lake Movers, we're moving the lake.
Portions of our programming are pre-recorded.
The views expressed during this program are not necessarily those of the staff and management of Viper Broadcasting. Please limit your calls to one per hour. Live from Studio C It's the KRMS Morning Magazine. Your phone calls are welcome at 573-302-7000 or call toll-free 1-866-372-1270. Now, here's hour number one, the KRMS Morning Magazine on News Talk 1150, KRMS, and 97.5 KRMS FM.
It is the Friday edition of Morning Magazine, and it is September 1st. We're going to have almost an identical day to yesterday as far as the weather. We're at 65 degrees right now. We're going to get up into the mid-80s today. So it looks like it's going to be a beautiful day and a great way to kick off this holiday weekend here at Lake of the Ozarks. And this 9 o'clock hour is sponsored by Camdenton Glass. That's owner Terry Trower and his crew. They're located on Highway 54 in Camdenton. Visit CamdentonGlass.com or call 573-346-3404. Camdenton Glass, they are your local Pella certified contractor for residential and commercial glass services, shower doors, screen porches, flat boat glass, windows, window cleaning services, windshield repair, and auto glass services. Camdenton Glass has you covered. And we've got a busy show scheduled for you today. We've got the Secretary of State, Jay Ashcroft. He is on the line. And then 10 o'clock hour, we're going to be talking with Tom Kruckmeyer about the finances of the state of Missouri and how things affect us here at home as well. And if you want to participate, we've had great calls this week, and that makes the show the best. And give us a call, 573-302-7000. And we're going to bring on the Secretary of State, Jay Ashcroft. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Happy Labor Day.
It is. It is. It looks like it's going to be a great weekend down here. Can't believe that we're already to this time of the year where it just seems like the other day we were waiting for Memorial Day.
Yeah, it is. It has really flown by. I hope that means that people have had a good time. They've been able to spend time with their families and just enjoy the great state of Missouri.
Absolutely, sir. You know, there's an issue I want to spend a little bit of time on today, and that's something that you have been battling since your term began this term, and that is what is called the censorship, but also about the access children have to books that are inappropriate.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and really what I've said and what I would think any rational human being would agree with is parents should be in charge. It's that earth-shattering. I think that parents should be in charge of the well-being and the rearing of their children. The government should not. Government subdivisions like libraries should not. They should not be making those decisions. Parents should be able to protect their children from material that is inappropriate for them, and they should have the final word on that. And the idea that the Missouri Library Association has publicly stated that librarians are better trained to know what to give kids at the library than parents is balderdash.
Mm-hmm. What do you say to those people that say this is censorship versus parenting?
Well, parents do censor.
Yes.
I think it's highly appropriate for parents to censor things. And if you're a parent of a child and you believe that something is appropriate for your child, that's your decision. It's not your decision to give my child or someone else's child pornographic or obscene material. That's not your right to do that. That's wrong and probably criminal.
You know, I find it so amusing in a sick way. That you see on television, you see on the news. These parents are going to school board meetings. They're reading from the book that is on the shelf in many cases at their children's elementary schools, and they are uncomfortable by what is being read, and they tell them to stop, and many are thrown out, but those books are on the shelves the next school day.
Yes, it is. This is not a disagreement that just happened inadvertently. We see one side that is pushing an agenda. The agenda is the destruction of the family unit. It is the destruction of just normal human values. It is a destruction of childhood, and it is trying to tear apart families and put the government in charge. Our government was founded by the people to create an environment for we, the people, to be successful, not to enslave the people for the growth of the government.
I mean, I send my kid to school. My children are grown now, and I'm happy to say they are all they have good lives, and I'm certainly happy as that as a father. But why is it necessary to have these kids under attack? Why is it necessary that these kids have access to this material? I sent my kids to school to learn how to read and learn how to write.
It isn't necessary. It is a lie to say, and the other side says it, not you, that it is necessary. It isn't. And instead of teaching kids to read and write and be able to think, to logically construct and deconstruct arguments, we're foisting this filth on them. How would, it's terrible as a parent to be worried about your child. How do you think teachers feel that spent their life getting prepared, going to school, learning to teach kids? That's what they want to do. And then instead of being able to teach reading, writing, arithmetic, and make those light bulbs go off in kids' lives, they have to do other things. I feel just as bad for the teachers caught up in this almost as I do for the parents.
I do feel bad for the teachers. Of course, I was in the school business for a lot of years in Missouri schools. My daughter actually became a teacher. She taught in a state that was red at one time. Now it's purple and going blue. And she left that state, moved to Florida for the very reasons that you're talking about. She got tired of doing everything but teaching kids.
Yeah, and that's and teachers aren't allowed to teach kids. They have to deal with disturbances and disruptions in class. And we're seeing schools now where the teacher finally gives up, kicks a student out of the class to go to the principal, and the principal sends them back in 5 minutes. The principal doesn't support the teachers. The school board just listens to parents, doesn't support the teachers. We're more worried about how much time the troublemaker is out of class than how much class time is disrupted by the troublemaker.
It's interesting that you bring that point up, because that's one of the things that she said as well. Between the paperwork and the kids not being disciplined, it was time for her to go and switch to another state. She's very happy in the state now, and she went to the state of Florida to teach, and very happy there. But it's just amazing. I'd like to find the guy that came up with the idea of when one kid disrupts class, you pull the other 20 out and leave the one that's tearing the classroom up in there.
Yeah, it is. We need a change here in Missouri. We need to be the state that teachers that are tired of not being able to teach, tired of administrators not backing them up, tired of not being able to work with kids and parents would come to Missouri because they know that they could. We need to be the state that law enforcement officials that are tired of getting in trouble for doing their job and trying to protect us would come to Missouri because they know there's opportunity. They'll know they'll treat us right. That's what Missouri needs to become.
Absolutely. We need to become the state that says, hey, we have educated our kids to make decisions when they become an adult, not a kid. Hey, we've got a phone call. Let's take that one, sir.
Great.
Go ahead. You are on the line with the Secretary of State.
When our founders wrote the Constitution, they questioned if the federal government failed to properly provide for the common defense, and they wrote the state self-defense clause. I'm sure you can quote that from memory. If you were elected governor, how would you implement the state self-defense clause to protect us from illegal invasion or in such imminent danger as will not permit of delay?
Well, I think the first thing we ought to do, and it's a good question, the first thing we ought to do is there ought to be a lawsuit at the federal level. The United States Constitution requires the federal government to protect states from invasion, and they are not doing that. And
Therefore, the states get to implement that clause without going to the federal government, either in the courts or asking permission for Congress or asking permission from the administration. They get to implement that every way they deem appropriate.
Well, yeah, when you have essentially, not quite, but essentially a contractual agreement, and one side violates the contract, that vitiates, generally speaking, the responsibilities of the side that didn't violate the contract. And I think there are a lot of different ways that states can look to start pushing back against the federal government if the federal government continues to shirk its responsibility. That is ironclad, that those words are exactly in the Constitution to protect from invasion, and they're not doing that. And I don't understand why more states haven't started doing that, but I'm fully in favor of that.
What would you do?
Well, I mean, in some respects, it depends on the exact facts on the ground, but it seems to me that there are requirements upon the state of Missouri for dealing with individuals that we could say, wait a minute, if these individuals are here illegally, they are invading the state, and the federal government is not protecting us from us. I think those are the requirements that we would immediately look at to say, wait a minute, if the federal government's not doing their part, we don't have to do our part here. And I think we'd look at the cost to the state, potentially with health care, the cost to the state with law enforcement. I think we look at all of those things about how we can push back. But it really is, unfortunately, fact-intensive as to exactly what's going on at the time. But I can tell you, I truly believe that the federal government is not following that responsibility. I've questioned why other states haven't said that they're dealing with an invasion. I don't understand. I assume it's just politics.
That's thanks for calling in, Herb. We'll go to that, and it is. It is a situation right now where you see many states not wanting to be in line with what the federal government says, mandates, and then you see now cities not wanting to do what states say. I mean, it is a unprecedented time, sir.
It is, and the illegal immigration is a great example, and there were suits about whether or not states could take some of that into their own hands, and the court said no, you can't. That's the federal government's job. But I think we need to tie that in with the fact that the federal government's required to protect states from invasion, and if they're not doing that, then I believe because the federal government is failing at their constitutional duty, then I believe states do have the right.
We're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a quick break, sir. We're going to be right back with you.
Sorry.
Let's face it, talking about life insurance is never easy. But after we watched a close friend lose her husband with no insurance, we decided that wasn't going to happen to our family.
Yeah, but shopping for life insurance can be almost as difficult as talking about it.
But then we heard about Ethos Life Insurance. They're a new kind of life insurance, built for people on a busy schedule who don't have time for unnecessary doctor's visits, fine print, or hidden fees. Who want to keep it simple.
I couldn't believe how easy it was. We answered a few basic questions, and within minutes, we had an estimate of what it would cost and what sort of policy made sense for us.
I never imagined life insurance could be so affordable.
And accessible.
The peace of mind knowing that our future is secure, it just removes a lot of the fear around getting older and...
Yeah, the unexpected.
I'm glad we talked about it.
I'm glad we went with ethoslife.com.
Go to getethos.com now for your free estimate. That's getethos.com. Getethos.com.
No pressure, low prices.
Hi, this is Jason at Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton. Hewlett has been serving the Lake area for over 54 years, and we're proud to offer the lowest prices combined with a friendly, no-pressure environment. We are proud to offer our price match guarantee. You can buy locally without all the hassles and pressures of a big dealer, but still be confident you're getting the lowest prices on your purchase. I invite you to come experience the Hewlett difference today. Hewlett Chevrolet Buick GMC in Camdenton.
No pressure, low prices. That's the way we do it. Shop Hewlett. ShopHewlett.com.
Picture this. You're lounging on a pristine beach in Mexico. The soft sand beneath your feet, the sun kissing your skin, and the gentle sound of waves lulling you into a state of pure relaxation. No more icy winds, no more snow shoveling, just endless sunshine and serenity. Say goodbye to the winter blues and hello to the ultimate getaway. You're on the KRMS Beat the Winter Blues trip, Part 2 to Costa Mujeres, one of the most exclusive areas of the Mexican Caribbean side, just a few minutes north of Cancun. We'll stay at the Rio Latino. It's an all-adult, all-inclusive 5-star luxury resort. We'll fly nonstop out of St. Louis to Cancun January 13th and return the 20th. It's a short bus ride from the airport to the resort, where you'll enjoy 5 incredible outdoor pools, 4 gourmet restaurants, endless white sand beaches, and turquoise water. all for just $17.99 per person. Call Kim at Direct Travel in the Outlet Mall. 309-205-5749. That's 309-205-5749. You can get more information and sign up for this trip by going to one of our radio station websites and clicking on Beat the Winter Blues. This winter, trade in your snow boots for flip-flops and your scarves for swimsuits. It's time to experience the magic of Mexico with KRMS Radio and TV. Exciting news! The LOZ app just got bigger and better. Introducing 3 new buttons: local charities, Lake Real Estate, and the West Side. Discover local charities. Register yours for free. Explore the latest real estate listings with an interactive map featuring open houses, highlighted homes, and great information on local realtors. Plus, check out everything the West Side has to offer: dining, attractions, and more. Search LOZ app on your app store. It's totally free. Experience everything the lake has to offer in the palm of your hand.
This is the Morning Magazine on News Talk KRMS.
And we're speaking with Secretary of State Jay Ashcroft. We're going to bring him back in. And, sir, another one of the issues that as we focus on the state of Missouri, I do want to talk about the initiative petition, because that's an issue that's not going to go away in our state. But right now, as we go into the fall, is agriculture. We are an agriculture state, and it's been a tough year for the farmers.
It's been extremely difficult. We've had a lot. Not only was virtually the entire state, and I think at times the entire state was under drought problems. We have some farmers that were under massive drought problems last year and are again under drought problems this year. And we also need to make sure that we're finding good ways when we do have good years to go ahead and get those goods to market. I'm a big believer that our land should not be for sale, but we're happy to sell our agricultural goods to foreign countries.
Absolutely. It's, look at this season alone here. I was talking with a farmer about 3 weeks ago, maybe even a month, and didn't know him, just in town here for the weekend with his family. He had a wife and young children. They were just having a good time, and we started talking about his life and his situation as being a farmer. And he said, listen, I've already tilled up half of my fields. He said, and I've already called my insurance agent. He said, it's going to be a tough year.
I have a good friend that farms down Berry County.
Yep.
And about a month ago, they just let their cattle into the soybeans. Because the beans weren't going to produce.
Nope, that's exactly what we're talking about, in this already tough economic times. And when I'm talking about tough economic times, I'm not talking about the stock market. I'm talking about going to the grocery store and getting food for you and your family. That's going to make it even tougher.
It is, and with inflation the way we've seen it, the prices are just going up, and people's paychecks aren't going up. They're seeing that what they have to buy is costing them 50%, 100% more, 150% more, and they're worried about how do they make ends meet to keep food on the table for their kids. It's a real problem, and the government is the cause of it.
Just 2 years ago, and that you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out what happened 2 years ago when we had the change in leadership of our country. 2 years ago, the average working man making a good living felt so much better about his life and what he could do than he does today.
Less than 3 years ago, about 3 years ago, I can remember gas for 99 cents at a gas station.
Yeah, exactly. And now
that sounds unbelievable now.
And doesn't seem like it's going to happen anytime soon. But another pressing issue, I believe, in the state of Missouri that we're starting to hear a lot being discussed, and that is the initiative petition process. One of those things that I always try to bring up and try to talk about, because probably one of the most important issues in the state of Missouri today.
It is, and it concerns me because I am a believer in the idea that we are a constitutional republic, that we have democratic elements to our government because we, the people, are supposed to be the final arbiters, but there are also supposed to be some rights that it doesn't matter if you disagree with me or not. It's my right to make that decision. I don't care if 60% of the people of Missouri think that I should change religions. That's none of their business. What I believe and my faith is mine and mine alone to determine. And the idea with the initiative petition process is that your rights are only what a majority of people said they were at the last election. I think that's problematic. If we're going to be amending our Constitution, we need to make sure that those amendments have broad agreement from the people of Missouri before we make those amendments.
And it just seems like, it's been this way for, I forget the Constitutional Convention that changed that, but it's been a couple of Tuesdays that allowed for the initiative petition. It worked well for so long, and it worked well for so long because it was used sparingly and it was used appropriately. Now it is something for people outside our state, people inside our state, to change the Constitution and circumvent the state legislature.
You know, that's something I really hate, when that process is really hijacked by people outside of the state. Missouri's Constitution should be controlled by the people of Missouri, and to have, people from California, people from New York spending millions of dollars to amend our Constitution in ways that, unfortunately, a lot of Missourians don't know how it's being changed because all the money is on one side and what you hear on the TV ad may not quite be correct.
It certainly is. Yes, they market those ideas, and most do it very well. COVID. We've seen a couple of mask mandates. A college in Atlanta, Lionsgate, the movie company in California, has required mask mandates coming back into because COVID has reappeared. State of Missouri, I don't think we want to go back to that, sir.
We do not want to go back. We are not going back to that. COVID is going to be, it would seem like it's going to be with us, just like the flu and the common cold are. We are not going back to mask mandates in Missouri. We are not locking things down. We are not closing. During 2020, my office never closed. I will not stop fighting for the people to be able to make their own decisions. We cannot do that.
Yeah, I definitely, it's something where if you need precautions, you need to take those. But other people have adjusted to it. They need to adjust to it. And unfortunately, we need to learn to live with it.
Yeah, and look, the people of this state and the people of this country are smart enough to make their own decisions. We have seen time and time again with regard to COVID, the supposed experts. Well, they didn't know what they were talking about. I almost said something I shouldn't say on the radio. The people of Missouri are smart enough to make their own decisions. We need to let them do that.
We got about a minute left. It's also getting a little scary when we're looking at keeping our rivals from being able to run against us in elections. Newest thing, 14th Amendment.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 14th Amendment and using it to preclude people from running. This is the silly season of politics. If anybody's actually looked at what the Constitution says, anybody looked at how we run our elections, it's ridiculous. If either party gives me their nominee for president, they will be on the ballot in Missouri, and the people will decide.
Absolutely, sir. Got about 30 seconds left. Labor Day weekend. Anything to say to the people of Missouri?
Get out and enjoy it as best you can with your family. Some people are going to be working. Some people are going to be traveling. In all you do, and do it the best job you have. And hopefully everybody can get a little bit more sleep over the weekend.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're talking to a guy that could use a little of that as well. Hey, thank you so much for joining us today. We appreciate your Friday conversations as well. We look forward to continuing those.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that's Jay Ashcroft. He is the Secretary of State for the state of Missouri. A lot of things happening in our state. A lot of things happening across the country that affect our state. We're going to come right back after this break, and we're going to talk about a couple of those. This is Morning Magazine. I'm Tony Herman, and this is KRMS, 1150 AM, 97.5, 103.3.
If you're tired of looking through stained, scratched, or cracked glass, call Camden Glass. You'll see clearly again with their quality glass for residential, commercial, and auto needs. Camden Glass does construction, decking, siding, screen repairs, custom mirrors, and much more. Service is offered in Camden, Osage Beach, Lebanon, and the entire lake area. Located on Highway 54 in Camden, visit CamdenGlass.com or call 573-346-3404. Camden Glass, local Pella certified contractor.
AOK RVs has American Landmaster utility vehicles in stock and ready to go. These workhorse utility vehicles are built in the USA and are designed to haul, tow, and transport everything you need to get the job done. Choose from 2, 4, and 6-seaters with power steering, 4-wheel drive, winches, dump beds, and more. American Landmaster. It's better when it's American made. Get yours today at AOK RVs in Laurie.
At the Lake of the Ozarks. AOKRVs.com.
Dock safety is your responsibility. Electrical problems in or near the house and lines feeding the dock can be hazardous. To make sure your dock is in safe working condition, inspect your dock's wiring frequently. Test your power circuits. Install GFCI outlets and circuit breakers. Ensure your dock is properly bonded and grounded at the power source. If you have questions, contact a qualified electrician or your local fire district to make sure you're doing everything possible to keep your family and friends safe at the lake. Learn more at AmerinMissouri.com/lake. The finer things in life are at Bentley's, where every bite is an experience. From Tuesday to Saturday, come enjoy the finest cuisine with custom cuts of prime rib, fresh seafood, and hand-cut steaks that are truly succulent. Pair your meal with an aged wine from our extensive collection and experience first-class service in an English atmosphere. Book your reservation now. Call Bill at 365-5301. Treat yourself to the best at Bentley's, where every meal is a special occasion.
So your wife is telling you all about a new pair of red shoes she wants, and you're like, okay, whatever. But the next day, you're online looking for a new deer stand, and everywhere you go online, you're seeing ads for those red shoes, and you're like, how do they do that? Better yet, how do I do that for my business? Well, that's what we do. We are Titan Digital. Websites, Google Ads, better reviews, increasing your sales at the lake. Titan Digital. See examples of our work at TitanDigitalMO.com. TitanDigitalMO.com.
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Are you one of those who will answer an email at all hours of the day and night? The latest research says that being a slave to your email hurts you. I'm Kim Commando, brought to you by ExpressVPN. Secure your online data and get an extra 3 months free at expressvpn.com/Kim. University of Sussex in England researchers analyzed 62 studies of how we deal with email. If you answer email after hours, especially weekends and holidays, just trying to keep up with the never-ending arrival, it's guaranteed to make you less productive and more stressed out. Pick a specific time of day to switch off your email. Have it post an automatic out-of-office reply so senders know not to expect a reply until you begin work again. Now, if you're concerned about missing something important, make a small list. I'm talking about 3 to 5 senders who will get through any time and never receive the out-of-office response. For all the others, turn off the pinging email alert sound, set your boundaries, and try to stick with them. And get tech smart with my free email. Sign up now at getkim.com. Here's why I recently ordered emergency medications for my family from Jace Medical. Supply chain issues have plagued almost every industry over the last few years. And just recently, the FDA declared a global shortage of medication and warned that critical antibiotics are in extreme short supply across the U.S. That's why Barry and I got a Jace case from JaceMedical.com. So our family isn't left without potentially life-saving medications in an emergency. Do you and your family a favor and get your Jace case today. It comes with 5 prescription antibiotics used for common emergencies. Just visit jacemedical.com and fill out a simple form. Your information is reviewed by a board-certified physician, and the medication is dispensed by a licensed pharmacy at a fraction of the regular cost. You'll be glad you have the Jace case. Just go to jacemedical.com and enter code Kim at checkout for a discount on your order. That's promo code Kim at JASE medical.com.
This is the Morning Magazine on News Talk KRMS.
It's the weekend. We got a couple of things we've got to get through before we get to that weekend. And if you want to participate, give us a call, 573-302-7000. And it's Football Friday here in the Ozarks, as it is across the state of Missouri. And Osage Indian football, you can catch it tonight starting at 6:30. Guy Wayman and myself will be calling the game as the Moberly Spartans come to town. They are 1-0. The Osage Indians off to a tough start as they go to Jeff City last week and lose 40-3. They're at home, though. Everything seems to get better when you're at home. And so they will face off against the Spartans tonight. Game time 7. Once again, pregame starts at 6:30. We'll be on Classic Country 104.9. And then Lakers, they'll be on 93.5 with Luke Hagedorn and Brendan Matthews. And they will start at 6 o'clock tonight as they are at home for the second week in a row. Both should be great contests out there. Both should be a lot of fun to watch. And so you can catch that once again. Camdenton Laker football, 93.5 Rocks, and Indian football on Classic Country 104.9. Seems to be that a lot of issues, and it shouldn't be this way, but it seems that now we're getting into election season. A lot of issues seem to not be getting the playtime, the airtime that they should be, and we continue to talk about elections and who's running, but one of those issues that has popped back up, of course, is the issue of illegal immigration, and most states tired of it. They're telling whether Republicans or Democrats, they're telling their Joe Biden, the hotline that they have to the White House, enough is enough. We can't take any more people coming into our system. Doesn't seem to matter what race you are, black, white, other minorities. Doesn't seem your sexual orientation is a factor either. People are tired. Americans are tired of people coming into their states, coming into their neighborhood and taking over. We saw where one area they took over a park where kids played the football on the weekend, and now there is an immigration camp in there. People are taking over, illegal immigrants are taking over hotels, laying on the streets. Obviously, we are not prepared to handle this, but we keep taking those numbers on, and they keep coming across the border. You know, you saw Eric Adams this week and Kathy Hochul, the mayor of New York and the governor of New York, respectively, argue about what the proper plan was. The only thing they could agree on is that Biden need to send the money and they need to stop sending more illegals into their state. And but KGP, you gotta love her. She won't talk about a lot of things, but she will talk about what a great job President Biden is doing on the border.
I'll say this. The president has done more to secure the border and to deal with this issue of immigration than anybody else. He really has. June saw the single largest month-to-month drop in unlawful border crossing because of the policies this president put in place. We've got a record number of federal agents and officers, more than 24,000, working to secure the border because of the funding this president secured. We brought 21 world leaders on the West Coast, as you all remember, together for the first time to deal with this issue in a regional way, because of the alliances that this president has put forth, and we secured record funding for border security and management. And let's not forget, we've expanded the pathway to citizenship under this president. And mind you, he's been doing this on his own. Does he want to do it in a bipartisan way? Absolutely. That's why he put forth his first piece of legislation to be on immigration, to fix this broken system. We are willing to work with Congress, with Republicans. We need Republicans to do this. We just do. But they keep turning into a political stunt.
KGP, you had me right up until you started speaking. Once you started speaking, oh, have mercy, then it started to fly. The president has done more than anyone to stop the illegal immigration coming into our country. Let's talk about what he's done so far. So far, he has sued the former governor of Arizona when he was in office, Ducey, who took containers and built a container wall to try to limit those people coming into his state. And did they support him? Did they help him? No, they sued him in court. Now that wall has been removed under the new governor, Katie Hobbs, as she has taken that wall apart. You can go online and to a Canadian company and buy parts of the border wall, because now the border wall is for sale, as the Biden administration says, we're not going to use that. We don't need that. We've paid hundreds of millions of dollars as taxpayers for that wall, but Biden administration says sell it for what you can get. And it's on an online auction with a company out of Canada. And you just got to say to yourself, you're doing the most out there. But he's added to the border security troops. Yes, he has. Those people are not pushing citizens back. They are not taking them back across the border. They are serving as welcoming host. That's what they do for a living. If you're not, listen to some of the interviews by the Border Patrol out there. They say, all we do is we are now processing agents for those coming into our country. They're not protecting the border. They're welcoming those people in because that's what they're told to do. But if that's not enough, did you catch the part what she talked about? Expanded the path to citizenship. I don't think she was supposed to say that. I think she got caught up in the emotion there. And you sit there and you go, expand the path to citizenship. Is that something that we really want? Is that really controlling the border, making these people that entered into our country illegally, making them have a shorter path to citizenship? We used to call that a shorter path to deportation. Now we say, all right, you're here already. And it's what's the plan here? I think there is a plan, and I don't think it's good for the average guy walking around in the state of Missouri and across states out there across our country as well. Immigration, the bill is going to come due on that, and it's coming due very quickly. Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, when he was fighting with Kathy Hochul this week that we just talked about a few minutes ago, we know one of the things that he said in his speech was, we have to hurry the process up for allowing these people to work in our country. That's the first step of getting lost in our country. That's the first step of making it easy to go, okay, you're here, you're working. Let's go ahead and make you a citizen. You got to say to yourself, is this exactly what you want to happen in our country? But it is happening. It is happening. And so we see that happening all the time. Governor DeSantis, who is off the campaign trail, he is in Florida dealing with the crisis, the hurricane that came through Florida the other day. And but in the debate, this is what he talked about on the border.
Killed because we're not handling both, and so I am going to declare it a national emergency. I'm not going to send troops to Ukraine, but I am going to send them to our southern border. When these drug pushers are bringing fentanyl across the border, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to use force, and we're going to leave them stone cold dead. We're actually going to move on.
Because the cartel is controlling the border. I talked to an elected politician yesterday. I won't tell you his name, but I talked to a politician, and he says, well, the cartels control the border at this point. We can't. And then I said, why can't we? Why can't we send the military down there to take care of this, to destroy these cartels? These are illegal operations that are making billions of dollars off humans. If all those people out there crying how we love human rights, this is an area that needs to be addressed out there as well, as these cartels have taken over our border. And that's a tremendous thing out there. And you got to say, man, it's just not a good thing. Keep an eye on it. Don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep at the wheel on that. And speaking of falling asleep, President Biden talks about, as he brought up again yesterday, I just found it amazing. He keeps talking about the house fire and comparing it to the natural disasters that are out there. And you sit and you go to yourself, let it go, Joe.
It's really tough. Really, really tough. I didn't know anything like that, but lightning struck my house. We had to be out of that house for about 7 months. I was repaired because so much damage was done to the house, and half the house almost collapsed. You know, and you wonder, what's going to happen? We've already dedicated $400 million to pay for the debris removal. Once we get the toxic stuff out, to take all the removal, and the federal government's going to pay for that. The state is not paying for that.
Exactly. And so, but you know, Joe had that little episode in the house, and he is, it's actually, we're finding out, small kitchen fire. But according to Joe, it was the end of the world. It could have been the loss of his wife, his cat, and his Corvette.
I was doing Meet the Press, and lightning struck a little pond behind my house, came up through the ground into the air conditioning system, ended up generating thick black smoke, literally that of those proportions. And from the basement to the third floor, the attic, everything was ruined. And the kitchen floor, we almost lost a couple firefighters, they tell me, because the kitchen floor was the burning between the beams in the house, in addition to almost collapsed into the basement. And then I got rushed to the hospital for turned out to be almost a 9-hour operation with a cranial aneurysm in the middle of a snowstorm by my fire company. They got me down. They saved my life. And so I owe you, and so many other Americans owe you as well.
Joe Biden survived the tragedy in his world as he keeps sharing that story with victims that look at him cross-eyed, not knowing how to respond. The fire department now tells you it wasn't that big of a fire. We didn't really lose 2 people, or almost lose 2 people. The president, once again, just twisting the story just a little bit. You know, this is a story that's interesting. I want to get to it before we hit this break. And it's the Missouri lawmaker critical of commissions move to rate based on peak usage. That's something we've been talking about here as our electric is going to rise. Our rates are going to continue to rise out there in the state of Missouri. It now is done by they're now looking to go, if you use electric at peak hours, you're going to pay more. And that, a lot of people don't really like that, as you need to use the electric. I don't know about you, but I need to use it when I need to use it out there. And so they're looking to raise those rates, and that from 4 to 8 p.m. would probably be the highest rate out there. And so now, even your utilities are going up as well. But it's a strong economy. We'll be right back. This is Morning Magazine.
They are not messing around when it comes to land in Maui. I'm Jen Clark. Here's what's trending. Hawaii Governor Josh Green says that his administration is now investigating people who have made offers to buy land on Maui after the deadly wildfires in Lahaina. Those who are found guilty face a $5,000 fine and a year in prison.
When we find out that they took advantage of somebody, they made a big mistake.
However, he did say that if residents want to sell their land, they can have those conversations freely. An American Airlines passenger has gone viral on Reddit after her luggage was run over on the tarmac. She says the suitcase was mangled, her clothes were filthy, and every non-clothing item was destroyed. A former airport engineer said that her bag was likely run over by a vehicle and encouraged her to make a detailed list of every item and file a claim. Finally, look what you made me do. After the announcement that Taylor Swift's The Eras Tour would be hitting movie theaters on October 13th, The Exorcist Believer has moved its release date to October 6th so it won't conflict. Why not just do a double feature?
When severe weather threatens our area, get the information you need from News Talk KRMS. We utilize the latest technology to analyze impending weather as it approaches our area. Our meteorologists prepare you for anything from ice and snow to severe thunderstorms or worse. Our severe weather coverage is sponsored by California Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in California. Visit CaliforniaChrysler.com to see their new and used inventory. Listen for severe weather updates from News Talk KRMS.
Finally, there's an app for your smartphone and computer built just for the Lake of the Ozarks. It's the LOZ app. Find the best in the local service industry for boats, cars, construction, realty, docks, dining, anything. It includes a map that shows where you are in the business you're looking for. The LOZ app features local news and events and your favorite radio and TV stations. You know who they are. Download the LOZ app at the App Store. Just search LOZ app and have everything Lake of the Ozarks in the palm of your hand. Join Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin this Saturday morning for the Outdoor Show at 8 and the Sweet Spot Golf Show at 9. Both shows will feature live guests with tips from local pros, the word on local and national tournaments, and giveaways. 2 shows about what we do best of the lake, hunting, fishing, and golf. It's Paul Hannigan and Bob Rankin with the Outdoor Show and the Sweet Spot Golf Show this Saturday morning from 8 until 10 on News Talk KRMS.
Hi, this is Lindsay from Bridal Cave and Thunder Mountain Park. I would like to personally invite you to come explore the lake's premier family attraction. Legendary for its world-famous natural beauty, Bridal Cave is family fun as it should be. Get back to nature with the tour of the caverns. Pan for gemstones, feed the giant fish, take a hike on the nature trail, or pick out your favorite treasure from the rock shop. Bridal Cave is truly the underground adventure you'll never forget. Bridal Cave, where memories are made daily.
Join Hope Lutheran Chapel every Sunday morning at 8:30 for a moment of hope on News Talk KRMS, AM 1150, FM 97.5, and FM 103.3. Reverend Guillaume Williams Sr. guides us through God's Word, inspires us, and delivers hope to our listeners. Set your clock at 8:30 Sunday mornings as Hope Lutheran Chapel presents a moment of hope. Hope Bridge and 1 mile east of KK and the 5700 block on the Osage Beach Parkway, right next to KRMS Radio.
Talk with local Lake area newsmakers on the Morning Magazine. Starting at 9. News Talk KRMS.
And this is Morning Magazine. Let's identify some of the players here. And right now we have Cindy O'Loughlin. She's the Senate Majority Leader, Republican, out of Shelbina. And then we have the Missouri Public Service Commission. That's the people that set the rates for electricity. And